Good morning and welcome to the Omaha Public Power District Board of Directors Rate Design Project Workshop Session Number 2. Notice of the time and place of this meeting was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD.com, OPPD Community Connect, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on August 5th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us in person at Energy Plaza and remotely via WebEx. I hope you and your loved ones are staying safe and healthy. With me today in the room are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Janice Mulhoff, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. Board members Craig Moody and Sarah Howard have joined us remotely via WebEx. We also have our Chief Financial Officer, Jeff Bishop, our General Counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and members of our board meeting support staff. Members of OPPD's executive leadership team and subject matter experts also are here and participating remotely. Currently, we have eight attendees at Energy Plaza, and how many attendees on WebEx?
Sorry, 8 on WebEx.
Oh, 8 on WebEx. Yeah, about 8 in the room too, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. For those who have joined us in person today, there is an attendee sign-in sheet at the entrance of the room. The sign-in sheet is public health contact tracing purposes only. I don't think we have any members of the public actually in the room, so I'm gonna skip this. As a reminder to board members and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. If you are disconnected from the WebEx conference, we ask that you rejoin in the same manner as when you originally joined. The board will not be taking public comments during this workshop. If you would like to send us comments, please visit the Rate Design Project page on OPPD Community Connect. Our agenda for today's workshop is posted on the screen. I will now ask Josh Clark, Manager of Protective Services, to provide the safety briefing for our location, and CFO Bishop to provide other safety reminders. Is Josh available?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get a text off. Essentially, we have an AED device and a first aid kit outside this wall. If we were to exit, we would follow Josh or other security personnel outside these doors and down the stairwell.
Thank you, Mo. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Director Bogner. On physical safety, if you're not feeling well or have a medical condition that may escalate, please let someone know, family, supervisor, colleague, or someone at the meeting. Ensure your meeting area is free of trip or slip hazards. Take a moment to identify the location of nearest AED first aid exit stairwell. Thank you for providing that, Ms. Henners. Identify the proper method of contacting emergency responders from your location, 3700. Call on the phone here. Consider your plan if there is an armed or hostile intruder. Remember, run, hide, flight. If you're in an OPPD facility, and hear code 32 over the PA system, that is OPPD's way of letting you know that there's a hostile intruder on the premises. Please note that the important numbers listed in the central station and safety. On the topic of psychological safety is having the confidence that you work in a caring environment where you can be yourself and speak up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes without fear of judgment, criticism, or retaliation. Commitment to these 5 behaviors during our meeting. 1, break the golden rule. Don't treat others how you would like to be treated. Treat them as how they'd like to be treated. 2, embrace the culture of curiosity. The best solutions usually come from healthy selection of options, allow people to experiment, innovate, develop ideas or suggestions that are different. Number 3, promote healthy conflict. Clearly communicate expectations. Pay attention to your behavior and modify as needed. Use I statements instead of you statements. Focus on the issue, not the person. Seek understanding, not agreement. 4, give everyone a voice. Show people You value them by allowing and encouraging them to contribute ideas and ask questions. Number 5, earn and extend trust. Tell the truth. Don't bend it or skirt it. Admit when you don't know something. Admit when you're wrong. Thank you.
Do you want to do the introductions?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do, go around the table here. We'll start with you, Gary Sleep.
Yeah, Gary Sleep, DES. I'm going to facilitate and moderate today with the board's help.
Steve Bruckner, General Counsel.
Mike Kavanaugh, board member.
Eric Williams, Subdivision 6.
Amanda Bachner, Subdivision 1.
Jeff Bishop, OPPD CFO.
Rick Yoder, Board Member representing Subdivision 4.
Mary Spurgeon, Subdivision 3.
Janice Malhoff, Subdivision 7.
Keith Navratil from Needle Drop did the qualitative research that we're going to present here today.
Let's go out here to folks outside the table.
Good morning, Brad Underwood, Omaha Public Power District.
Good morning, Tim McRivy, OPPD, Vice President of Customer Service.
Oil Manager of Pricing and Rates at OPPD.
Brad Sire, Director of Financial Planning Analysis, OPPD. Paul Fortney, Manager Energy Management Solutions, OPPD.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to give them the welcome.
Yeah.
I'm not, overview of workshop goals, please do that for us.
We will, and we'll make this relatively quick. We've been talking about this for 8 months now. We want to make sure we've got.
Hey, Jeff, would you mind acknowledging we also have a couple, at least one board member online. Let's not forget about Director Moody. And I don't know if Sarah Howard is also online. I haven't seen her. Oh yeah, she's online too.
Here, I just don't have my my video on today.
I apologize about that. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, Sarah. We'll also ask for other folks, Javier and others who would introduce themselves, as well as Craig.
Greg Moody, Board of Directors, Subdivision 5. Good morning, everybody.
I'll go next. Sarah Howard, Board Member, Subdivision 2.
Thank you, Sarah and Craig. And I don't think we have to go through the whole list. I just want to acknowledge we have 2 elected officials who cannot participate in person. And like me, Javier Fernandez, CEO at OPPD, I chose to participate remotely because I did not feel well yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that I did not share any germs that people didn't want to share with me in person. So we're all trying to maintain our safe distance.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's fantastic to see everyone here for the second workshop regarding our redesign project. There's 2 topics I'd like to jump through real quick before we get into the meat of the presentation. First, I want to thank everyone for their time, a substantial amount of time and effort in terms of getting people to this workshop. I want to make sure to thank all of the staff, admin support, as well as ELT, general counsel, who's been supportive of this project. I want to know that there's been hundreds of hours and months leading into this workshop that we have today. So I just want to make sure that folks are appropriately recognized for all the contributions that they've had to bring us where we're at. I also want to reaffirm the importance and desired outcome of the process that we're embarking on. When we look at OPPD's mission, to provide affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy services to our customers, and we think about a single item that is of high importance and impact to our customers and the utility, rates have to be at the top of that list, and specifically the rates we charge and how our customers consume the product that we provide them. Rates and rate design not only determine the bill our customers receive, but also influence oftentimes how they consume our product and the programs that we offer. This is then determines how we need to manage our business today, and specifically how we strategically look at how we design our business and our customer needs for the future. I want to level set up and reconnect on the desired outcome of the project. The goal is to have the board come together in a unified voice and prioritize the rate principles and rate designs that management will utilize to shape our customer rates into the future. To effectively enable this, all board members need to have a consistent base level of understanding of the language of rate design concepts and industry trends, and that's what we covered in our first workshop successfully. As we move forward, we'll be looking today specifically to understand unbiased perspectives from our customers and how specifically that should be interpreted relative to the prioritization principles that the board will be asked to embark upon today. We've got laid out here in terms of on the presentation specifically what we've covered in the first workshop. The first half of today's presentation, we'll be presenting initial customer research. Again, we've got 3 different survey results that we presented to the board. That'll be the majority of the morning session and touch on into the afternoon. There we'll talk about specifically customer values and based on how informed our customers are relative to our rate principles. The second half of the day will be focused on defining the general accepted rate setting principles we want to use at OPPD, and board members will be walking through different rate principles and will hopefully come to an alignment on how those should be prioritized for management. The third workshop, again, coming up here in 2 weeks, the 29th, we'll go through and specifically look at, well, what are the specific shortcomings that we see based upon what priorities or principles have been prioritized coming out of today's session. How does that compare against what our rate design is today and rate principles? And from there, we'll develop a straw man of different concepts that management will bring back in terms of rate concepts to be implemented in the future. And again, I'll just take a moment to re-highlight the objective is to align and define rate principles that we use to guide future rate design product solutions for our customers in the future. And that's in the future. And again, that's really what the focus is today, is to really provide that information back on what customers are saying, have the board be able to interpret that, and then ultimately utilize that to guide how they want to prioritize rate principles for staff. Well, if we could go to the next slide. I'm going to go over this very quickly. This is a slide we've been looking at roughly 8 months, really breaking apart the project into phase 1, which is to define the rate principles, get those prioritized, and then ultimately come up with the rate design concepts that the board would like us to move forward with. That'll be a recommendation that comes out of phase 1. Phase 2 then works on how we implement that out to our customers. Well, if we could go to the next slide. Again, this is just a different depiction of the work products that are ongoing currently as part of phase 1. So when you look at this, the project was kicked off in April. We had initial customer outreach in April through June. We're now doing the board sessions, which are for yellow box. Those will happen June through August. And we've got one more coming up here on the 29th. At the same time, we've got OPPD staff that are identifying concepts. That will happen July through October. That's just the next box down, taking feedback from this meeting and developing concepts. There will be a report out of those concepts to the board in October, and we'll get feedback from the board at that session. Then we'll have additional customer outreach, again, taking the feedback we received from the board, developing products we can take out to our customers to receive their feedback on that. And then that will come back. That'll be developed in October through January. We'll bring that back to the board, that customer feedback in January, and then a finalized report. You can see that in Q1 of 2023. That'll be the phase 1 finalized report for the board. Any questions on process? All right. We'll jump right in on recap of the workshop. And again, we're going to do this relatively quick. We want to make sure we've got as much time as possible for survey results and the board discussion and prioritization of principles. So coming out of the June 22nd workshop, there was a large amount of good information and feedback. Again, we'll do a quick recap of that. We also want to let folks know that there's a number of projects that are underway, and we'll highlight what those are that are going concurrent with the rate design project. And then we'll also discuss the concepts that will be addressed in the next phase of the project. Go to the next slide, Mo. Wanted to highlight the objectives that were discussed at great length in our prior conversation, and some of these will be discussed at the as part of the finalizing of our rate principles. They were lowering residential rates, need to increase the affordability of OPPD residential rates, more distributed energy resources, demand response, demand side management programs, rate design reform, potential legislative changes associated with low-income programs, and then sustainability. Again, those are items that are covered, and what we want to do is make sure that we're capturing all of that and getting that catalog. So heard the information that came forward from the board, the feedback, the concerns that were raised. Again, those will be utilized as we get further into the project, and once we receive the principles from the board, we can figure out how they play into what the final rate design would be. Well, if we can go to the next slide. The possible action items that we'll consider as part of the finalized project. And again, we've gone through, had a number of different sessions with Gary Saliba, the staff, pricing and rates, product development, and marketing, working through what potential possible action items might come out of those. I'll go through these quickly. Level of correlation between personal income and usage levels. Looking into the cost of service, study classification splits, identify OPPD customers that are in need of assistance, paying bills, locations, and demographics. Single versus multifamily customer load profile and investment requirement comparisons. Potential legislative changes associated with low-income rates. Investigate residential usage limits for customers who consume large amounts of power in the residential customer class. Analysis of fixed cost recovery for net metering and customer-owned generation. Not changing the entire cost of the meter, not charging the entire cost of the meter to customers with AMI. Justification of declining block energy charge and cryptocurrency. How can we be proactive and have something in place before it comes our way? And again, these will be items that we continue to assess. We wanted to make sure that these items were cataloged. We heard the board. We will continue to assess these once we have the board's defined our prioritized principles listing. Any questions? Wanted to highlight a couple projects that are already underway and that the board will be seeing here before we get complete with the rate design project phase one. Again, you'll see these coming up at the August committee meeting here on the 16th. On the topic of affordability, looking at energy burden solutions, there'll be a presentation about how we're assessing that and what efforts are underway to mature that over the course of time, focusing on customer data analysis, customer trends, affordability trends, solution to help reduce energy burden for our customer owners, and potential policy changes to assist with affordability. So again, you'll see that here shortly next Tuesday. I also wanted to highlight some improvements that we're continuing to do to cost of service. This was touched upon by Gary and a few of the board members in our last workshop. Well, again, the focus of the rate design project isn't to focus on cost of service. There's things that we're doing behind the scenes, the pricing and rates team, to improve the output, make it more accurate and reflective of the cost to serve. And that will be, these items will be incorporated into the COP, which will be presented this fall. And again, it's based upon additional data, better tools, looking at how our industry changing over time and trying to incorporate best practices. So really looking at distribution classification study, the minimum system versus zero intercept method that was discussed, just touched upon at our first workshop, functionalization of debt service and product demand costs. So again, work that the pricing rates team continues to do behind the scenes, but ultimately you'll see that as part of the fall COP. Oh, if we can go to the next slide. So in conclusion, through the board workshops, we'll identify and have alignment on rate principles to be used to guide future rate design products and solutions for our customers. The core team will continue to evaluate the concepts and support the rate principles and take those concepts back to our customer outreach. Again, as I highlighted in terms of the project plan, there's quite a bit of customer outreach. We want to make sure we're hearing from our customers, that they're informing the process. That's a key element of this process design. Wanted to highlight again just the following list of concepts that the board mentioned in our first workshop: residential limits, multi versus single family, net metering, declining rate, removing blocks, all electric rates, additional programs for low income, time of use rates, 3-part rates, cryptocurrency demand response, distributed energy resources, conservation efficiency. And again, we'll continue to assess those concepts as we advance the discussion relative to rate principle prioritization with the board. But again, wanted to make sure that we had a complete listing that cataloged the good feedback that we'd received from the board coming out of the last workshop. Questions?
So the takeaways from workshop number 1, a living document kind of deal, or still have opportunities to feedback on that? Make sure that our follow-on discussions and emails useful to clarify what was meant.
Yeah, definitely. If we've not captured things appropriately, again, this is a summarized list. We've got a much more detailed list. The idea with it was to really let folks know that we heard you, capturing all this information. Again, we're having detailed discussions behind the scenes. One of the most important parts of this process will be, again, to then have the prioritized list so we can figure out how these fit into the final work on it. So, I think we'd be happy to meet and go through that in more detail if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
So I had a question on the, the slide that showed the timeline looking forward. We've talked in the past about the biennial rate update schedule. So the intention is that the work occurs during 2022, final report the beginning of 2023, and then phase 2 begins then. So at the end of 2023, looking into 2024 is a timeline when the biennial rate update would occur. We would expect some of the potential rate changes to be implemented is going into 2024. Is that the right annual timeline?
Yeah, it's going to take us a while in terms of taking out the concepts, the modified rate design, getting customer feedback, bringing that back to the board as far as phase 2. So I'll look to the experts in terms of timeline, but does 2024 resonate in terms of the time frame?
Yeah, so anything in the biennial report at the end of 2023 will include the work that we've done up until that time. If it is new rate designs or products, services, and solutions, it'll all be included in the report and where we're at in timeline for those things.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. Biennial meaning beginning on even numbered years is when those changes would be scheduled to be implemented, is what I'm hearing. Okay, just want to make sure if it was even or odd. I couldn't remember because we made some non-substantive changes to the rate manual, and so even numbered years is when the changes would begin.
That's a great point of clarity. All right, well, why don't we jump into some of the meat of the presentation. We've got our customer outreach and research presentation. Michael Leary, our senior market research specialist, will kick off the customer research outreach. One item we did want to talk about was relative to questions as we go through. There's a lot of material. Folks have seen the size of the deck. If we could hold those comments to the end, oftentimes questions will be addressed as we get further into the presentation materials. If we could hold those to the end, that would be preferred. And with that, I will pass it over to Michael Leary.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a few minutes and set up really how we approach this research. Mo, if you wouldn't mind advancing the slide. So in typical fashion, we looked at this research in 2 phases. The first being
Michael, could you increase your volume?
Sure. Is this better?
That is, thank you.
All right. In typical fashion, when we want to make sure that we're covering everything that's important to customers in our customer research, we realize that within our 4 walls of OPPD, we may be missing things that are important to customers. So we started this with phase 1, doing qualitative research. That allows us to have a more conceptual and more organic conversation with customers about items that are more important to them. and then having that in-depth conversation with fewer customers relative to quantitative research, where we aim for representation with more customers. We get to hear what resonates with our customers and what really kind of doesn't resonate that we might think is important. And then we get to ensure that we're engaging with customers again around issues that are most important to them. So then we moved into the quantitative phase, and that allows us to engage with hundreds of customers and project our findings to our overall residential customer base and overall business customer base. We get to listen to representative voices from various customer groups and then quantify sentiment specifically for this project around rate principles. Not only our rate principles, but other rate principles that other utilities use as well. And then we can benchmark the results that you'll see later against a snapshot, or excuse me, benchmark a snapshot, which is what this project was, of sentiment around OPPD's mission statement factors, which are reliability, affordability, and environmentally sensitive energy, as well as benchmarking against satisfaction, customer perception data that we track year round. So that being said, I'm going to hand it over to my fellow core team member, Corey DeYoung, to speak on customer personas.
Thanks, Michael. So for this effort, we used personas and segments to make sure that we could get the needs, wants, behaviors, and desires of our entire customer base and make sure that the research was representative of different areas. With these personas, they really bring our customer base to life. They help us build empathy between OPPD and our customers, and it helps us further understand different customers' points of view. We've recently updated the customer personas through the Customer Engagement for the Future strategic initiative, and those were used for this effort. Some of the value, going to the next some of the value of bringing these personas and segmentation to this effort, as I mentioned, helps us empathize with our different customers and really better understand and communicate to them and derive the insights from them, which allows us to create better emotional relationships with them. The solutions that we bring forward will resonate with our customers and bring more personalization and better relationships with OPPD. With that, I would like to introduce Keith Navratil. He is the owner of Needle Drop, which is a research consultancy that conducted our blind qualitative research. I want to thank Keith for being in the room today, and I will let him take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, and thank you for having me, everyone. Well, can you see my computer screen? Maybe that'll help when I advance here. Advance here so I don't have to say it. Hi, my name is Keith Navratil. I'm with Needle Drop. Just a quick intro on me. I'm from Nebraska. I went to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. After that, I moved to San Francisco. I've been doing qualitative research. Oh my gosh, I'm going on 25 years. I've worked for very large global firms in San Francisco and Chicago. My wife and I moved back home to Nebraska about 14 years ago. 10 years ago, we launched our own qualitative research consultancy, and we've had the great fortune to work with mostly national brands, but we do have a lot of heart for being able to work locally. We worked on a number of projects with Bozell, and that was the entry point into being able to work with Corey. And so we've had the good fortune to work on a couple of projects for OPPD, but we are not specialists in the power sector. We are more generalist. We don't do healthcare, but pretty much everything else. Some of our biggest clients are Feeding America. We've done a lot of projects. We're working with Comcast, Xfinity now. We have worked with Baxter, but Google, Target, Samsung, those are generally the types of clients we work with. And I guess, really, I can't even tell you over the years how many focus groups, how many one-on-one interviews, how many digital diaries and other research methodologies. I'm a moderator. That's what I love to do, similar to Gary, I'm assuming, where just talking to people is what I love. So this was a really great project. And So I think the way that we've structured this, let's just do a quick recap of what we did. We'll talk through the methodology. I can only assume that there are going to be some questions because the kind of sample size qualitative works with is very different than the quantitative sample sizes you're probably more used to. We're going to talk about the summary of key learning, and then we'll get into the detailed findings, and specifically, we're going to talk about reactions to current OPPD billing and rates, their take on corporate social responsibility just broadly for all corporations. Then we're going to get more granular and talk about why there's one of the key learnings from this research is that folks tend to have different expectations when it comes to corporate social responsibility or CSR with utilities than they do with most other consumer-facing brands. And we'll talk more about that. And then, of course, we need to talk about their input on future OPPD billing and rate principles. So I think we can just skip ahead to the research objectives, Mo, if you wouldn't mind. Corey brought us on, and really the idea was to understand perceptions about prices and rates, and specifically, what are people's attitudes, beliefs, and opinions about current rates and pricing? What's behind those feelings? How might a utility better meet their needs, meet them where they're at, so to speak? We wanted to understand how any utility should develop pricing models, and it was made abundantly clear to us that this research needed to be as blind as possible, so we wouldn't tip our hands that we were doing this research on behalf of OPPD. So the way that we structured this whole project was we did a number of questions that were just talking generally about corporations and how they should behave and work. Then we talked about all utilities and which ones do you think do the best with rates and do the best with billing. And then we talked generally about billing and rates. And then it became very clear that we were talking about OPPD. So it wasn't 100% blind, but it was blind in the parts that mattered most. And so then we wanted to explore how customers want to be involved, or if they want to be involved at all with pricing, and specifically which topics are of greatest interest and what's the best way to get and stay in touch. So we can move on here with the methodology. We did what we call digital diaries, which is basically an online market research platform called Recollective. We recruited folks, and we'll talk more about that in a second. We recruited folks and had them go online to a market research platform where we had a number of assignments that they could complete at their convenience. So it wasn't like, okay, everybody at 1 o'clock, we're going to do this. It's like, here are your assignments, and you've got a week to complete these different ones. And we can talk more about some of the questions that we answered and the learnings. In terms of the actual recruitment process, I want to get into that a little bit. We spoke with 39 residential customers and 16 commercial customers. And in terms of participation and response rates, that was somewhat proportional across the customer base. And in terms of the process, OPPD provided us with a list of about 120,000 residential names, and then about 5,500 residential customers. So the residential customers were segmented by seniors, which is roughly about 42,000, established 24,000, limited income 9,000, rural 500, professionals 2,000, and average 1,000. And then the commercial customers were segmented just by business size. So small business, medium business, large business, and ag. And then those business designations were not by number of employees, rather it was their average monthly bill. So small businesses, they generally pay in the hundreds, medium in the thousands, and large businesses in the 10,000s. Few points here. So we were given these lists that were segmented roughly, and then we worked with an outside national market research recruitment firm that does these things. So they did a lot of cold calling and got us to the sample that we had. Now, we did fall short of what we were aiming for with the commercial customers. We ultimately, the goal was to recruit 36 residents. We spoke with 39, so we ended up a little bit ahead of schedule there. The goal was to find 24 commercial customers. We ended up with 16, and we really found it difficult to recruit these. And I think one of the reasons why in our previous work with OPPD, being able to say this is on behalf of OPPD really worked well to get people interested in wanting to participate. I'm not making excuses, but without that and saying that we generally want to talk about utilities, I don't know that there was as much interest in wanting to be a part of that study. That was tricky. I think also we were up against planting season with our ag sector. And so, you know, we did our best. We fell a little short. Generally, when it comes to numbers, the rule of thumb is for qualitative, it's very different than quantitative. Usually you want to have at least 6 to 8 of any specific segment, right? And so when you do that, you see that we were, you know, aside from rural, which we did fall a little short with in the residents, we weren't that far off except for the large businesses in agriculture. And the large businesses just were busy and didn't want to participate. And again, we didn't have issues with large businesses the first couple projects we did because we were able to say OPPD. So maybe I'll take a breath here and just see if there are questions about the sample, about the recruitment method. I want to make sure we're getting off on a strong, good first foot before. Yes, sir.
It seems like a rather low number of a sample to come up with anything valid. We have 300 and some thousand meters. We have about 700,000 people total in our service territory. And how you question 55 people, we're going to draw some conclusions off of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as I mentioned,
I'm not a statistician, but that's, come on, man, it's a little weak, a little low, I think. Sorry.
Well, qualitative research is a very different type of research. It's exploratory. It is meant to gather hypotheses. It's not meant to validate. We are giving directional. If we can skip to the next slide, I think we can talk to that too.
If I may, and Mike, Director Kavanaugh, you make a really good point, and I just want to confirm. I think the type of research that we are used to receiving, it's usually on quantitative research. And I think, Mike, when I see these numbers, my mind immediately goes to comparing these to quantitative research, where it's more statistical. You have a lot more samples, but you cover a lot more ground, but with less depth. And what I'm hearing from this is that they went deeper with a much smaller sample. So I'm very curious to hear from the folks with needle drop. Just talk to us a little bit more about, you know, what benefits are we getting from this qualitative research as opposed to the quantitative research that we're used to? Just so that we are all on the same page. Can you briefly explain?
Yes, sir. No, I'm happy to talk to that. To your point, I understand your concern, but again, it's a very different discipline within market research. Qualitative, like I just finished a project with Google, and you can only imagine their customer base worldwide. My sample size was 36, and they were quite happy with their insights and results from that. You start small, you have these conversations. As Javier mentioned, you are able to get much deeper and to go into much more depth with a smaller group of people than you are in a survey instrument. So I understand the concerns, and we did fall a little short. But I don't know that I would 100% discount what we learned and what we got from this. The nature of qualitative research, and we'll talk about directional, you know, this is just meant to be exploratory. It's meant to give directional guidance from a small, non-random sample. It's subjective, so our questions solicited subjective responses. Then we apply thematic analysis to find the important, what are the frequent things that are coming up? We talk about intensity. So when people answer, what are they, you know, emphasizing? How excited or angry or happy are they with that? And then the small sample, you know, it's not meant to be sweeping generalizations. We're not saying you can apply these learnings across the board to all of your meter customers. So it's meant to be more exploratory and to just gather some insights. Yes.
Mo, can you go back to a couple slides to research objectives? So I appreciate that you've done a lot of work for a lot of people. Our sector is maybe a little new to you. When I see that the objective is about customers' attitudes, beliefs, and opinions about pricing and rates, From an affordability standpoint, I'm interested in, and did you capture this? I'm interested in their view on the portion of their household budget that goes towards electricity. So that's how we gauge affordability. That's how we gauge that. So pricing and rates is kind of, that's for people inside the game, they'll understand that, where I'm not sure customers get that. So do you have any response to that? I have a question.
I'm not quite sure the question in there. Is it that did we speak with people from low income? Is it that customers aren't equipped to speak to the topic? I'm not quite sure.
As you framed your questions and your discussion, did you talk about prices and rates, or did you talk about what does the utility bill mean to your house?
We did not ask the specific question, what does your utility bill mean to your house? Okay. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, we asked many other questions about billing and rates specifically, but we didn't ask, what is it? We asked comparatively a lot of questions about what makes for a good bill, what makes for, I don't have all of it. It was literally a week's worth of questions. So I'm sorry, and we did this in April, so I don't have the whole list of questions. I can provide that right after we leave. But again, I'm really struggling to understand what the question is.
Yeah, I may interject, Keith. I think, Director Yoder, I understand the relevance of energy burden. In Needle Drop's defense, I don't think that was what we tasked them with relative to this. For that topic, we've relied on what really is pretty robust, individualized statistical analysis around the energy burden project, which the board has seen. So this was designed a little bit differently in terms of the questions that, and the type of conversation we asked them to have with these customers.
Great. I have a follow-on question. It'll be in the similar vein on the next slide. When there was a mix of household income, utilities are judged, at least in the public sector, on median household effective buying income from our rate folks. So back to the energy burden thing, do we know if there was someone with a higher energy burden or a lower energy burden included in the 39?
I don't specifically. I'll defer to either Michael if you know if we segmented in the information we provided to Keith, how we did the distinction on income level. I don't know if it was.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll jump in here. And again, this is Michael. So in the beginning, when I talked about quantitative versus qualitative, Keith is really making that distinction very clear. So when we go into representation, if it's income level, if it's usage, energy burden, things like that, that's not really the focus that we're looking for qualitative type research. And the sample size that Keith is speaking with right now, it's not unusual for us to see lower sample size, especially in the business sector. You'll see later on, some of these questions are more appropriate for the quantitative data presentation. So you'll see later on, excuse me, when we have the Msr Group speaking on the quantitative results, you'll see some of those questions answered and reflected in those results. And just to give you somewhat of a preview, we had over 1,300 residential customers respond to the survey on the quantitative side. The goal for a sample study was to get 400 completes, and that would put us at plus or minus 5%, which is basically industry standard for error rate or margin of error. We got over 1,300 customers to respond to that survey. So some of these questions are great, and they're certainly relevant. As we go on throughout the presentations, they may be answered by the quantitative data, and Keith still has a number of insights to share with you all. So again, if we can maybe allow Keith to advance throughout his presentation, then we'll get some of these questions answered.
Yeah, and I guess I don't know if within the different personas that Corey described, I don't know in the list that we were provided by segments if the burden was included in that or not. Corey, did you hear that question?
Yeah, there was a low income segment, but not specifically a segment for the energy burden solutions.
Okay. So, okay, so I think if there aren't any other questions, we can go ahead and skip to the key findings here. And I apologize for how tiny this type is. This originally was a build. So even though this was a blind study where we took great pain to conceal the sponsor of the research, customers still had really, really good, positive, unprompted positive comments about OPPD's monthly billing statements from content to layout. So the implication there is keep on keeping on. Keep presenting the high-level billing information that's very visually oriented. They love being able to see current versus past usage. They love the tips and tricks that they're seeing. Your commercial customers with multiple locations, though, did voice wanting one bill with breakdowns by location within the same billing cycle, just for easy comparison and tracking. The second finding, panelists are seeing corporations getting more involved in social causes and say that often drives or positively reaffirms choosing that brand over others. In fact, most are willing to pay a little more for goods or services if customers are aligned with the brand's corporate social responsibility efforts. However, our panelists were very strong in that the corporate social responsibility, I'm just going to say CSR from here on out just to save a little time. Those efforts need to fit well with either the category or with the brand's mission. And it's fine for companies to talk about and tout these kinds of efforts, but it needs to be more action-oriented over empty gestures for the sake of good PR. I think folks have finely tuned meters for when things aren't genuine. The third one was residents talked about public utilities as an industry where CSR is especially important. Panelists in both segments, and when I say segments, both segments, I'm speaking of residents and commercial customers. But both segments see utilities as making a lot of progress on environmental concerns, and often said, unprompted, OPPD seems to be doing more on this front than the other utilities. So continue these initiatives related to climate change, energy saving, programs helping those in financial need. I was pleasantly surprised to see how many people were aware of those financial assistance programs. So nice job to the communications team. And 2/3 of our panelists said they would pay a little more if they knew a utility were advancing causes related to environmental and financial assistance. The two biggest findings from this research, one, customers have very different expectations for public utilities versus businesses when it comes to CSR. And then the second major takeaway was that customers view social justice and DEI as a separate set of issues from social causes. We went into this wanting to know if folks would be willing to pay a little more for social causes or social justice, if you will, and we've got a lot of interesting findings about that. But the headline, the sort of the main takeaway, is most people don't want a public utility promoting social issues outside their expertise. We went into this knowing that there was some interest in finding out if maybe taking a leadership position with social causes would view that favorably and maybe even want to pay a little extra for that if they could. But what we learned very clearly was that most see those sorts of things as playing politics. And unlike the way that they would pay a little more for a consumer-facing corporation that espoused their beliefs, that the same did not hold true for a public utility. And we can talk to that. And then in terms of the rates and the learnings we learned, most said that OPPD's rates are fair, but more than 2/3 said they would like a little more input or some input with how their rates are determined. based on their own goals and their particular circumstances. And to get a little more fine-tuned there, many are fine with the simple volumetric rate structure. It's kind of the devil they know, I guess. And there's also strong interest in a dynamic rate structure based on a combination of things, including the amount of energy used, real-time energy prices, and other variables. And again, customers would like some input and say, that's the fairest way to incentivize and also reward conservation efforts. So those are the at a glance, high-level findings. I'll take a beat here and see if anyone has any questions or, yes?
Just from like, what came out of like the social issues conversation that customers view as being part of our direct expertise? I'm curious of where that line's drawn.
Yeah, it's anything related to environmental and financial assistance.
Okay,
Those are in.
those are in.
Those are in, and then when it comes to advocacy for other social causes, that's where things get a little, people are a little less receptive to that. And I guess that's being charitable. People get really concerned if
those things were to cause an increase in a rate.
No, I think it's things outside of.
Yeah, so I'm just saying like,
yeah, they would,
they don't want to pay the utility bill so we can advance DEI
yes,
initiative.
right. They would be willing to pay a little more for being a good environmental steward, for being helping those in financial need. Those are the kinds of things. Not as many people would pay a little more for that as they would for a regular corporation. But so we did see that interest in terms of voting with your dollars fall a bit. But when it got to being advocating for other things, even though those issues are very important to many of them, they just drew a very clear church and state sort of line of division.
Can I hop in?
Yes, please, Craig.
Yep. Is it fair to say that there's kind of a, I was going to say murky, but maybe it's not murky. There's a middle ground here as it relates to environmental justice. So, you know, like.
Craig, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yep. Is it fair to say that there's a middle ground here that could be defined as environmental justice? Well, maybe, Eric, you're in the room. Maybe you could define that better for me, since I have. But it's
yeah, Craig.
There's a place in the middle.
Yeah. So I guess I hear you asking about the overlap between the environmental consequences felt disproportionately by different people in our community. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a similar question about you've defined environmental as one of the areas that is determined from the results to be within the realm of something our customers, the OPPD, should take action on. Does that extend slightly outside of that based on there have been inequitable environmental consequences in the past in lots of areas? Does that get lumped in, or is that somewhat outside of the results of what was drawn here?
Yeah, no, great question. The answer to that is there were a handful of folks who I would describe as more in the know, more savvy about these sorts of things. And we have plenty of quotes saying that, yeah, these policies do disproportionately affect certain segments of our, of our community. So we did have some awareness there. Those folks were clearly in the minority. And, but yeah, there were a handful of folks. And again, we had a small sample size. I can't project that out, but those folks did say that that is definitely a concern of theirs.
And so following on Director Fogner's question earlier, I heard environmental and affordability, or energy affordability, as the two areas that were clearly within the realm of what the customers felt was appropriate for OPPD to take action on, and where they felt it would be acceptable to them to pay a little more if we were doing a little better in these ways. In areas that do not cost more, did you get a strong response of, even if this does not influence the bill, we do not want you to take action on other things? And I ask because some portions of action within the organization are not specifically tailored to the customers, but instead to the employees and the culture within the organization. And they may not have a financial impact on the bills, did you feel like people were saying, don't do those things, even if it doesn't have an impact on the financial aspect?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
You're saying do not do those things?
Do not do those things. You know what, we can just skip ahead. I don't like to be a static presenter, so let's go ahead to, yeah, let's jump on, what slide is this? 27.
Yeah, I know that we were asked to kind of hold questions.
Yeah, these are fantastic pieces.
Yeah, no, let's do this. I mean, that's where folks are interested, and I want to roll
But I
it.
do
So
think a lot of the
27.
questions that are being raised are fantastic questions. Sample size,
Yeah.
with different sensitivities.
Yeah.
They're
so
covered
we'll
in your
discuss
data.
it. I think we'll get to that topic that was a different element of that last slide. Okay, right.
Yeah, 27. Sure. I mean, it's the hot button topic, so let's do it. It's on 27. Oh, you're right. So right after this, different expectations of proposed.
So I do have this off.
Yep.
He did this from planting, and so the takeaway that OPPD is doing and on utilities might not be the same response we get after the meeting where we talk about. He gets to that in the slide.
Yeah,
I
so
appreciate that you have what I asked literally on one of the slides, and I apologize for not having read them in detail to know that.
okay, well, I mean, so when it comes to this section, we'll just go through it, and then we can go back to some of the other stuff. Unlike corporations, they can't choose their utility providers. So they don't understand, why would a utility even engage in these causes? Because they think when corporations do it, they've got an agenda, right? They're trying to prove to people we're a good company doing well by our customers. So they don't understand, when they don't have a choice of providers, why would you want to get involved in signal virtues or sway preferences? The thinking is that public utilities should remain politically neutral. And unfortunately, many of these issues are politicized and very hotly politicized. And social justice, many said, and not in these words, but essentially it's adjacent and not central to your mission in their mind. They also suggest that if you really do want to show that you're committed to social justice and DE&I, then you should focus on those efforts internally with hiring, training, and promotion. So even if it wouldn't affect their bills, many people said, vocally, viscerally, do not go there. So we can move on to the next one. So let's talk about and unpack why it is that they don't understand why utility would get involved. On the one hand, they say you're already doing a lot. They give you tons of credit for being responsible and thoughtful, how you act, how you communicate. Again, hats off to your communications team. Many think highly of you for your outreach and making energy affordable for all. Anything energy related totally makes sense to them. They expect you to lead the way with initiatives related to climate change, conservation, renewables. There's also strong support across segments for that across the political spectrum with ideologies. But many did ask the question, why this? Why are we talking about this and why now? Are they doing something? Most assume that corporations get involved with these, wanting to either repair an image or to build, customer choice preference by getting involved in these kinds of things. So it's unclear to them why any utility, which their words has a monopoly, would want to spend time here. And again, they don't see the connection with climate change and social justice. So let me talk you through the line of thinking, okay? Right or wrong, most feel that diversity, equity, and inclusion and social justice is political, and they expect neutrality from their utilities. So engaging in social justice, whether it affects their billing or not, is essentially viewed as taking sides. And even supporters who are all about those initiatives, when we are asking them unaided and didn't have anything with utilities involved, even the people who said these are very important issues to me said that, no, wait a minute, this sort of stuff is adjacent to your mission. It's not really what you're there for. So they're thinking like, okay, getting involved in social justice is essentially spending our money. And if you've got extra money to spend and profits, then you either charge us too much to begin with, or you should lower your rates. because you shouldn't be running profitably if you're a utility. You should be breaking even, I suppose. Also, utilities aren't equipped to advocate or assist as efficiently as nonprofits in their view, right? And so if the utility would just charge us less, then the collective royal we would have more money to donate or direct as we choose, rather than having a public entity direct it that way. So I can't even tell you how many quotes essentially said something to the effect of, you need to stay in your lane. They said, utilities should champion causes like climate change, making sure our most vulnerable can keep the power on. That's intuitive, and that's within your sphere of expertise and influence in terms of their perceptions. But most, and while most say that, okay, if you're Patagonia or whatever, it's your prerogative to engage whatever causes you'd like. But they also say that when companies stray too far from their core business, it feels more like pandering or just trying to generate good PR. So we asked the question point blank, should public utilities get involved with social justice or issues related to diversity, equity, and inclusion? On the yes side, I'll just cherry pick a couple of these. To your point, I also believe that environmental issues are social justice issues. Climate change disproportionately affects the poor. Utilities are literally life and death for marginalized people. I think providers and customers have a responsibility to look actively for more ways to help make things more equitable. I believe a utility company should absolutely be involved in gender, racial, and LGBTQ equity and inclusion issues. We can't always rely on banks to provide equitable financing or landlords and sellers to provide equitable housing options to marginalized groups. And in my mind, utilities are next line of defense in helping ensure marginalized groups have the resources they need. So we very much did hear from folks who were able to put the two together and see them as inextricably linked. On the no side, I hate the idea that I'm basically forced to give my money to the electric company, and they might be using that money to give political candidates or causes I don't support. I don't want utilities to address social causes. They aren't democratic institutions. I just want them to do their job. If I heard my utility was now supporting a cause, I would automatically assume it was a cause I either don't agree with or I'm apathetic about. Now, I think the underlying subtext here is whether it affects their rates or not. The same way that if you advertise, they think that you're spending money you shouldn't be spending. So even if it doesn't affect them personally in their wallets, if they see outreach efforts to this effect, they're going to assume you're spending money.
Mike?
Yes.
Is it appropriate to comment or discuss that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I guess I'm very interested in these results, and thank you for having this specifically included. I think this is important. I want to be careful about the separation between what we're working on today and values expressed through the rate structure that we're working on and other things that are not specifically related to rates that we might choose to do from an internal perspective with employee engagement. There is a whole separate strategic directive in that area. But I do find this very helpful, specifically to the point about they aren't democratic institutions. I guess I would say in Nebraska, we are explicitly democratic institutions with values represented through the electoral process for the board of directors. And so I understand the comment, but I do think that there is an external influence specifically at public power, and that there is an opportunity for people to express values during a campaign for the board, and then for those values to be judged by voters. I'm not suggesting that we should not understand what the public is saying, but I am saying there is an additional consideration of the democratic process represented through public power. And so I guess I just wanted to make sure that I expressed that in response to some of the comments here. I'm not trying to argue with them, and I do think that separating these responses into the way that we internalize them from our rate structure is important. And so I guess I don't want to continue down this path too far, because it sounds like this is something that is separate from the rate structures in general, and that's what the results generally reflect is be careful about the rate structures overlapping with the DEI work internally. So I appreciate the way in which you presented this information. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a clarifying question on the previous slide, so what I think is really important about this entire set of slides and is understanding where the lane is and where our expertise is in the view of the customers. And on this, the last segment of that first paragraph where it talks about our most vulnerable can access and keep power on. So that's within, right? That's within our lane.
Absolutely.
Absolutely within our lane. So there are a lot of things that influence that, of course, back to environmental justice and social justice. But I really appreciate that's there and all of the comments, and this is a good summary of that. And I think that's really the value for our conversation today about rates, is understanding where the vulnerability is. And so thank you.
You bet. I think it might be worth, I'm sorry about kind of taking a choose your own adventure for this one. I think it's important that let's go through the corporate responsibility, the slides here. Because I think it's important we had a fundamental aha moment as the research was fielding that I think we should start with. We'll start with this slide. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so. Yeah, so when we talk about how do they define in broad terms corporate social responsibility? Now, this is just applying to business. It isn't meant to be, these questions were not about utilities at all. This was just, John, we asked point blank, how would you define, have you ever heard of the term corporate social responsibility? What does that include? What does that mean to you, if anything? And what we got back some do's and don'ts. And it's basically, I think people took two different paths to get to similar definitions. I think the corporate social responsibility, the social part is really about people, the golden rule. Treat people well, charge fairly, give back to those in need, communicate transparently, get involved in the community. And then when it comes to the responsibility, that's when you heard more around your actions and making sure that you're acting environmentally responsible, you're considering the welfare, you're getting involved, but don't get involved in partisan politics and don't overstate or greenwash your contributions. When we talked about, many people were very clear in saying that, look, these things, we don't consider these as have-tos. These are nice to haves when it comes from our corporations. They're seeing more and more companies getting involved. And we, just as a general market researcher, we're hearing and seeing more and more folks going online and doing their own research. What are your hiring policies? What are your, DE&I policies in many cases? And many say it makes a big difference when, the company's actions reaffirm their own beliefs or fit within the brand's mission. And 2/3 say that their agreement that corporate social responsibility would make them consider or even choose that company over others, as long as it was more action-oriented than optics. Now, it's interesting that the two segments had very different priorities with social issues. So when we asked promoting social, ethnic, and cultural inclusiveness, that was a top 5 concern for businesses. But it was, over 1/3 of our residents said that issue is most important to me. And thematically, when you go through, we presented a list of 14 different causes. Everything from, here, let me look through quickly at my notes, because I think this is important context. Increasing access to clean water, ensuring environmental sustainability, eradicating poverty and hunger, preventing disease, providing relief after natural disasters, improving quality and access of education, protecting animals and wildlife, ensuring the protection of gun rights, increasing focus of sourcing products sustainably, promoting gender equality and empowering women, increasing equal access to technology, working to slow the effects of climate change, and criminal or prison reform. So you'll see we did our very best to keep it blind, that we weren't looking in to learn only about environmental things. So based on that, the top, their top preferred residents were really focused most on basic wants and needs, right? They wanted their top concern, social concern, was improving quality and access of education, eradicating poverty and hunger, and promoting gender inequality with empowering women. On the commercial side, it's interesting because their top issues are more purpose-led. So if we're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we're a little bit higher up on that pyramid, right? So they're a big concern of promoting gender equality and empowering women, ensuring environmental sustainability, and increasing focus of sourcing products sustainably. Now, interestingly, residents say that public utilities is an industry where corporate social responsibility is more important, and that both would pay more for it as long as social cause or issue that they agree with. So when we asked, what industries do you think it's most important to have corporate social responsibility? For the residents, healthcare was number one, followed by petroleum and fossil fuels. Public utilities made their top three. Whereas on the commercial side, you can see public utilities is just outside the number five, top five concerns there. I'm going to skip this slide. Most people felt like utilities are doing enough, and most said that OPPD seems to be doing more on the environmental front than other utilities, but there's still work to be done. We talked about this to me is one of the most important things that happened during our research. We were using the phrase social good throughout and social causes. And what we found, because when we were talking about this and asking, how would you view a utility involved with social causes, we got this really positive response. Like, 75% of our, 39 people would have a more positive view, but 7 of 39 said it would make no difference. And then, from our commercial side, 88% said that they'd have a more positive view. But when we looked at their actual responses, when we got in and we did the sentiment, like what are they really talking about, it was pretty clear that the umbrella term social causes was being interpreted as environmental, as being sort of like being a good steward. We weren't hearing or seeing things like social justice, DE&I. Those things were not being mentioned. So my counterpart, Fiona, who headed up the commercial side and I did the resident side, we went back and asked every single person, okay, totally hear you, but what if it were social justice? What if it was related to DE&I related things? And that's when we found out, whoa, that was like a different thing. So they do associate social causes with many things like climate change, but they don't extend that to include social justice. So when we asked them unaided at the very beginning, what are some of the things that are on your mind today? There's a lot going on in the world. What are some of the issues that you're concerned about or want to see progress made with? And we heard a lot of people talk about police brutality, racism, income inequality, LGBTQ plus rights, social justice for those disadvantaged and overlooked. And then, our average established and senior, really, they were the ones who seemed to be most concerned with those. And then, but when we prompted them about a utility potentially getting involved there was strong sentiment that utilities shouldn't get involved in those kinds of things. So we talked about the different expectations for utilities. We went through that section. I just want to make sure that so that if we look at the top, the segment on the future billing rate principles. Okay, so the top learning here was that both customer segments are most interested in the dynamic rate structure. And I'm going to share with you how we define these different rates. Because again, I'm not making excuses, we didn't have a lot to go on. And it's really hard to ask someone, how much would you pay for a utility? And oh yeah, would you pay extra for a site of social good on top of that? So we needed to think very strategically about making it easy for folks to be able to weigh in. And that required us doing a lot of thinking on the front end so that we could develop what I call stimulus, but it's basically, would you rather do A, B, or C? Tell me why you would rather do A, B, and C. okay, now that you've explained that, if you could bundle other things on top of that rate, which of these would you be interested in paying more for? So we gave them 3 basic plans, if you will. We kind of thought of it in terms of like a cell phone company. Like if you could choose your basic plan, which of these are you most interested in? And then we layered on top of that various social causes that we'll get into. But what we found was that there was less interest overall in this, what we're calling a flat rate plus pricing, because they worry about the lack of control and high pricing if there's overages. And that panelists also shared similar interest in bundled features with renewables, reliability, and automation rising to the top of their list. So the great news is most feel OPPD provides a really good value. I think we're going to skip to this one. We asked them, how hands-on or not do you want to be with determining the billing rates for your household and company? And as you can see, on the residential side, 7 said a lot more involved. 18 said a little more involved. So basically 25 of 39 said they'd like to be more involved than they are currently. They'd like to have some choices. They'd like to be able to explain their situations. On the commercial side, similar, 3 said they'd like to be a lot more involved, and 9 said they'd like to be a little more involved. Really, I mean, it's not a great mystery. Most people just would love to have a little more input and choice. You know, they don't want to do it all themselves. They don't want to figure it out, but they would like a little bit of input. They'd like to collaborate and hear what options might best fit their particular situation. They'd like to feel a little bit more educated. But interestingly, many of those people want it to be like a one-time conversation, maybe once a year, led by the utility, since most don't have time to do their own research. And besides, the business decision makers really like having the relationship that they do with their rep, who understands their business, keeps them informed of changes, of new initiatives, and provides money-saving advice. So we asked, are there any circumstances or special conditions you wish your utility would keep in mind when they determined your rates? And what we found is on the residential side, they talked about, I wish they'd keep in mind that the usage during peak and off-peak hours. So when my kids are in school and I'm at work, I'm not using as much power. Others said, I live in an older home and I've upgraded a lot. Others said, I have a newer home, so I shouldn't have to pay as much because it's more efficient than older homes. And if we did steps to upgrade windows, insulation, air conditioner, HVAC, that sort of thing. And then we heard also, just because I live in X neighborhood doesn't mean I make as much money as most people who live in that neighborhood. So that was a special circumstance that some folks brought up. On the commercial side, they wish that they could help create an annual budget to help smooth the peaks and valleys. They wish there were special rates for nonprofits or minority-owned businesses, and even agriculture, given how tough it is with the weather conditions and the special challenges that they face. Again, they'd like advice and rate breaks for efficiency upgrades. And then a couple mentioned separate meters for businesses within shared spaces. And then the ability to purchase versus rent meters. So we asked, which energy topics are you most interested in? And I'm going to read this because, again, we came up with this menu as a way to be a stimulus or springboard to conversation. So, I'm sure that folks around this room would have written something else or done something differently. We made the best decisions we could with the information we had at the time. So we talked about generating your own energy to support the electrical grid. Think solar, wind, renewables. Customizing your rates based on products and services offered by your local utility company. Learning about eco-friendly programs and initiatives that promote. Did I skip? Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm right. Yeah, okay. Learning about eco-friendly programs and initiatives that promote energy efficiency, waste reduction, environmental stewardship. Understanding how seasonality, energy efficiency, and other factors affect utility costs. Promoting social equity in the distribution of utilities and transition to decarbonization. examining alternative choices and utility providers, and gaining access to programs that help to save money like financial assistance, level payment plans, special rates, rebates. Now, this is a very hard chart to read. I apologize for how small it is, but what we found, I think the key finding from this is the idea of customizing rates is one of the top energy rate topics among residents. It's also of interest to businesses. So then here are the three choices that we offered as a basic rate structure, right? So what we call the simple rate is how most billing is done now. So it's based on the cost per kilowatt hour, would stay the same, but your bill changes based on usage. So we also introduced this idea of a dynamic rate, that the rate per kilowatt hour fluctuates based on a combination of things, including the amount used, real-time energy prices, and other variables such as energy demand based on the time of year. And then this other option, what we call the flat fee plus. Let's think of it like cell phone minutes. It's a flat monthly fee with an energy usage limit and any additional charges incurred for going over the agreed upon limit. So we asked folks which of these three basic plans would appeal most to you and why. And what we found was that the residential and commercial panelists, both segments were most interested in exploring the dynamic rate structure. They like it that it takes more factors into consideration, that a customized plan makes them feel like they've got some sort of voice and would be the fairest way to incentivize and reward their conservation efforts. But we did hear from some folks that, you know, if it takes into consideration X, Y, and Z, O and A, B, C, that may be too many moving parts. It's complex. I don't want it to be my part-time job to monitor what all these different variables and how that's playing out. And some of these things may get lost in my monthly statements, these things that we agreed on. So they were very, thoughtful in their replies here. Some customers, especially those on fixed incomes, worried about the potential uncertainty around the sharp increases that they can't plan for month to month, particularly during peak periods or severe weather events. So let's talk about why most people gravitated towards the current model, the simple rate structure. There are fewer concerns because it's what they know and what they trust. The whole idea of anything new seems risky for some. They also like that it seems more straightforward. They're only charged for what we use. It offers them direct control over charges. A lot of folks love predictability with monthly bills, and just kind of having a sense of what it's going to be every month for budgeting. And those who didn't like this option said that it doesn't offer flexibility. And more importantly, for a few, it doesn't encourage conservation during peak periods. There's not a reward for going above and beyond. There was less interest overall in this flat fee plus rate. They felt like the utility would hold an advantage in this scenario. That a predetermined monthly charge is appealing for budgeting on the surface, but then they do worry about overages that might be out of their control, or again, having to closely monitor or think more about their usage. So we went back and said, well, what might help alleviate some of those concerns? And we found that, if they sent me an alert that this next coming bill cycle might be very different than usual, that would help. If I could earn credits, if I'm consistently staying below the allocated usage that we agreed on, if I could work with the provider to establish a cap or a top-end average threshold for peace of mind. But others are concerned that this approach rewards maintaining the status quo instead of encouraging additional conservation. So then we said on top of that, if you could add these different bundled options to your bill, which of these would you be interested in? And the way that we define them was this. So it's like literally the way that the exercise worked. After we talked about the basic billing structure, then we presented these 7 different bundled options you could add to your plan. And it was literally, they could drag and drop like into your most interested, second most interested, third most interested. But I want to take you through these different cards, these tiles that we presented them. One was community, where you could pay a little extra and proceeds would go towards selecting or supporting eco-friendly projects in your community. Repairs, 24-hour hotline and service covered repairs and if your in-home electrical lines fail, protection, insurance for electronics and appliances damaged by power surges, renewables, subscription to one or more community solar shares in support of a cleaner energy future, reliability, backup power through extra generators, microgrids, et cetera, that the utility installs and maintains, automation, the utility can help you manage household energy consumption with products and services. And then free nights, it's a period each day. Let's imagine 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. during which electricity is free, but then a premium rate is paid during other hours. And the specific question we asked was, imagine you could build your own bundle of electric power products and services to customize your monthly rate with additional charges or credits based on your own personal wants and needs. Which, if any of the following, would you be interested in bundling with your monthly electric or power bill? Okay, so again, I apologize for the small type. Initially, this was a build. But essentially, the top three for residents, which are designated with an R1, R2, R3, the top three for residents were automation, renewables, and community. And the top three for our commercial was reliability, automation, and then automation was tied with community. So with the automation, really it's this idea that customers like the idea of using modern technology like Nest and some of these other aspects to help conserve energy and manage costs. So the implication here is like these kinds of programs are great because it taps into OPPD's area of expertise. Automation is also within the halo of technology and tech forward, and it works as a proof point to provide helpful consulting and product sales service. Looking at reliability and what was it about that that was appealing, well, here it offers reassurance for all customers as it relates to more weather events and aging infrastructure. And it's particularly relevant to commercial customers who can't operate without power. And so the implication here is it has potential to be a compelling offering to customers if it were affordable. Renewables, which was the residents' number 2, provides a highly desired option to use more sustainable energy sources, offers more choices at the local level, and helps them feel more in control. Now, this is viewed as a socially responsible initiative that demonstrates both innovation and a strong commitment to clean energy and doing right by the community. Speaking of community, which was the commercial sites number 2 and the number 3 for the residents, they just said it's the right thing to do, but it also benefits our local grid. Nearly everyone favors becoming sustainable and taking action today, and this makes it easy. It's a really easy way for me to do my part. So again, the implications here is it's strongly aligned with their mission. Customers look to utilities for their expertise and expect them to lead the way, right? You guys should be doing. You're the general. I'll be a good soldier, basically.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
Reliability is not the top 3 for residential, is that?
That's correct. Yep. So these two are kind of like the bottom ones, and I always just like to explain like what was it that these fell to the bottom for. This idea of free nights, if you see any benefit to this offering, there were a lot of concern that the premium rates would far outweigh those free nights. And then a lot of people like sort of did the math, like I'm barely using any energy from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So that totally favors you. So obviously advise against moving forward with this or similar offerings because it doesn't seem to be a meaningful benefit. With the protection, as it relates to the residents, it seemed limited about power surges. You know, I don't think people saw it more broadly. And most already have insurance policies to cover those damages. And then there was low interest overall. It doesn't seem to enhance opinions of the provider here. So I skipped over billing, but I think if we want to move into the conclusions, we can jump back after we do some Q&A. So I think hopefully you're arriving at the conclusion that investing in social justice issues publicly as a utility carries risk. What we found was a striking disparity with intensity of agreement on whether a utility should get involved in these political causes. And that's their phrase, not mine. The few who just support it described it as being almost like extra credit, like you're going above and beyond, but it's not a pressing need. And then when we said, would you pay a little more for that? Even the fewer who were okay with it said that they'd actually pay a little more for it. And then those who are against it, especially many of the residents, are vehemently opposed. They view it as a violation of the public trust. They see it as, politically motivated. And so really, it's just one of those things to keep in mind if you move forward, just to know if, I took the temperature and it could get hot real quickly. But there are ways to get involved in social justice. But their advice is to do that internally. The most palatable way to show support for social justice in D&I is to focus on hiring, training, and promoting minority groups. Many say that kind of inclusive culture is the most beneficial way to engage, since it's based on actions and not words. And then panelists in both segments strongly support a utility promoting efforts this way and want them to focus more on mission-critical causes related to their area of expertise, which again goes back to environmental sustainability and affordability for all. So that was, I skipped the first section, but I think I wanted to go where the conversation led us. So I can go back to that very first section if you'd like, or we could just use the next few minutes for more Q&A from everyone in the room.
I'm good with discussion if everyone is on board with that.
I would prefer discussion, yes.
Yep. Craig, Sarah, I would love for you to start if you would like.
I'll let Craig start because I want to listen to the discussion before jumping in, and I know he has some good questions.
Well, I had questions about, hopefully my volume is better.
Yes.
I had questions about the corporate social responsibility, social justice stuff, but candidly, I don't find that to be particularly relevant to the topic at hand. So I would like to explore them, but at another time. As it relates to the second part, honestly, I don't have any questions on the findings there. So I'm good.
Thank you. Director Yoder?
Sure. Mo, can we go, or whoever's driving,
I
can
am
we go
driving
back to the pie chart? Read the pie chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
So, and then after this, so essentially and then we'll start here.
Okay.
So people don't want to be involved in rates very much. And then the follow-up slide said, we really don't have time to do their own research. So I struggle with the framing here a little bit. It means they're involved or they're not involved, where 43 states have a consumer advocate that's involved.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't offered as an option as you were talking with people. Did it bubble up naturally, or?
Well, on the commercial side, it did. They talked about working with a rep and someone who had more knowledge that could come and sit with them and talk about options.
So a rep is a little different from having an intermediary that can advocate for a position other than what the representative of the utility is saying. So that wasn't off. I guess that didn't quite come up when we're talking about developing rates.
Yeah, look, I work in analogies. Yeah. I think the analogy to keep in mind, if I asked you, where would you like to go vacation? And you said, I'd like to go to Legoland, right? And would you rather go by train, by plane, or would you rather drive, right? That's the level of input they want to be in. They don't want to know, okay, you're going to take I-80 all the way through, or you're going to fly in through Denver. And it's taking it to that extra level of detail that they don't want to get into the weeds. They want to have sort of a macro input or a macro options that they can choose into or opt into, but they don't want to have to get themselves up to speed to even know what those various options are. They want to sort of opt into something.
Sure, and using your same analogy, then sometimes you may want to go through all of those options by yourself as a customer. Other times you may want to let a travel agent work for you.
Right.
And offer you something. that wasn't the framing that was offered here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the framing was simply how hands-on or off.
Are you gonna do it or are they gonna do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think that's it for now.
Okay.
Oh, nope, I got one more. So, 2 more slides, I think.
Forward or back?
Towards the end of the deck, where you have, there you go, right there. Energy rate topics explored, and you said you came up with this, right? Or
Yeah.
and customers then had an opportunity to expand. So I just struggle with, I appreciate, I struggle with what we're sampling here are customers who don't want to have the time to develop rates, who aren't expert in developing rates. And yes, I understand we're trying to understand what they're thinking. Yet sometimes people don't know what they want, right? I mean, so having some more sophisticated or more modern or whatever options offered to the customers might have a different set of responses. What's your reaction to that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the whole exercise required us to give them something to react to.
Sure.
Because of their either interest or education on these topics. I think, I think we presented these to the team as our best, trying to keep things simple and not overwhelming. And so, something that was going to end up on the cutting floor. And I think, we felt like this would give us the best chance to have the most people be able to understand what we're wanting to learn.
And I think we got really valuable feedback out of this whole exercise. Don't get me wrong. So thank you for that. I'm just looking at areas where tweaks for future efforts might.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what, the way that Corey presented the research brief to us was we don't have really anything for you to build on. We're really trying to just get a sense check for what people know, what people's interests and appetites are. Because I had asked, what are some specific things you want me to learn? And it's kind of like, well, we just want to get a sense of what they're willing to do, what they want to do, and would they pay more for a social good component as we're thinking through the future and knowing that these kinds of issues are becoming increasingly important in our world. So absolutely, that's exactly the spirit to take this research with. This is not meant to, I'm not coming down from a mountain with 2 tablets saying this is it. I'm saying this is a beginning. Hopefully this helped made the efforts for the MSR group a little bit easier. Hopefully this gets wheels turning in the room because that's exactly the output we were hoping for. And I would absolutely encourage us to sharpen these sort of topics, to sharpen our area of focus, to introduce new lines of question based on this at very, very initial exploratory. Yes, sir.
Do we have a breakdown as far as where the folks lived who were included in the survey, either by sub-district or else even political affiliation at all? Were those questions asked at all? We know the addresses of the folks that participated.
We do. We have, there were lists that you provided us, so.
Do we have a breakdown then as far as sub-district?
I don't.
With the addresses, we can find that.
Yeah, could we get that?
Well,
let me ask why is that?
Just want to see if there's any, I don't know, just to see if there's an even sample.
It's not going to be even. It's not going to be even. It was a non-random, it was random, like who answered the phone and was willing to participate, and that's where they lived. We didn't take it that extra step, like we're going to make sure we have equal. We were trying to recruit personas already, and then to add equal distribution across districts from that is not tenable. You can't do that with this small sample.
If it's not balanced, can you say which geographically, which direction it flowed?
Pardon?
If it's not balanced, like you said, can you say which direction it's slanted toward? Not slanted.
Probably Douglas and Sarpy.
Beyond that.
No. I could go back and look at the list that we were providing.
That's curious.
But,
Keith, if you don't mind me.
So just so that I can thread the needle, the concern is that it over-indexed towards more city.
Toward the wealthy, toward the poor? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you're gonna have to tell us that somewhat.
Well, I mean, the personas that we went to recruit with, we did have limited income. We did have personas that were represented from various places. So I guess, we did the best we could with the personas.
I'm just curious to see if you can get that little factor in there. Okay.
Well, and there's also PII rules that don't let us share that information.
What is PII?
It's personal information. It's a market research. You cannot share people's first names or anything personally identifiable, including addresses, names. We had to scrub all of that out of here. I mean, I don't think it would be breaking any cardinal rules to say, okay, we had X many from the city. I mean, we have what cities they told us, but we could look at that. I don't know how that's going to affect what we learned, to be honest, but I'm happy to go with that.
Go ahead.
I heard a couple main takeaways for me anyway. One, the idea of stay in your lane was a strong point. I appreciate you raising that. And that there were two specific areas that were considered within our lane on which we can and should, and customers might even pay more for action. Environmental action and affordability for everyone in the community were the two that I heard. Is that an accurate summary? Am I hearing you correct in your conclusions on those two?
Yeah, those two broadly, and then the things that fall underneath the environmental with sustainability, renewables, those sorts of things, yes. But yeah, the key takeaway, you're accurate, yes.
And then if you go about 4 slides forward, there, the one that talks about the simple rate structure, it's got the kilowatt hour meter on the bottom. There you go. From this slide, I thought there's some great information that a different rate structure, the dynamic or something new and different might be preferred by some customers and not preferred by others. And so my takeaway here was that if we create a new residential rate structure, that we should make it optional. People could opt into a new rate structure if they believe it would be advantageous to them, but not mandatory to force people out of the existing rate structure if they feel that that is better for them. Is that a fair conclusion to draw from the information that you had here?
Well, based on the sample size, I don't know that I would test it among a larger sample. But yes, I think fundamentally what you're intuiting is yes, there is concern. Any change is going to raise suspicions unless it's met with either an option or it's met with really clear explanations that are boiled down to basic, here's the upside and here's the potential concerns. But yeah, I think any change is going to concern some folks. But in terms of that specific question, I think that would be a useful thing to put in front of hundreds of people rather than a handful.
And then perhaps someone at OPPD staff, I guess I'm looking at the microphone for some reason, perhaps someone at OPPD could follow up. Is it considered best practice when implementing new rate structures to make them optional, or is that generally considered not best practice to introduce something that people could choose their way into rather than being forced into if we introduce a new rate structure? Does anybody have a comment about that general idea for new rates?
I would say we've heard some research on for rate designs to take shape and for customers to, more of the opt-out method of implementing a full rate structure and then customers can opt out of it. That's not to say that it's the best way. Our goal is to have options for customers on what, kind of rate structure meets those customer needs. So that's something we would have to look into as we kind of move into phase 2 and go out to customers again, see what they would prefer and if they would like that opt-in or opt-out kind of.
Thank you.
Yep.
But having an option rather than saying this is something that you will be receiving might address the concerns that I heard expressed here about I like what I have, I'd rather not change.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Director Williams, if I may really quick, and Beth, you can correct me here. We already do quite a bit of that, maybe not to the extent that our customer owners would like to, but if you look at our rate manual, we have a handful of rates, and then we have quite a few rate riders that you can interpret those as somewhat optional on how customer owners can add on or subtract from the service that they're choosing with us. So it's not necessarily a new concept for us, but what I'm hearing here is there could be an additional opportunity for us to do more of that optionality on rates.
Gary, it'd be fantastic to hear your perspective on what
Yeah,
you've
a
seen
couple
in
thoughts on
practice.
that. On the optionality, usually you change rates when your costs change, when your cost structure changes. And so if you have to change your rates to maintain cost-based rates, everybody should have to pay that rate. The other thing, if you make it optional, people game it. People who make out on it, do it, the ones that don't stay where they are. So you've got that issue if it's optional as well.
Yeah, and I guess the reason I ask, and I think we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but something like a three-part bill or a time of use rate would be quite fundamentally different. And so when we look to the potential implementation of something like that, I guess I'm curious if there are ideas that we should keep in mind and whether optionality is a valid part of introducing a new rate like that or not is something I'm very interested in.
Yeah, and when you introduce a new rate, sometimes it's good to do a pilot.
Right.
Where you take 200 customers and put it on and see how it works. Figure out the good points and the bad points and then change before you make it universal.
Thank you.
I might
I think this might be a good point for me to jump into the discussion. I hear a lot of great questions coming through. And to Keith's point, and some of you as well in the room, we did approach some of these issues on the quantitative side. So we've got hundreds of customers sharing their perceptions with us about things like awareness of different rate structures, how they prioritize rate principles that have to do with affordability or fairness. So we're going to see some of those results in the next presentation on the quantitative side. So that may help answer or address some of the questions, but there is a good point being shared here that this is really a snapshot in time, and what we're looking to do is see where our customers are at right now. And this discussion is helping us pull out important points that we can look into moving forward, like optionality of rate options being discussed. That's something that we can look into moving forward. But again, you'll see some of these issues coming up in the quantitative presentation as well.
Thank you for that. So Tim, I'll let you make a comment and then we're gonna take a break.
So thank you for that. The comment I was going to make was just draw people's attention verbally, not visually, back to the customer input segment of the roadmap, which really ran for the duration of the project and inferred multiple spurts, so to speak, of customer feedback. So these sessions will give us clues and data points into how we perceive what our customers are thinking. That as that helps us form hypotheses or tests or pilots, that would infer additional spurts back out to get customer feedback on what do you think of this idea? How would that work? How would you react to it? So I just offer that as a reminder of how the process over time will work.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Keith. We very much appreciate this information and the work that you've done. I think you've given us a lot of things to think about as we move through the rest of this day as well as this project. So with that.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the questions. I love to see the engagement. Best of luck. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we'll take a break now. Please return at 11 a.m. Let's see, what's up next? Customer research and outreach continued.
Quantitative.
I'm sorry. What? Yeah,
You're
well,
right.
yes. Jeff, you want to kick this off, please?
Yeah, we're going to speak up as well. We understand that we may be a bit soft relative to what the mic's picking up.
Hey, Jeff, this is Lisa. If you want to pass it over to Michael Leary, he can tee up the next section of this.
Perfect. That would be fantastic. Michael, please take it away.
You're on mute.
Is Sarah Lake available?
Yeah, this is Sarah. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. I'll just go ahead and take it since this section is about communication and engagement that Laura and I are going to be covering. So thank you for having me here. I'm Sarah Lake, the Community Engagement Coordinator at OPPD and member of the Rate Design Project Core team. Since the needle drop survey was a closed blind qualitative survey. It didn't quite need an online home for participants to go and learn more about the company and the project just yet. So Laura and I here are going to be talking about the communications and engagements. And the first would be that online hub of information at OPPD Community Connect. So like many of the OPPD initiatives that seek customer feedback as a nearly year-long project that will continue to seek customer feedback along the way, the rate design project needed an online home. And so of course there was no better place to house this project than OPPD Community Connect, OPPD's customer engagement platform, which I'm sure you guys are all very familiar with. In case you haven't had a chance to go and look, there are 2 new pages set up on the customer engagement platform for the rate design project. One was a main project page for people to visit to learn more about the project. On this page was a video featuring Vice President and CFO Jeff Bishop explaining the project, as well as links to static pages with further education about rate design. We want this to be the first and best source of information about the project. From this main page, there was also an opportunity for the public to ask questions about the project, and that's still available if the public does have any questions about the project. Our subject matter experts will reply within 3 business days to any of those questions. Additionally, from the main page, we link to the second survey that was conducted by Msr Group, which you'll hear about next. Anyone within the district was welcome to take this survey, and we received really great results. Also on OPPD Community Connect was a second page that's devoted to these board workshops. This page is accessible from the homepage of OPPD Community Connect and from the rate design project page. On this page, we hosted all the information about the rate design project board workshops. This includes the agenda, all materials, the WebEx login information, as well as the recordings and minutes following each workshop. We also have created an executive summary from workshop 1, which is now available on the page to review what was presented in previous workshops. There is also an opportunity for the public to make comments in the guest book about these workshops on this board workshop page. We now have the guest book open for comments about the board workshop number 2, and it'll be open from August 10th through August 21st. These comments are then passed along to the board following the workshop in preparation for the next board workshop. And you could click to the next slide. We want you guys to know, though, we don't stick up this web page in a vacuum. It's not necessarily if you build it, they will come type thing. We work together with a large group of folks internally to get the word out about the project. First, like any project, it's important that people internally know about the project. One group of very important people to know about projects going on at OPPD Community Connect is the call center. We make sure the call center knows about the project and has talking points just in case any customer wants to call and ask about the project. They would know who to direct that caller to for more information. Also, we want to make sure our employees know what's going on first and foremost, because they are customers too. We post information on our internal website so all employees are aware of the project and are invited to take the survey. Next, I will pass this along to my colleague, Laura King-Homan. She's Supervisor, Brand and Communication Operations, to talk about the external communications we did to let people know, to people within the district know about the survey. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Sarah. The team used a variety of outlets and channels to raise awareness of both the board workshops and the survey itself. As you can see here, those outlets ranged from traditional print media to emails to personal invitations to leaders in the community from OPPD relationship owners. Within OPPD's social media channels, we utilized both organic and promoted posts to draw attention to the survey and gain participation. Promoted posts are when a fee is paid to boost a post and make it more visible within Facebook users' feeds. With this effort, we targeted Facebook users in all districts of the service territory. Even though the survey promotion post could be seen by non-OPPD customers, the survey asked for the user's location to weed out those users we do not serve. Mo, could you please advance the slide? Thank you. As you see here, we had wide reach and engagement by using 1 boosted Facebook post and 12 organic posts related to the survey. With the paid posts, we reached more than 20,000 users. and combined we saw more than 81,000 impressions, including 24 shares and retweets. One new channel for OPPD, the Nextdoor app, saw excellent engagement. Organic posts on that channel saw more than 11,000 in reach, compared to 2,200 on Facebook organic posts. The Nextdoor posts also drove users to the survey. The pie chart on the lower right shows the sentiment from comments and reactions to the posts around the workshops and survey. While the negative portion makes up more than 50%, we believe we can attribute this to timing of the survey. While the survey was being held, OPPD announced its recommendation related to North Omaha Station. Most, if not all, comments on the rate survey posts were around generation and this topic rather than rates. These negative interactions may have skewed the sentiment results. Now I'll turn it over to Don Beck of the Msr Group, who will present the quantitative research results. Are there any questions?
I don't think we have any questions right now. Let's go ahead and continue.
Or if you don't mind, I'll interject before we start with the quantitative results. So like Laura mentioned, we do have Don Beck here from the Msr Group who's going to go through those quantitative results, but I just wanted to set the stage based on the conversation that we've been having about representation and about who knew about the survey, who was able to participate in the survey. So I think it might help to provide a little context around that as we move into quant results and talk about the sampling plan we set out with. Just a quick overview. We started with a base sample of just randomly selected residential customers. To that, we added a sample of persona targeted customers. So those customers in our database that we had personas assigned to, we included that sample as well. Then we also wanted to make sure that we had rural customer participation. Over time, we've been at about 90-10 representation. So that means about 90% of our customers in the Douglas and Sarpy area, which is what we would call urban, 10% of our customers in the rural or more outlying areas. So we added an oversample of those who are outside of Douglas and Sarpy to really go after that rural voice and rural participation in this survey. And then as Laura and Sarah just described, the communications plan to invite all of those customers in was very intense, and we covered a lot of territory, a lot of channels with that. So just making sure that everyone understands that we did due diligence to really get the reflective voice of the customer as we move into seeing what these quantitative results look like. With that, I'll introduce Don Beck. It's your floor.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to come. I'm the president and CEO of the Msr Group. We're an Omaha-based survey research organization, been in existence for about 70 years and have a long history of working with OPPD. My focus really throughout my career has been on survey research and design, particularly around energy issues. I have been involved with energy issues since the late 1970s, so I've seen quite a bit. So hopefully I'll be able to give some perspective, not based only on the data, but primarily, but also I can share some of my observations from working in this area in general, and particularly involving the different stakeholder groups and some of the tough decisions that a board like yourself needs to make. Let's go through the agenda. The next slide, please. So I'll talk first in terms of stealing some of my thunder in the executive summary, but I would like to cover quickly methodology, although we just covered most of that, and then we'll move right into residential findings. Then we did reach out, as we talked about, in terms of reaching out to businesses as well. So we have some results for that. And then I'll just end really where I started with what are some of my major conclusions and things you might want to consider as you make some of the important policy and give direction to the organization. Let's go ahead and move forward. Next slide. So a couple of key points here, and some of them will not be surprising, but rather add, I think, some numbers behind what many of you have come to understand based on the other avenues that you have for public input. One thing I would like to emphasize is that this data is really a point in time. So I don't have trending data on some of these things for OPPD customers, although I certainly have national data. We do a national survey of utility customers twice a year. We just came out of the field with a set just a couple weeks ago. So I can share some of that, but mainly this is really a point in time. And what's powerful about this is not only it gives you a feel of where your stakeholder groups are right now, but also it provides an awesome baseline for you to be able to track change over time, particularly as you move forward and with your education and outreach effort around some of the different rate options. So with that said, a couple of key points. So the first one up there is environmental concerns lag far behind concerns about power reliability, restoration, and of course rates. So this is nationally the case. One of the pleasures I've had over the years is working with a lot of different organizations, and one of the catchphrases that one of the organizations uses is, you know, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing when it comes to an organization such as OPPD really is, you know, power, you know, reliability, and rates. Environment is important, and it's growing in importance nationally. In fact, environmental concerns have really, you know, consistently increased in terms of the importance nationally over the last 5 years. So while it's actually a distant third, if you will, to affordability and reliability in these data, that's not to say it's not important, and it's not to say that its importance isn't growing. But what it is to say is that, as you folks know better than I, that in terms of when you go to public meetings and you reach out to different groups, affordability and reliability are just critically important.
Don,
And
if you don't
there
mind,
is,
if you don't mind, I'll jump in with a note of support here. Donna provided a little perspective from the national sense or national data that MSR collects. In our own tracking, we do track this trade-off of affordability, reliability, or environmental sensitivity. And the results came out a little bit different from this snapshot in time for the rate study, but the story is basically still the same, that reliability and affordability are king, and environmental sensitivity is the number 3 within that trade-off. But again, just keep in mind that it's a trade-off of only those 3 factors. So while environmental sensitivity is important, it is a distant third to reliability and affordability. So just a little scope of tracking over time with our own residential customers.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
I guess I just want to make sure I'm understanding this first bullet point. Are you saying that our customers are saying from their perspective, power reliability and affordability is more important, or that they're scoring us and saying that OPPD thinks reliability and rates are more important than environmental sensitivity?
no, it's from their perspective, what they think is most important.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Don.
Okay. The second point there is important as well, is that we do see responses varying across the different segment groups of the different groups of your stakeholders. So, you know, the top most important things, you know, for seniors are quite different than young professionals. And of course, those tend to be quite different from those that are in your rural areas. So I'll show you some of that variability, but as you well know, not all stakeholders are the same. The importance of what's most important to them and what they know and understand about OPPD and the choices it has to make varies quite a bit by the different segment groups. And really hitting that point a little harder, that third one down there, rural and limited income customers, they really clearly are the least informed and aware when it comes to some of the issues that you're going to be grappling with for rates and different rate programs. So I do think that that's really an issue that you'll need to grapple with in thinking about your role of making sure all stakeholders' voice are heard in your decision making. And that in fact there may be some additional outreach and education efforts needed for some of these stakeholder groups more than others. We did look at, as I said, we got a sample, a healthy sample of residential, but we also got business customers. We only got about 16 of those, but because of their importance, we show the results for both of those, and I'll go through those. And of course, as I said, across all your stakeholder groups, so there is variability, and residential customers are different than business customers in terms of what's most important to them and how they feel about the different possibility of rate programs. Let's go ahead and move on. I won't cover too much of the survey methodology because we already talked about that to some extent. But the real goal here was to establish a baseline that will help you understand where your stakeholders are now, allow you to track change over time as you move forward in some of the important policy decisions that you need to make. The role of Msr Group was largely to actually collect and analyze the data, the survey instrument itself, and the sampling of that, as we talked about earlier, in fact, was handled pretty much by OPPD. Next slide. This shows you the actual sampling to give you an idea. The survey invitation to complete the survey was sent to a randomized sample of about 30,000 of your customers. And then, as we talked about earlier, Michael talked about, there was targeted sampling to make sure that we had a good representation, particularly of some of the rural folks. So again, we feel very strong about the representativeness of this data for your residential customers, less so for business, just because we had so few respond. But of course, it's much harder, especially in this environment, to be able to capture mind share from business folks. But still, because they're such an important stakeholder groups, we do report the results here. Let's go ahead and move on to the first findings for the residential customers. The next slide, this one, gives you a feeling for how they feel right now about overall satisfaction with OPPD. By the way, you can see down in the very bottom, it says the question wording is actually there. Thinking of all aspects of OPPD, please rate your satisfaction with OPPD. And then you see the breakdown for total on the top, for those giving on a 10-point scale, those giving a 9 and 10. So those are feeling, very satisfied. A 10 is very satisfied, a 1 is very dissatisfied. And then you can see the breakdown broken down by the different age groups, and of course, urban versus rural. So the one thing that you see in the total is that you have 53% giving either a 9 or a 10 on a 10-point scale. Those are very high scores. And 7 to 8, you have another 31% giving a 7 or 8. So you can see overall that the scores are very high. And I work with a lot of different utilities. And I would say in general, though everybody asks questions a different way and have different sampling plans and so forth, but in general, I would say you're about 5 to 10 percentage points higher than most of the utility customers that I work with, and even on our national sample. Although it's not apples to apples usually, but it's apple to pears as opposed to apples to something more extreme. So good results. When you add the 53% with the 31%, What I will say about this, I think this is if there's one number that's most important, it's probably this one. The reason I say that is I think that these scores give you a sense that your stakeholders in general will give you the benefit of the doubt. When they're dissatisfied with your performance, what that means in your context is as you make some pretty tough decisions and look at perhaps the necessity of raising rates and so forth, your stakeholder groups, you have a good base of really what I would call trust or goodwill that you can draw upon. And so you can take some risk, if you will, in terms of presenting new ideas and perhaps, different types of alternatives than they would have heard in the past. And not all utilities enjoy these numbers. So I think that should do two things. Number one, reflect the fact that we kind of taught your team in the act of excellence in terms of high satisfaction scores. And then again, as I said, give you a certain degree of benefit of the doubt when it comes to introducing some potential changes. You see the difference between urban and rural. So rural even report higher incidences of satisfaction. And then you see an interesting breakdown by age, which is generally what we see, is that in general, the older you are, the more satisfied you are with the services of your utility. And that certainly seems to be the case with OPPD.
Can I ask a question about that correlation? Is there something that drives higher satisfaction from older customers fundamentally? I mean, that seems so striking. Do you have any general comment about why older folks are more happy with utilities?
Or generally,
they generally, the older you are in life, hopefully, and generally it's the case, generally the more satisfied you are across the board. So it's not just in satisfaction with OPPD, but if you ask them on satisfaction on most other things, older people, particularly retired people, tend to give higher scores. Does that make sense?
It was because older people remember in the mid-1960s when 1 out of 3 Nebraskans had reliable electricity.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Particularly, I think, in the rural areas, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to the next slide. This is broken down by the various segment groups. So again, you have the total results, same question, thinking of all aspects of OPPD, please rate your satisfaction with OPPD. You can see the number of completes for those that were segmented into limited income, senior, kind of average, those that were designated as rural, established, and young professionals. The one thing I will just say when we're looking at segments and in general, we had very few responses for those in rural, in fact, only 6. So consequently, these numbers probably cannot be viewed as representative of those that would be segmented into rural. Although the good news is we can actually assign individuals based on where they live as being rural in a rural county as opposed to an urban county. So we have good representation of rural as defined by which county they live in. But when we segment them into these different segments, we have to be cautious of that. But you start to see my point is that there is variability by the different segment groups. That in fact, young professionals, score very different than seniors. And so it is important to be thinking about the fact that in general, you guys enjoy very, very strong scores, but there is variability by the different stakeholder groups and the different segments within your population. Therefore, with the ramifications that is just as you have been doing, you're going to need to continue to think through in your communication and involvement strategy to vary it based on the needs of the individual stakeholder groups or segments.
I think I understand most of the categorizations here. Can you tell me what established means?
Michael, do you want to handle that? You've been involved with the segmentation more than I have.
I will actually defer that one to Corey DeYoung. He's really our expert on the segment status.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Director Williams. I can provide the details of each of the personas to the board following this as well, but I can give you.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, sorry. I can provide a full rundown of all the personas to the board following the presentation today, but established is really designed to be a persona who is married with children, lives in a suburban area, typically a white collar worker, active in children's teacher organization. So there's full descriptions of what this persona kind of looks like, what their needs and wants are, fears, pain points, what their engagement level is, income levels are all in that. This is a higher income segment. So I will share the full persona descriptions with the board following this.
Thank you, and appreciate the summary there. That's very helpful.
Can you be in more than one category?
You can cross over the chasm between categories. Not all will, but some will cross.
So those rural, the 6 in rural, they might, there should be others in the other categories that are also rural, correct? Or not?
I don't think so.
Did you exclude any rural limited income, any rural seniors, or?
Theoretically.
So, yeah, theoretically speaking, they can cross, but for the purpose of this, they were designed for, so limited income would be, that was the primary, there were primary factors for recruitment for these areas. And Michael can speak to that a little bit as well. But rural is going to represent your rural the most. Limited income is likely more urban. And that's
Right. Corey spoke to the value of our customer segments earlier. And just as he said, the primary factor that's identifying each of these segments is what you see in that description. So limited income or senior or rural here. And once Corey provides those descriptions to you, it'll become a little bit more clear. But I think one thing that we need to establish with those customer segments is that they're also a snapshot in time. We have a plan to continually revisit what the definitions of each of those customer segments are and validate them over time and revalidate them according to research results that we're getting through different practices, through different projects and tracking over time.
And I think it's important to also.
We can't hear you, Javier.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
I think it's important for us to remember that the slide that you have in front of you does not add up, right? So the categories in the bottom do not add to 1,316. So the way I understand this is just the categories in the bottom are a sampling within the greater sample, but each of these categories are not mutually exclusive or not. That's not the purpose of this this table. The way I interpret it, it's not that they do not add up. And that's okay. The purpose of this is something different.
Right, Javier, that's exactly correct. At the time that we did the sampling, we had customer segment indicators for about 20,000 of our residential customers. So I had that entire list drawn as part of the sampling plan for this study. So when you're looking at the responses here, these are the ones from each of those segments who responded to the survey and completed it amidst that 20,000 that we had indicators for.
So there are about 900 customers that didn't fall within that 20,000 sampling that you had indicators for. Is that correct?
Basically speaking, yes. So what you're looking at here is the response from the blanket invitation to all of the customers we had in the residential database who had indicators of a customer segment at that time. So again, there were about 20,000 that we had indicators for. But like I said earlier, we wanted to make sure that we did due diligence in reaching out to various customer groups to get them involved. But the base of our sampling is that sample of 30,000 randomly chosen residential customers.
Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, let's move on. Next slide. So one of the questions we asked was, thinking about what you want from OPPD, you most want from OPPD, please rate the factor in terms of how important it is to you when thinking about OPPD. And so you can see this is the total overall for all of the 1,329 responses we got. And then we also broke it down by those that were in urban counties, the 2 urban counties, and those that were in the rural. So when you look at environmentally sensitive, you see the percentages of it's actually the average. When they were given 100 points, they got to assign the importance for that 100 points across these 3 categories as to what was most important. And what you can see here, it goes to my point at the beginning, and something that you've seen, I'm sure, all along, is that when asked what's most important, affordable rates and prices and reliable electrical service really, score much, much higher in terms of importance to your stakeholders. Sensitive, and that pattern is consistent between rural and urban. Okay, let's move on. We did ask also about the importance of OPPD mission factors. So the question was worded, thinking about what you want most from OPPD, please rate the factor in terms of how important it is to you when thinking about OPPD. And this is broken down by those segments we just talked about. So you can see how it varies by young professional, established, rural, average, senior, and then those in limited income. And you can see the relative sample sizes in terms of how many completes in those categories. And what you see, again, this just sliced another way, what was making the point that we did before, which is of the things that are most important really across the board, it continues to be rates and reliable electric service. Not that environmentally sensitive issue is something that should be ignored or thought to be unimportant, but it's just that it's less important than the others. But obviously, as I said, nationally what's going on, and I suspect even with your customer base, environmental sensitivity and concerns are on the rise, and certainly something that should be paid attention to. But the bottom line is when you communicate with your folks, it's going to be very important, I think, to continue to emphasize that you hear them, in that affordable rates and reliable electric service are paramount, and you know that, and you're doing this, this, and this for that. At the same time, you have set goals for yourself in the environmental arena, which are important. And I think just hammering that home in terms of your understanding of the sensitivity to the different segments and stakeholder groups will continue to be very important. Next slide, we asked them something along the same line, where we asked them, oh, go ahead.
Move on, I'd like to ask another clarifying question. On the survey, was there an option for the respondents to say they're equally important?
No, this was actually forcing them into force ranking them. Isn't that right, Michael?
So just to clarify that a little bit, on our tracking study with residential customers, we do force them into a camp. They're basically choosing which of them is highest priority. So which of the 3 factors. On this survey, what we did was change that up a little bit, and we allowed them to assign points to each of the 3 factors. So we gave them 100 points. And it's basically looking at it the same way, except it did offer them an opportunity to say, for instance, if a respondent felt that only affordable rates and reliability were important, and they were equally important, then they could assign 50 points to each of those two factors and no points to environmentally sensitive. So we did give them the choice to say, you know, one factor might be equally important as another factor on this survey. But the way the results pan out, like I mentioned earlier, when you compare them to our tracking, the great thing, the value in the tracking is that we have a picture over time of how customer sentiment might be changing or might be affected by certain things like, you know, power not being available at certain times of the year or storms that come through, things like that. When we compare against the tracking, the overall story is our customers value reliability and affordability over environmental sensitivity. So that's really coming through in both sets of data here.
Thank you for that.
So on this slide, you have a category called rural, number equals 6. On the last slide, there's a breakdown that I think is 100% of people divided into either urban or rural. Is there a reason why the rural 6 here are different than the rural 154 on the previous slide? So, this is another question about segmentation, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand the difference between rural here and rural on the last slide.
Yeah, Michael, do you want to handle that, or you want me to?
Feel free, Don.
Okay. Well, okay. So, yeah. So there's really two ways we analyze the data. We did have a subsample that were in these segments. Okay, so where we had that data, we did have in the segment something called rural. Okay, so that's a OPPD definition of rural. When we're looking at the larger data set, the overall data set, when we use the term rural, that's individuals who reside in one of the 11 rural counties. So there's a lot more of those. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. I only ask because the number on this one is so low that it, you know, just figured
right.
Six is a very small sample size. So I appreciate the clarification.
Yep. Yeah, so I think when you're looking at understanding rural, for sure, the better way to look at that is those that reside in the rural counties, I think, in terms of getting a feel for what's going on with rural, just because we had so few in this particular OPPD segment. Okay, let's keep moving if we can. We did ask them principles that are most important. So the question was, were principles, you know, here are some guiding principles that utilities often use. Please rank them from most to least important. So what you have here is in the dark orange, those, you know, the percentage that ranked it as number 1 and those that ranked it number 2. And so again, you know, it's just the same point hitting time and time again. What's most important in terms of principles? It tracks very much with what we saw earlier, which is fair, reasonable, you know, non-discriminatory rates and stability of rates. So anytime you have rates in there, it's going to score very, very high. Not that these other things aren't important, because, you know, those are hefty percentages, well into the double digits in terms of people ranking them as first and second important. But what's most important, obviously, rates. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We did also look at the asking them in general to rank the value of the products and services of OPPDs. And that's just not how satisfied you are, but what's the value of the products and services. And here you see, you know, those that are giving a 9 to 10 with 10 rating excellent value are in the dark orange, 7 and 8s in the lighter orange. And so you get a feeling that, again, overall, when people are asked about the value, some, again, very high scores, well over 80% when you look at the group as a whole. And then again, following the trend we saw earlier in terms of age, and then also seeing the trend that we see in urban and rural. So again, this leads me to that main point that I made at the beginning, which is you have really strong scores here. People see the value. They're generally very satisfied with OPPD. So that should give you a good feeling in terms of when necessary, being bold in some of the decision making and having to take some risks in these challenging times when we're grappling with potential for rate increases and so forth. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So this is the breakdown by those segment groups again. So this is a sub sample of the results overall. So this is just for those that we had data for that broke down into the OPPD breakdown. So you can see limited income, senior, average, rural, established, and young professionals. Senior and rural, again, we need to be careful with rural because of small sample size, but they see and rate value in products and services different than some of the other groups, such as young professionals and limited income. So again, hitting home the point that it's useful to have these segments because it helps you realize that you need to tailor your outreach and education and involvement techniques to really meet the various, very different needs of your different segments. Let's move on to the next slide. We did ask open-ended questions. So when they gave a rating for their value ratings, we asked them to, say, why did you rate it that way? What was the value? And so you can see we then took all those open-ended questions and then we grouped them into general categories to try to give us a feel for what were the main reasons people gave for their rating. Not surprising, consistent to everything we've seen so far. I'm sure consistent to everything you've seen historically is the main reasons that they were given were, in terms of percentages, were rates, reliability, rates, cost of service. And there is some variability by urban and rural, but not a lot. The one area I thought that I highlighted for rural was, the reliability issue seems like it may be greater for those that are living in your rural counties as opposed to those living in the 2 urban counties. But other than that, you're seeing, again, a very consistent pattern, and I hope it gives you a very clear idea of what's most important. And there's really no ambiguity in the data in terms of what's most important. Let's move on to the next slide. So here it is broken down, not by demographics per se, but rather by the different segments that we talked about already. Again, just it's set a different way, looking at your segments as opposed to the overall sample. You're seeing the exact same type of trend in terms of what's most important. It always comes to the top. It's what people, judge you on, if you will, and it's what they see as most important, and it comes up time and time again and very consistently. Now, the next question that we focused on for this presentation, so the next slide, focuses on where we asked them about specific rate plans, okay? So we asked them, which of the following electric rate plans have you heard of prior to today? So this was to try to give you a baseline of what their awareness and understanding is, and how that varies by your urban, residents versus your rural residents. And you can see that it's quite consistent across rural and urban customers. They're most aware of flat, time of use, and critical pricing plans, and declining and inclining block plans are much less well known. Now, the one thing I think that we'll see here is, and to keep into mind, is that this is a pretty tough question to ask on a survey. It's just hard for respondents to think through so many of these different rate plans. But nonetheless, it gives you a good baseline of where people are now. Hopefully, you will be able to see some change over time as you enter into your intensive communication and outreach efforts in terms of helping people understand what these are. By the way, we did provide definitions of each of these in the survey instrument themselves. Okay, let's move to the next one. So here we asked, the question was, electrical utilities usually offer additional programs to customers. Which of the following additional options are you familiar with? And you can see urban and rural, again, generally a consistent trend. Customer owned generation, most familiarity, considerably less for curable. The one thing I'll notice is over on the far right, we gave them the option of saying they weren't familiar with any of them. And, you know, you have about a third of customers, whether they're rural or urban, it doesn't really that report that they're not aware. So I do think that, you know, the time and energy that you place into communication and outreach as you move forward is going to be critically important, because these are pretty complex issues that you're asking stakeholders to grapple with and provide input into. And it's not going to be something that's necessarily going to come easy in terms of getting informed opinions and input from your different stakeholder groups, given some of these numbers.
Is it very possible that the high numbers of the folks who aren't aware of these additional programs, is that a sign of their satisfaction with utility, with the status quo is cool with them, they're just going along with the flow, everything's good to go? Is that a sign of that? Is that fair to say?
You know, to be honest, that's always a dangerous assumption. It's a tempting one, because the theory is what you're saying is you know, yeah, people have, political scientists and sociologists have looked into that a lot in terms of, well, if we're doing everything well, you know, people aren't involved, and if they're not involved, that's a sign that things are going pretty good. But what happens is that may or may not be the case, and so it's important to probe on that and make sure that you're giving those people an opportunity to participate. And if in fact they choose not to, that's one scenario. But if you kind of act on the assumption that they're not really not interested, that's much more problematic. You know, the bottom line is the assumption in terms of, I think, you know, board's responsibility is you want to try to inform your stakeholders as much as you can. You want to get as much as possible informed input into your decision making. And so I think that even though there will be a certain level of apathy on everything, you know, these numbers suggest to me that education outreach is money well spent in terms of trying to educate your stakeholders. That's a long answer. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
It does, yes.
Don, if you don't mind, I'll add to that a little bit. I think part of the results being slightly elevated here has to do with the fact that, as Don mentioned, we did prompt them with not only the name, but the description of each of these additional electric utility programs. And the reason we did that is because we wanted to get an informed perspective on that. But if we had just put descriptions or had just put the names in, you could expect the familiarity or awareness to be a lot lower. And we see that on like our news and advertising message tracking that we do. We prompt customers with the actual topics of news and communications. The awareness of those topics is higher than what they can recall on an unaided or unprompted basis. So we want to keep that in mind. But like Don said, it gives us an indicator of baseline awareness from customers, and it also tells us where we might need to put more effort into education and outreach as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
So the results from this part of the survey are familiarity only. This doesn't tell us anything about positive or negative feelings about any of these individual programs, right?
Well, we do ask in a slide or two, we'll talk about their level of interest in some of the different rate plans. So we do have some gauge along that. I'll show that in just a slide or two. You set me up nice. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move. By the way, can I do an agenda check? We've had lots of questions, which I think is awesome, but I just want to make sure that I'm respectful of the time. Do we need to end at a definite time? If somebody can give me a
Yeah,
heads up.
12:15 is when we'd like to move to the LPP survey agenda item. So we have a little bit longer here.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. All right, this question is along the same things. Which of the options are you familiar with? But this is broken down by those different segment groups. So again, it's a subsample of the overall young professionals, established, rural, average, senior, and limited income. And again, when you go over to the none, that they're not familiar with at all, some of those groups, limited income, and again, we only have data on 6, but rural, I just think, again, this is something that you want to pay attention to in terms of different stakeholders have different levels of understanding about what's going on. And as a result of that, as you already have been doing for years, is having targeted outreach and education efforts based on the differences of your stakeholder groups. Let's move on. We did ask you as a question, please rate your level of interest in the following electric rate plans and programs. So this hopefully will shed some light on what we were talking about earlier, is that what are they most interested in learning more about? And so the dark orange is very interested, the light orange is somewhat interested. And you can see we listed these options for them in terms of rate plans and programs. And so you can see, flat, customer-owned generation, renewable, and time of use seem to generate the most interest in terms of learning more. And some of the ones that that they have the least level of interest are those in real-time pricing and declining block. But bear in mind, again, this is a pretty heavy lift for respondents to kind of sort through all of this. Nonetheless, I think there's some good trends here. And hopefully this provides you really good baseline information. And it will be interesting, of course, to track change over time as you get into some of the more intense decisions that you need to make around the rate plans and programs.
So
let's go ahead and move.
I'm sorry, following on my earlier question, this one, you say level of interest, that is a supportive feeling about the various rate programs here, right?
I'm not sure what the question is. What are you asking again?
So the question was level of interest, as in people would like to participate in these various programs. I mean, I guess I just want to understand, should we interpret this as being positive feelings about the types of rate structures that we're seeing here, not just interested as in, I want to know more about, I guess it is a positive feeling that we understand from these results, right?
Well, the question's down below. So we ask the individuals, please rate your level of interest in the following electric rate plans and programs. So it's really a measure of how interested they are in finding out more about those plans and programs.
Right. I think it could be interpreted as somewhat favorability if they're interested in that, but I think we want to be careful that this is not an indicator of participation in each of these different rate plans. It's just an indicator of their interest, or hey, I might want to learn more about that if OPPD was going to offer it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and specifically because of a couple of things that are personally important to me. The customer-owned generation scoring other than flats at the highest level of interest, and the declining block scoring the lowest level of interest. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the results correctly here. Thank you.
Yeah. In this one, Michael, you might want to actually just share the actual definitions that were used at some point with the board, just so they understand what was presented to the respondent in terms of the definition. But yes, I mean, I think it gives you very useful baseline data and to see it, check it over time. Okay, we did ask a couple questions. Just the next slide is a pie chart of indicating on the left hand, does anyone in your household drive an electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid? So you can see that the vast majority don't. And then on the right, we asked them, do you use solar panels on your home to generate some or all of your household's electricity? And again, a very small percentage currently do. So again, the question is, is how is this changing over time? And this gives you good baseline data and a point in time. It certainly is changing across the country and even regionally in terms of these percentages. But for right now, I think this gives you a kind of a good reality check in terms of where people are right now on these two topics. We did ask about their willingness to change their behavior during peak times. So obviously, we asked them to save money on your electric bill, how willing would you be to take the following actions during peak time? And the ones where, most customers, generally the good news is that most customers are willing to modify their behavior during peak time. So that's encouraging. I think it's kind of it's in their self-interest, but it's obviously in the community's interest as well. They're most protective of being able to run their air conditioning and using their cooking and entertainment systems, not surprisingly. They're most willing to turn off lights and avoid running hot tubs and pool pumps and so forth. So it gives you a feeling, number one, that yes, people are willing to modify their behavior, but probably only up to a limit. But it gives you, again, good baseline. As time goes on and gosh, we're in such, intense times in terms of energy use. It'll be interesting to see how this may change over time, and will give you to some degree a measure of what's going on in terms of the effectiveness of your outreach and education efforts. We also asked
a question.
Yes.
You said modify their behavior versus background automation changes.
What I'm saying is, when we asked them, if they're willing to save money on electric, how willing would you be to take following actions? So the fact that 77%, said yes, essentially to turn off lights, and 60% avoid running hot tub and pool pump, to that extent, they're willing to modify their behavior.
But that means they have to think about it and act on it versus having it automatically programmed to do it for them. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Yes. Yep.
And I appreciate Director Yoder's comment there, because unfortunately at the very bottom, the air conditioning afternoons and evenings scoring very low is challenging because it probably has the most impact.
Right.
And so disappointing that is not so well accepted, but perhaps automated programs there would have better acceptance rather than proactively asking people to make the change themselves, which I think we've seen some data like that in the smart thermostat program so far. Only other comment. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also, just bear in mind that this data is just about a month old, so we're in the summer months, so
right. Seasonally adjusted.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I think there's another important thing to keep in mind, that this data that we're looking at here for this study, it does not include any notion of incentive offered by OPPD like a Cool Smart program or the Smart Thermostat program does. So with those programs, we kind of offset that discomfort that you can have when your air conditioning is set higher than you would like it to be, but we offset that with a financial incentive for the customer. So that's the reason why we're seeing success on the Cool Smart side versus what we're seeing here, which more aligns with what we've seen in the past in different studies, that customers are willing to do those actions that are least involved and least costly for them to promote energy savings within their home. So it's turning off lights, it's shutting blinds, things like that. Don't take a whole lot of effort and don't require them to sacrifice very much. So just keep that in mind, that there's no incentive attached to this data.
And if I may, also another point of reference here is this is as we have our industry today. And I've been telling many groups within OPPD, it is incredibly important for us to make the invisible visible. And by that I mean, in this case, in this context, is, well, air conditioning it's uncomfortable, it's not desirable. If I have an option, yeah, I wouldn't want to change that. However, we have a huge opportunity in front of us to share with the public what are the benefits of you, customer owner, running your air conditioning less. In addition to the monetary incentives, there is, in my opinion, and I believe there's a lot of research behind it to say, when people understand the common good, the community good that their actions mean for the system, you could see a little bit better adoption, right? And I think that's a challenge that we have in front of us. And I know the American Public Power Association has a very large campaign right now trying to share that information, educate the public, say how it's super important for all of us to help as customer owners. How can we help the utility maintain the reliability of the grid by running our air conditioning a little bit less, increase the temperature in your thermostat by a couple of degrees, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the real value of this data, or a large part of the value of this data, is the fact that it's baseline. And it's a way of measuring the effectiveness of your outreach and education efforts to see to what extent you're able to move the needle, if you will, on some of these.
There's
Okay,
one more I would like in February, we saw a presentation as part of the president's report about electric vehicle timing behavior without any program for shifted charging times. But something like 70% of people indicate that adjusted time for charging an electric vehicle would be something they would be willing to take even without an incentive. And so I think coupling those two data points together leads me to a very strong support for a program to encourage off-peak electric vehicle charging, which is even a higher demand than air conditioners when they are operating. So I'm very glad to see that information here, because that's one, an easy program to implement. Two, it can have a big impact, and three, is strongly supported by the data that we see here. So I'm glad to see that in this data.
and obviously growing in importance as the adoption of electric vehicles continues to increase. Okay, let's move forward if we can. We did ask a question on, how often do the following cross your mind when you think about a reason to be more energy efficient? And we kind of put out on the left-hand side, you see, to what extent, in the environmental benefits cross their mind. And you can see, as opposed to, the money that I can save. So again, 30% of the people indicating they'll always consider the environmental benefits when they think about reasons to be more efficient. Many more, of course, focus on the money that I can save, which is what you would expect. But again, these are not to suggest that either one of these are unimportant. They're both very important. And again, what we would expect to see over time is a shift in some of these numbers. But this gives you a good baseline information on that. Okay. This next the next slide focuses on a question, presenting a list of potential challenges that they might have in engaging in energy saving. And then we ask, essentially, please indicate how often each applies to you in terms of engaging in energy savings. And so customers often really don't sense of necessarily or are aware of the positive impact on their power systems, on the power systems for their conservation efforts. So if you look at that, efforts to save energy at home, not a positive impact on their power system. So again, to the points we've been making earlier, this is probably an area that suggests to me a real opportunity for education and outreach in terms of, yes, it can save you money. Yes, it's environmentally a good thing to do, but also, saving energy at home has a real positive impact on the power system. So probably not as great of awareness and understanding of that as some of the other things. The other thing is up at the very top, the good news there is that generally this suggests that people do know, what to do to save energy at home. And it's rare that that's something that they feel is really inhibiting. Lack of knowledge on that is not inhibiting their energy saving activities. So again, good baseline information, be interesting, hopefully, to see changes over time. Let's go ahead and move on to findings around the business customers. The next slide, I have up there in each of the title slides, N equals 16, meaning we only heard from 16 business customers. So while this information is here, we hopefully that it's useful. In fact, it's based on a very small sample of your business customers. We asked them, again, this is rating their overall satisfaction. So again, high scores when you combine 7, 8, 9s, and 10s, and even for the top box, the 9 and 10, you had 38% giving the 9 or 10, another 38, 7, and 8. So again, healthy scores from your business community. We asked them the next slide. We asked them also, as we did with the residential, thinking about what's most important that you want from OPPD. Don't really need any explanation here. We've talked about this. Businesses track very much with residential in terms of what the two most important things are. The next one, we asked them business as well in terms of the principles. What are the principles that are most important when you are grappling with the types of decisions that the board needs to make? Stability of rates really stands king. Fair and reasonable, non-discriminatory rates, rather. Cost-based. So again, anything that triggers dollars, you're going to see higher scores. Not that these other things aren't important, but they do give you an idea of what's most important and top of mind for the 16 business customers that we heard from. Next slide. We asked them, the value of the products and services that OPPD provides. Again, very good scores. People, enjoy, in general, high satisfaction scores and enjoy a high sense of value for the work that you're doing and what you continue to provide to your stakeholder groups. The next one, we asked them as well, prior awareness of various electric rate plans. You can see that based on just the 16, that we have flat, demand pricing, critical peak pricing are the ones that have been heard of the most. And you can see the good news here is that only 6% of the 16 suggested that they weren't aware of any of them. So as you would expect, businesses, electricity and energy so critical to them. They're paying attention and they have a much greater understanding than your average residential customer would have. Next slide. We also asked them on the familiarity with the additional electrical utility program. So again, good baseline data for you to get a read based on the 16 business folks we heard from in terms of which of the following are you familiar with. Here you have, a quarter of them saying none. So again, education and outreach in these critical stage of where you are in terms of needing to make your decisions around rate programs and so forth is going to be important, not just for residential, but obviously also for business folks as well. The next one, we asked how interested they were in various electric rate plans. And you can see here the ones, about a third to half of the customers are interested in learning more about the rate plans presented. So there's definitely an appetite to listen and pay attention to the education and outreach opportunities that you folks will be having with businesses. There seems to be the least amount of interest based on the results from these business folks in electrical vehicle and demand response. But again, you need to take everything with a heavy grain of salt, given the relatively small sample size. Still, it gives you some baseline information. Okay, let's wrap it up here with the next slide. As I said at the beginning, environmental concerns lag far behind the concerns about power reliability and rates. It's not to say it's not important. It's very important. It probably is growing in importance to your stakeholders, but nonetheless, the main thing is to keep the main thing. And for utilities, the main thing really is power reliability and rates. And then, of course, environment's important, just not as important right now as those other ones. Responses vary by your different segment groups. One size does not fit all. It will be important to continue to tailor and provide different types of outreach and education activities, and probably on very different topics depending on the segment that you're focusing on. I think particular emphasis needs to be paid to, the rural and particularly the limited income customers. They tend, especially the limited income customers, tend to be the least informed and aware of some of these more sophisticated programs. So again, you may need to redouble efforts. I always say, citizen involvement in utility discussions, it's a contact sport. It's all about figuring out how to engage the different stakeholder groups where they are, not necessarily where we wish they would be in terms of understanding. And then again, hitting home, residential and business customers vary on the level of interest and the type of rate plans that they're interested in. So terminology will be important. Education is going to be important. But there's an eager audience in all of your stakeholder groups, I think, to participate in some of the very challenging decisions that you as a board will need to make. Okay, it's 12:14. I promised to get done by 12:15. So, but I'm happy to stay on as long as you would like me to.
All right, any questions?
I noticed that in residential, the reasons for OPPD value rating, there were rates positive and rates negative, and the rates negative were highest among limited income and young professionals. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a correlation between income and difficulty paying your utility bill, to maybe just say it most plainly. So that's going to be a real issue the more constrained people's incomes are, and it's something that needs to be paid attention to. This goes back to what you were saying is, different stakeholder groups are going to clue into different aspects of your decision making. And for those people in the lower income groups, for instance, they're going to zero in very much on what's going on with rates, and to the exclusion almost of some of the other issues that you'll be grappling with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any others? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Beth, you're up. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beth Hoyligan, Manager of Pricing Rates here at OPPD. Go ahead. Thanks. Another part of the research process that we typically do is reach out to other utilities. With there being so many continued conversations around different parts of SD2, we wanted to see what other utilities are doing in terms of rate principles, setting a directional target, who they are benchmarking against, and also finding out how they are approaching affordability. So we sent out a survey to the Rates Design Working Group through the Large Public Power Council, and we received 7 responses back. Next slide. We first asked the utilities to list the rate principles their utility has established and follows when setting rates. The principles in the table were the ones most commonly listed. So 5 out of the 7 utilities stated their rate principles included equitably assigned costs. This was also stated as cost causation, or rates are founded on economic standards common to the electric industry. 5 out of the 7 also stated stable rates as a rate principle they follow. Other ways that was stated was gradualism, stabilizing price levels, and smoothing impacts, and also bill stability. 4 out of the 7 utilities stated fair rates, and 4 also stated revenue stability, or fully recover costs necessary to operate and maintain the utility. That's otherwise referred to as meeting your revenue requirement. 3 utilities stated equitable as their rate principle, and then 2 utilities stated economic efficiency, simple and easy to understand, encourage conservation, affordability, encourage efficient use of resources, and communicate benefits and cost drivers on rate changes. Next slide. One thing we wanted to point out when we went through the results for the rate principles is 2 utilities had actually organized their rate principles into major groupings, and we kind of like the structure, and so we wanted to share these examples with you.
For utility A, they had customer value, which included prioritize investments for our customers to balance costs and service quality, and communicate the benefits and cost drivers of the new rate increases. Affordability included maintain competitive rates, aggressively manage costs, avoid expenditures that do not advance their purpose, and offer programs to low-income and disadvantaged customers. And then rate design stated simple and easy to understand, provide customers opportunities to save money, equitably allocate costs, and encourage conservation. The second utility grouped them by legal, which included fair, just, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. Industry standard was their second grouping and included revenue stability, cost causation, and economic efficiency. And their third grouping was equity, which included bill stability, affordability, environment, and public involvement. So again, just wanted to give examples of how other utilities are structuring their principles. For a directional goal, we asked, does your utility set a directional goal by benchmarking against other utilities, and who do you benchmark against? 6 out of the 7 utilities did not have a directional goal, and the one that did used EIA data and compared themselves from a top percentage standpoint against the utilities and states that they had selected to compare their rates against. Even though the other 6 utilities didn't have a directional goal, most benchmarked against other utilities or states. And what we found is that all 7 were different in who they chose to compare themselves to. One compared to both public and investor-owned utilities in their region. One used utilities in neighboring states. One used retail providers in their RTO. One only compares to utilities within their own state. And one used peer utilities in the surrounding area. So there's not one way that stood out on who to compare to. Next slide. When we asked about what data sources does your utility reference to conduct benchmarks, 4 utilities stated that they used EIA data, that's the Energy Information Administration, using cents per kWh at the retail level and or class level. 2 utilities indicated that they conduct bill comparisons using public rate schedules, and then 2 indicated that they participate in a nationwide survey. This is why we like to use LPPC to conduct surveys like this. We found that there is a utility in the South that puts together the nationwide survey on average residential bill, and then they send the results out to everyone who participated. The results show residential bill amounts at different usage levels, and they send that out quarterly. So now OPPD will be participating in that survey to see the bill comparison of different utilities' residential electric rates. Next slide. When asked about how does your utility address affordability, either through rates or programs, there were 2 utilities that had a reduced rate, and that takes a certain percentage off the total bill for qualified customers. And then there were 3 utilities that had a flat discount that credited a flat dollar amount each month to qualified customers. And then 2 utilities did not offer a discount. Out of those 5 utilities that offered either the reduced rate or a flat discount, 2 of them had an additional fee added on to all customer bills to fund those rates or programs. Other programs outside of rates included energy efficiency or conservation programs for low income, bill payment options, deferred payment plans, energy assistance programs, and other assistance programs through social agencies outside of the utility. So that concludes the LPPC survey results. Is there any questions?
Go for it.
Yeah.
We've talked about this one particularly in the past. You list programs outside of rates as a mechanism to address affordability. I guess, is there any additional comment or discussion on this? Because we have highlighted the legal standard for what is allowable and is not allowable within the structure of rates. And when we say programs outside of rates, we are in the process of a pilot to assist with energy burden right now. Is that the same type of thing that other utilities are implementing? Is that what programs outside of rates is indicating?
So the programs outside the rate, so the reduced rate is actually within their rate riders. So
Right.
that is actually would be, our board approved rates. The flat discount is more like the CAP program. And so that's the certain dollar amount that we credit qualified customers. So it's not really a rate per se in their rate manuals, but it is a program. These were just other programs outside of rates that didn't necessarily take a certain discount off the bill or a certain credit.
So do we have an idea of what is covered by those programs, or is that not something that we got detailed?
We didn't get it.
Okay, so just general understanding, something like assistance with energy efficiency, is that the type of program that would help toward affordability? Or, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just...
those were things like weatherization programs for
Yeah.
low income those were the types of programs.
Those would be things that would be programs, not the economic or the bill assistance type of thing.
Correct.
It could be something like EAP as well, right? So it could be
Yeah.
collecting funds from other customers and then placing them on bills of customers who need that assistance. So it could be financial assistance directly, just coming from a source other than us collecting revenues on usage.
But I guess you did get to what I wanted to highlight specifically. The customer assistance program pilot is most specifically tied to the flat discount category here that others do also implement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And last point there. So is there overlap between the reduced rate or flat discount, or are those separate? I mean, is there a utility who does a reduced rate that also has a flat discount, or is it that 5 of the 7 have one or the other of those types of mechanisms?
5 of the 7 had one or the other.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, did you already ask the others?
I have asked them.
Just want to give them their chance.
Yep.
Yeah, right. So a good note well, first question. So how many utilities are there in the large public power council?
27.
27, so 7 out of the 27 responded. Good, cool. And of the 7, all of them compare their rates against other utilities?
Yes, in some way or another.
So, but they have different ways of identifying that comparison set, that benchmark.
Yes.
Can you provide some of that detail? Not now, but at some future point?
Absolutely.
That'd be great. The nationwide survey that you referenced, done by a utility in the South, nobody mentioned the subscription services of rates databases?
I'll look to Jessica, but not that I saw. No.
So there are 2 national ones of which I'm aware, and then there's one that's free. So, but that was not mentioned by any of them.
No.
Okay. How does JD Power's satisfaction survey reflect rate comparisons?
We'll have to look into that. Because they just listed it, we didn't look into that, and that's something that Michael can talk to as well. I think it's satisfaction within rates.
So just satisfaction more than
Yeah.
sense and, yeah, okay, got it. And then deferred, does deferred mean forgiven?
I don't think it meant forgiven. I think it was just prolonged payment options.
Payment arrangements.
So it's payment
Payment
arrangements.
More
Okay,
payment arrangements, yeah.
all right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, board? Okay, and I've heard from Craig and Sarah, they don't have any questions either. So, thank you very much, Bev, we appreciate it. So at this time, we'll take a break for lunch. We'll return at 1 p.m.
For someone that's gonna present this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to kind of go through some closing comments on the customer research and outreach portion. I want to acknowledge the amount of information that was just presented to you over the last 2.5 hours. I know it's a lot, and it's a lot to process. A couple things we want you to remember when thinking about the results of the surveys is, again, this is a snapshot of customers and what they think and feel at one point in time. There could be external factors that impact how customers responded, and we want to recognize that. But this is what we know right now based on customer responses. The personas and segments are going to continue to change, and product development and marketing will continue to update those personas as needed. The results of the quantitative survey were, again, just a baseline on what rate principles customers would prioritize and how informed customers are about those advanced rate structures. This is going to be an ongoing conversation with our customers to bring them along on this journey with us. And we recognize that different customers may have different wants and needs. So we're going to continue to listen to our customers and get their preferences, also while educating them along the way. Education is going to be a priority for us, especially as we move into phase 2 of this project. So again, next steps within phase 1 is the board is going to align on those rate principles that are going to be used to guide our future work. Then the team is going to identify those concepts. That could be new rate designs, products, services, and customer solutions that support those principles. And then we're going to go back out to customer research and outreach to hear again from our customers and get their feedback on those concepts. So that kind of concludes the customer outreach and research presentation. Again, if there are follow-up questions, please submit those to us and we'll get you answers for all those.
All right, I think Aaron Mohawk, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for this, for that summary. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the oversampling of the rural that you did. I think that's really important because they don't always feel heard. So the oversampling of the rural that we saw in some of the research, and then just the fact that we have the trust and goodwill of our customer owners and our constituents at this point in time. And it'll be really important as we work through this process, not to squander that or to betray that trust and goodwill. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead.
I asked a little bit about the customer assistance program pilot. My understanding was there would be a presentation during the board meetings in August. Is that still the intention?
Correct. Yep.
Great.
Full committee meeting, I believe.
Looking forward to it. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Yeah, and just a preview this afternoon, we're gonna accomplish that first next step, board alignment on principles. So, you know, get ready for that. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a half an hour for lunch. Let's return at 1 o'clock, please.
I just real quick, if I might, I don't want to leave the question about the JD Power ranking hanging. And I just wanted to say that JD Power has price set as the second most impactful component of overall satisfaction. So we currently rank third, so we're top quartile within Midwest midsize. But even better, we're only 1 point off the segment leader, Kentucky Utilities. So we're at a 696 for price. Kentucky Utilities is at 697. So we're tied basically for second, but technically third place.
And who's number one and what's their score?
Number one for price is Kentucky Utilities. They're at 697 for the price.
I see. Thank you.
Thanks for that question.
All right, now I think we can break for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll get started again. The next section is going to be, I think, led by Harry. Are you going to take us through slides?
I can start it.
Okay, very good.
Good to go?
We are.
Yeah, thank you. I'm saying Gary Sleebit was here a month ago. You have several internal subject matter experts on rates. I'm the outside guy. So, you know, that's what staff's been telling me. Good, I reviewed it all. But you wanted an outside perspective on this, and that's what I offer. And Jeff will admit this, but he said if they have a fist fight, you have to wrestle it. You have to referee. Okay, I'll do that too. So if you get into it, I'll be the one to brush it up. Me and the policeman. So for today, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about values versus principles. And there was discussion about both last time, and I wanted to share with you how some of the other boards I dealt with have looked at that. But the primary charge is to go through the different surveys and talk about where's the alignment between what the board and what the customers had and where there aren't, and try to get alignment on the ones that everybody agrees with, and then talk about the ones where we disagree with what you want to do with them. So this is basically your session. I said I'd kick it off and I'd give some opening comments, but it's really up to the professionals. Values versus principles. I always go to Webster. You know, I'm an old-fashioned guy. And you've got values versus principles. And what did Webster say about that? Well, Webster basically said a principle was a fundamental truth or a law, whereas a value is a thing or a quality having intrinsic worth. So when, you know, I'm the technical guy. When I look at principles, I want something that has an algorithm. I want something where it's bulletproof. I want some kind of law of physics that you can lean to when it comes to doing principles. Whereas value is an opinion, but in my words, and which is fine. I mean, value is what we're all about. That's what makes you what you are. But I think there's a difference. And the reason I bring it up, a lot of the boards that I deal with want to talk about principles, because principles are principles and they don't change over time. Values can change all the time depending on circumstances. So when they come up with rate principles, they try to come up with something they don't have to redo every 6 months because somebody has a different view of things. So they try to stick with principles. That's the reason to bring it up. So this is a first cut at principles versus values, and I should say, I'll say quickly that it's up to you what you put into your rates. You can have principles, you can have values, you can have both. But for the reasons I discussed, a lot of boards try to stick with principles. And if I was going to go through your SD2 and look at the principles versus values, the principles are things like meeting the revenue requirement. You know you have to do that. You know that when you have a budget, you have to have a set of rates that cover that. So to me, there's some basis for that. Cost-based. Staff does cost of service studies. You follow the cost of service, you have cost of service-based rates. So that's pretty solid. You got to meet or exceed the state's sustainability goal. The state's got a law that says what your sustainability goal, your RPS has to be, and that, to me, that's something you can lean on. Transparency is kind of in the middle, and those are no cross-subsidies for state law. I think that's pretty solid. Steve talked to you about that. What are in my addiction, the values? Well, the values would be things like the lowest rates in the West North Central. You know, that to me, that's not a principle necessarily. That's a value you have. Make rates affordable. You know, what's affordable? How do you define that? Everybody knows what it is. How do you define it? It's going to be different by person. Simplify rates. You know, how simple can you make it? I think that's a value decision. That's something that's not black and white. Promote economic development. You know, what kind, where, how much. There's a lot of value that goes into that. And providing DER and DR. Those are all things which we understand what they mean, but you know, what's promoting? How much of that do you do? So, I guess at that point, before we get into a lot of the detail, it might be helpful to have a discussion among the board about whether you really want to stick with principles for your rates or whether you want to have a mixture of principles and values in there.
Anyone want to take a lead off perspective on that?
Well, currently we have both, right?
Yes.
I think it's important in a strategic directive to address both. I don't have a problem with that. Generally, I'm not opposed to the structure of SD2. I think it's open for editing.
Others? Craig, Sarah, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Rick. I think they're both important, and I guess I'm trying to understand. Maybe Gary, help me if I missed this. How they will differ in terms of how they inform the activities that follow.
Yeah, I think principles and values both can inform your rate decision. I've got no issue with that. It's just if you incorporate values, realize the fact those are going to change over time. And you may have to say you're change your rate setting principles to match up with what the new values are. If that's okay, so you know that's your call. This is just one that boards queue up to make sure everybody's in line on it.
So just a question on values. So if you talk about, for example, promote demand response for distributed generation, you're saying that may be something that changes over time depending upon technology. Yep. But ultimately something that would be to conserve energy, or a principle around conservation would be something that might be more applicable versus a specific technology that gets called out.
Sure, like on, that's a good example, Jeff. Like on DR, that's valuable now because you have capacity problems. It may be 5 years from now you don't anymore, so you don't care about shaving peak. You more care about conserving kilowatt hours. That would change depending on your resource mix and where the pinch points are on your power supply mix.
With the understanding that principles are more long-lasting and sometimes externally driven, as you describe them, by the state or by others, I do also feel that considering the values of the organization as we set rates is an important thing for us to keep in mind. So I guess echoing kind of what Rick and Craig had said, I think in balancing how we treat this relative to other, as we talked about earlier, private corporations where people can vote with their dollar, we should keep in mind that we have monopoly franchise from the state as a public power utility provider. And so we do need to respect what it is that people wish to see from their sole provider of electricity. But that there is also that representation of values through the small d democratic process of electing the directors. And so I know that I talked about that a little bit earlier, but I do think that that gets toward the idea of what values we want to see expressed through our public power district, and that public power is unique relative to both other private power providers and also to private corporations in the responsiveness to our customer owners. So I guess, again, that there's some explanation behind the baseline response to, I agree that we should keep in mind values, and if they change over time, we should seek to be flexible enough to know that this may not be forever, but that right now demand response, distributed energy resources might be more important at this time, and that we might need to make updates and adjustments and be flexible in responding to our customers and external conditions in the future.
I think that the focus on principles is probably the most important right now, because what I hear you say is values will change over time and circumstances change as the state of the utility changes. But, and principles may too, but boy, they shouldn't shift very much. And I think, so deciding on those, I think that seems to be a priority for today.
Okay.
All right.
This is Sarah. I want to agree with Mary, but then take it a step further. I think, yes, we need to agree to principles today, but because values are a point in time, I think we also need to consider what our values are as we apply those principles for today, because the values will impact principle application, right? So if we're thinking about cost-based rates, then what are the values that we hold around affordability and rates overall that will impact how we implement the principles that we believe are important in this process?
Thank you. I think we can move forward.
We have consensus, values are in.
I think both are in.
Good. Okay.
Is that right? Yeah? Okay.
I think values are in, but we need to be really clear about definitions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if I could add on to that. So if we see a concern as we have this discussion moving forward, we might come back to this differentiation that you're calling out now to help clarify the discussion. So thank you.
For most boards, the principles are the rock solid part, the values are the ones that change over time. And if you're okay with changing things over time to meet existing conditions, so be it.
Yeah, our strategic directives are living documents.
Okay.
If I support principles, can I say that I have no values? I was gonna say I'm a man of no principle. Those words throw me off, man.
That's good. I might plagiarize that. Okay, so the next section is about the surveys. And what we want to do here is to compare and contrast the board survey principles versus the customer survey principles. And on the surveys, we do surveys and we do statistical work all the time, and I'm up to speed on most of that. And those guys did a very good job of explaining what all they got. And that was one of the most rigorous analyses of survey data I've seen. But if Steve and I were going to cross-examine that guy, we eat him alive on the size of the sample. I think a couple of you brought that up. You need a more robust sample, but I think what you do have is a data point. At least you started the process. Next time, maybe make the survey bigger. There's all kinds of metrics on statistics about how about the confidence and accuracy has to be for utility work, and I'd look at that and determine what your sample size is. But I thought they did a wonderful job. The questions were good. They diced and sliced that about every way they could. So I've seen a lot of pitches like that. I thought they did a nice job. Just, I think you need a more robust review next time. So having that, we're gonna go through and compare and contrast what the board thought priorities were versus what the customers were, and see if we can get alignment going forward. And to sort of jump to the chase, there's some of the priorities and principles which everybody agreed on, and there's some that people didn't. And so the question in front of the board, I think, is what do you want to do with that? And this is one where, you know, I'm not going to say much. I've got opinions on that. I looked at the stuff. I'm happy to express that, but I think it's a board issue. But the other thing maybe we should talk about before we get into the details is how much weight do you put on what the customers want versus how much weight do you put on what the board wants? And how do you, because there's competing interest on some of this stuff. And how you weight that will have, I think, determine a lot, to a major extent, what your final list looks like. And you know, as a facilitator, I'm supposed to ask the awkward question. I think this is probably an awkward one, but I think it's something we ought to talk about.
So to some extent, I'm having a hard time reconciling the quantitative results versus the qualitative results, in that they want us to swim in our lane, but maybe there's a misunderstanding of what our lane is. And we are the gatekeepers for this community from a sustainability standpoint. If we don't change our operations, our entire community bears the brunt of that. So that's our lane, but they don't want to rank sustainable or environmental sensitivity as a key importance. So I'm having a hard time reconciling those two things right now. Anyone want to help me
Oh, I don't have any
reconcile
hard
that?
Yeah, I don't have a hard time reconciling that. But I do see the differentiation. You know, this goes back to risk communication and risk understanding for me. You have the experts who have in a rank in the list of the 10 most hazardous things that are out there, have their ranking. You ask the public what it is, and it's entirely different. Driving an automobile, extremely risky. Everybody does it and doesn't think it's risky. So I think there's a lot to be said about having the expertise, having the information, having pursued our duty of care to get information from all the experts that we have available to us, and to make, that's why we're elected, is to not always, not to do it without listening, but we have a mission. It's on us and everybody working at OPPD to fulfill that mission. And as long as we listen to the public, I think as long as our process is good, reasonable, and we're listening to folks, I don't have a problem saying, in this case, thank you for your information. But based on all this other information you don't have, we have to say this. Does that respond to what you were saying?
It does, and at the same time, then I wonder, how do our customers feel like we're actually listening to them then? If we're only giving them half the story and then asking them questions on half the story, then that's not quite fair. And a lot of customers are not going to take the time to understand the other half of the question. That's our job on their behalf, is to understand the other side of the question.
Yeah, and they're not monolithic. It's not a uniform opinion,
right.
Even though, yeah, we've got measurements here.
It's gotten pretty common in the last several years on the board here, where we will delay a vote on a particular item, especially those that are higher interest and controversy, if you will. Can any of you recall a time when either our vote as an individual or the board itself has changed because of that holdover, like kicking the can down the road for another month? Can any of you recall a time turnout when the results have been different than if we had voted a month earlier? The reason I say that is I've been a strong advocate is we are the gatekeepers. We are the the representatives of the public, and we need to step up sometimes. And I think sometimes we're a little bit lax in thinking we have to talk to everybody. And I don't think that's necessarily our function, and I don't think most of the public expects us to act that way either. Just a thought. But again, does anybody think of a time when everyone is different? Because we have
Well,
overload?
I think power with purpose, the result of that vote may have been different if it was taken 2 months earlier.
I don't recall.
I think it took a long time for a lot of the board to get up to speed and okay with the decisions that we ended up making there. So we don't take a vote and then take another vote, right? So we don't know actually for sure if that was the case. But I know personally, I was leaning one way, and then after thinking about it, deliberating, getting more information, I went a different direction.
I was struck this morning by kind of what Rick was talking about, the maybe divergent overlap between understanding of the issues and opinions about what is important. And I think that is something that we need to keep in mind as far as our responsibility to take in additional information. We are asked to be representatives of the people in our districts and the utility as a whole. And so we are, by definition, supposed to be much more informed on the topic than the public. And if there is a correlation between people who have less familiarity with the topic and one set of opinions, and more familiarity with the topic and a different opinion, I think that is something we should keep in mind. I don't know how to carry that forward. That's not a specific principle or value right now, but I do think that some of the results we saw this morning lead us to a conclusion about how we should hear from the public and how we should then use that as a source of information as we make decisions about the best path forward, which we do in the IAP2, where sometimes it's informed and sometimes it is a more intense process, a more empowering process for the public. So I think that that's something we should keep in mind, is what is the appropriate way to receive the input that we receive from the public in the decision-making process, specifically related to principles and rates, principles and values about our rates.
Echoing a lot of viewpoints here. I think that we receive what the public gives to us. We ask for it, and we think about it, but we take it with the grain of salt that they have not sat in on all the meetings that we have sat in on. They have not heard from every part of the utility that we have heard from, and so we have a much broader perspective than most members of the public. So that and our position, it's for us to make these decisions with all of that information and not to feel handicapped by contrasting information that we may have, because there's every opinion out there in the public. And there's every level of knowledge and information, and some people have lots more information about certain aspects of what's going on here than I do, but I have some information that they don't have as well. So I think we take the information that we have, and we make the best decision we can to establish foundational principles that we think we can live with for years. And then we use the information that we have from the public to build values, as well as the information that we have, which we have a pretty broad view of what's happening in the world, and that's really, we need to take the whole view of what's happening in the world in order for us to negotiate these next years. Thank you.
I do.
Oh, the only thing really good conversation. I think a lot of what we're talking about, relative to rate principles versus values, we, again, want to just highlight the fact that we're talking rate design. So there's a lot of other decision-making processes and things that go on within the utility, and we acknowledge that, but then also highlight this project here just from a rate design perspective. What are we going to do in terms of how we charge our customers? What type of signals do we want to send our customers? What are the principles and possible values that really hone in on rate design. So we're not questioning, or I guess the board will talk about what they'd like to talk about. But again, just to, as we're thinking about, what objective we're trying to work towards, and the piece that Amanda, Director Faulkner, and Gary are working towards having us make decisions on. It's a much more finite set of topics, specifically in the rate design area.
I hope that we can also recognize that there are areas where we should follow what the public is asking us to do, and areas where we need to lead the public to what the best available information tells us is best for the utility, and by extension, our customer owners. There were some examples this morning. A number of people who indicated participation in a declining block rate was shockingly low, because every residential customer participates in the declining block rate in the non-summer months. And so, there is clearly a separation between understanding and the facts about our rate structure now. And I think there was some other information there that points in a direction of where can we lead, and if perhaps if people who have more information become more familiar and more supportive of decisions, then that's an area where additional public outreach can help to support actions that we might take in rate structures. Like time of use rates did see some support, but I think they would be more broadly supported with more understanding by the public. And so, I hope that we can recognize the input we receive, and that if it is changing in a particular direction, that we use that to help guide where we are going. We've said in the past, I think usually Craig, skate where the puck is going. I think that's something we can do in our rate making process, that as we make changes, perhaps the first step is determine what the best course is, and then also help people to understand how the change will be implemented, not necessarily just hearing, I don't want change, so we don't do it. I think there's some important understanding about when we make changes. If people don't understand it, that's a time where we need to provide additional information so they can understand what the benefits would be.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Again, I'm going to pull myself out of the conversation, but I do know in the deck we've got highlighted, the different rate principles, and that might be a place to go in terms of what the board has looked at, what we heard from customers, because I think there are some potential agreements early on in terms of some of the major topics. So maybe a place to turn the conversation as well.
I haven't asked. Craig or Sarah, would you like to chime in now? Otherwise, we'll move forward to the next slide.
I'll just chime in quickly. The quote that I use, Eric, is about what Henry Ford would have asked for, and everybody would have said a faster horse. It's the same concept, right? To me, I think the one thing that I wanted to hit was our satisfaction results are very high, and our constituents, our customer owners, trust us to make these kinds of decisions. So that sort of sits in the background for me when it comes to the complexities of the challenges that we have in front of us, and the way in which we expect our customer owners to really understand those. I'm still trying to understand them. So I think because we've done, the organization has done a good job, having that stability of trust built up gives us the opportunity to, as Eric described, sort of hit the mark with respect to meeting the principal desires that I think we share with our customer owners, while being future forward in what we're thinking about and how we're positioning ourselves.
Thank you, Craig.
This is Sarah. I don't have much to add, except for I view sort of the best customer survey in terms of the direction that we're going in as a board as election day. And all of our constituents trusted us to make reasoned, thoughtful choices on their behalf. And so I appreciate all of the customer feedback, but our role is to balance all of it together with the expectations of our own individual constituents as well. So I think, it's good that Gary asked the question, because it makes us think about our role as policymakers. But I also think for me, it's just about the trust that the constituents placed in me to do a good and thoughtful job as we're walking through this process. Thank you for asking, Amanda.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Do you want to walk through this slide, Gary, and then we can? I think this is the next slide.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think we actually covered Last slide.
Yeah, this is the preamble to the survey. And as you know, we've got two different surveys out there. We've got the one the board did and one the customers did. And what we want to do is to get those in alignment and try to figure out, given there's some similarities in the priorities, there's some differences. On the similarities, you want to put those in the box and say, those are good, we're going to keep them. On the differences, we want to have a discussion to see whether they matter or not, and whether we should reorder them, just take them out, redefine them, relink, whatever. So with that, do you want me to go through the survey results and the weighting and the priorities?
I have a question before we get to that.
Sure.
It kind of relates to all of the information available to us or anybody, actually. We've got what the board thinks that was kind of driven by a survey that the board responded to and added a few things. We got what the customers think. You know, I worked at the university for many years, and I'm kind of looking for a literature review or some kind of what does the industry think in terms of principles, or what are best practices that have been put out there? I mean, I would like to see that list. We don't have it, but a response to that?
I think Beth did some of that with that survey from the large public power group. You had 7 of the biggest communities respond about what their priorities were for rate setting, and I thought that was informative. The other thing I'll say is we've been doing this forever, and I've seen all kinds of priorities, and the priorities that are up here for your top 3 or 4 on what LPPC had to say are consistent across just about all utilities. Everybody's got that same box: fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, cost-based, stable rates, hit the revenue requirement. We see those at just about every utility. But having said that, if you'd like a survey done, I'd look at Beth or Jeff, you know, probably something that could be done. But I think the LPPC survey was a pretty good one.
We can move ahead.
Okay, so anything else before we move on? Okay, do you want me to go through each of the surveys and talk about the details and the weighting factors? Or do you want to cut to the chase and see where the similarities and the differences are?
Chase.
Then we'll cut to the chase, I think.
Yeah.
All good? I think that's, why don't you do one more?
Can you remind us, because this is going to be a comparison, and we can look at the comparison slide, but how the numeric rate setting principle ranking for the board and the public was derived, because there's a number after each of them. Can you just help us make sure we understand how that specific number and ranking was arrived at?
There may be other nuances that might be worth just touching on how it was constructed. And
yeah,
obviously we all want to get to the entree, but it may be difficult to interpret some pieces of this if we don't have the baseline.
Yeah, good point. To be candid, I didn't do that slide. I'd refer to Beth or Jeff or whoever put the numbers together on that. I think I know how they did it, but rather than guess, I'd have the person that did the numbers to explain it.
Sure.
Beth, you might walk us through. Beth or Jessica.
That was for the
prioritization.
So,
Jessica?
Come on up.
yeah, can you come up to the podium? Oh, thank you, Jessica. Thank you.
So for the board survey results, we sent most sent out the survey to board members. They were ranked 1 to 15. And at that point, when you were doing the ranking, 1 was the more important one, 15 was the least important one. When the calculations were made, it was reversed. So what you're seeing right now, the highest score is the most important one. So let's say all 15 board members would have chosen fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory as our first one, you will be seeing that as 15 here. So right now, everything that's has the highest score, I think it's important. So this is the weighted responses from all board members. And similarly, so the customer survey for residential and business, we had different principles in there. So for the board survey, they were the ones that we posted last time, and there were some comments, some new ones added on the first board session. Those were also added. Survey that wasn't out. For the residential and business, there were 11 principles that were sent out. So in that case, if everybody chose, non-discriminatory, that would have a weight of 11 there, but this is like average.
Got it.
Any question?
I got it. Anyone else?
So I struggle with the definition of fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory for two reasons. One, it represents to me a principle of complying with the law. So if I see that, I recognize it as state statute, and yes, as a principle, we should comply with the law. So that's one interpretation. But I don't understand what fair means. Do we mean it's the same for everybody, or do we, is it a regressive tax that we're talking about here, or are we talking about fair within the context of the customer?
Steve, can you
Well,
help us?
no, what do board members mean when they respond?
That's what you're asking, is what
do board members think when they're responding?
Well, when I responded and ranked this one, it was because it's the language of the law.
Me too.
So
And I as well, because it's statutory and it's part of our charter and we have to follow.
So we don't mean fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. We mean comply with the law.
Well, I think that the, like many laws, maybe most theoretically, because laws are established by elected representatives, our laws reflect community consensus on how our behavior should be governed. And fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory literally goes back a century to when utility rates were established, maybe more than a century at this point. And reflect that, for example, if you're talking about the aspect of fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory that is, let's just pick out the word fair, that really means, look, you're charging for a service, the customer doesn't have choice in taking that service, so while you are entitled to recover your costs, you best not be charging more than you need to charge in order to recover those costs. That's the fair aspect of it. If you're breaking it down, item by item. And I really feel like the board kind of understands that. And I think to an extent customers do, although I think it's more innate, for a customer when they hear those words. I think that they look at it more, what would a reasonable person understand to be the right way to charge for rates or the right amount to charge for rates. So I think there's a reflection of community consensus in that legal standard. You're absolutely right, Director Yoder, in that it is, you have to follow the law, but I think the law reflects a community consensus on how we should set rates.
Yeah, but I take a look at your standard directive 2, and you've got fair, just, and reasonable, non-discriminatory, equitable assignment of costs, and reflect the cost of when energy is produced. To me, that's all just following cost of service. You do your COSA, you set your rates based on your COSA, and if you do that, you comply with the state law. So if you wanted to condense all those into just following cost of service or meeting the state law, I think that you'd end up at the same place.
I think that's right.
I wish it were that simple. I don't think it is that simple. I think we highlighted in session 1 that we have a cost of service where those for whom those that OPPD serve, if they have smaller amp service, they live in a high density operation, it costs less to serve them. But it does not, to be fair, back to your definition, that we don't charge more than that, But yet we do charge more than that because all residential are the same.
Well, again, that's one of the things the staff's gonna look at. You brought that up the other day, we talked about it, we think that's a good thing to look at. Maybe it's cheaper to serve multiple family than it is single family, in case maybe you have residential rate 1 and residential rate 2. In which case, if you go that way, your cost of service would reflect the different costs for single family versus multiple family. You charge it to them and you're fair, just, and reasonable.
I think to the extent to your credit card, or to the extent that information is available, that's what we do. So sometimes it has a dynamic where you've got a system that's 5,000 miles.
Hold on. A little louder, Brad. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you bet, sir. So what I was trying to make a point of is you can do those things if you have the information. And so sometimes it's a limitation of information, be it the number of housing in a structure, the knowledge of the assets at the structure, the line that went in the ground. And so we have good visibility into all this. We don't have perfect visibility. And so principally, I think your statement is spot on, but where we tend to run into some trouble is the amount of information that's available. The other thing that I just wanted to offer is that when it comes to fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory, it has a prejudicial component to it, where there's not a bias or there's not a weighting. So when we look at fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory within the cost of service, it has an objective tone based on how people are using the system and the costs that they basically impute on us that we have to recover. And so if you were to look up, like in Oxford, if you were to look at fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory, the words are actually very consistent across all three and they complement each other. And I think sometimes
It's true.
in the judicial space, with something like this, the courts will use multiple words to converge around one key theme. And in this particular example, it's the non-prejudicial component that I think we see in a lot of rate actions across the country. So I just offer it for context.
I appreciate the reference to the idea that these terms have been used for 100 years. I would also like us to keep in mind that perhaps our public consensus has changed over the last 100 or so years since electricity originally arrived in functionally the robber baron era. I would say that society has evolved, and so I do understand that we have used similar language over time, but the cultural understanding of what is fair, I hope, continues to evolve as well, to recognize that I would imagine originally there was an intention of not allowing people who had disproportionate power to have influence over getting themselves a cheap rate. I assume that that was probably part of the original consensus when electricity was first made available to people, and through the rural electrification era, and even through the time when the Bombard principles were established, to avoid people who had massively disproportionate access to control over the system from giving themselves cheap power. But at this time, I would say we generally have, that we may have more consciousness around also wanting to provide assistance to people who have been demonstrated to have been negatively impacted by various systems in the past. And so where fair may have originally meant avoid letting someone manipulate the system to their own advantage, it also now, in my opinion, prevents us from providing assistance to people who we might wish to help, which is why I've been so interested in the interpretation of laws preventing us from providing income-based rates, which I understand, and I know that that is statutory, and I want to be careful about that. But I do want us to keep in mind that the public consensus around the intention of the definition has evolved over years and decades. And I hope that we also recognize that we need to evolve to meet the needs of our customer owners as we set principles and values for the future.
I think that's a really good comment, and I think it actually comports with the way that courts and commissions evaluate rates in the context of a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory standard. So your point is accurate. I mean, any current interpretation is, by definition, going to reflect, at least to some extent, the current understanding of whoever the decision maker is with respect to those terms. Having said that, you're quite right that when you start breaking it down into the details of how do you design a rate that provides a break for those who are less able to afford what is already a fair and reasonable rate, then I think that's where you need some additional statutory authority in order to do that. There are a lot of things you can do around the margins that we've talked about earlier, the CAP program and so forth, energy assistance. There's a whole lot of things you can bring to the table that are outside the rate design world. But getting to that next step that I think you're suggesting, Director Williams, is a slightly heavier lift strictly from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as Javier, one more second here. As Javier said earlier, making the invisible visible, I think that we have good information now that might highlight that an even cost per kilowatt hour may not be the most equitable way to understand an energy burden to different people. And so our focus recently on affordability tied to energy burden is much appreciated as we have more information than we did in the past when principles may have been previously established and laws and precedent were set. So, I appreciate that recognition.
Yeah, that's true.
So the principle I would advocate for is that we comply with the law, and that there is some yet to be feathered out principle around fairness that we need to discuss.
I don't agree. I think that we need to include this language in our policy. I think that it reflects our intent to work to meet our charter. And I think that's important in today's environment with what's going on in the legislature, that we are very clear in our intent that we comply with what they set as our directive for rate making. So I think that it's important that we include this fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory language in our SD to show that we are working within the bounds of our charter.
I would echo what Janice is saying. Even if the additional words in SD2 might be somewhat duplicative of highlighting this is statutorily required, I don't mind the detail that we have provided in the language now to clarify that this is what we mean as our understanding of maintaining compliance with the statutory requirements. I don't find this to be overly burdensome or bureaucratic. I find this to be clarifying in the way that we want the principles of the organization to point where we are headed, even if it could be simplified to a principle of comply with the law. A huge portion of our policy manual could be simplified to comply with the law, but that would not clarify the intention of the organization about how we feel that we want to provide our services to our customer owners.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I just
said I agree.
Thank you, Fred. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to reiterate some pieces that Steve had talked about just from a legal perspective, both at a federal and a state and federal level as well. Obviously, this is the piece that the FERC, which obviously I'm introducing additional pieces there relative to FERC and what jurisdiction they would have, which is not ours. But ultimately, what I'm highlighting is this is the piece that typically gets contested the most, right? When customers come back, they'll point this out. Was it fair, reasonable? And so I think in terms of what guidance it can give to our staff in terms of implementing rates and rate design and bringing back cost of service, I would see this as a fairly critical piece that I put out to the board as a necessity, as you're highlighting, Director Molhoff. I think if we get away from that wording, it gets a little bit more problematic. End of the day, it would be very difficult for us to do business if we're not in compliance with this. So let's be as explicit as we can and allow the team to move forward with that. Now, I will highlight that, as you highlighted, Steve, people interpret these pieces over time, right? And I think Director Williams, you were highlighting that as well. This isn't just static. It's not been, that it doesn't move over the course of the past century. People continue to look at those things over the course of time and what does that mean? And we're happy to do that.
if we get the directive from the board to continue to look at those pieces. As a matter of fact, specifically, we're looking at the zero intercept use within specifically our cost of service. So we're continuing to modify our cost of service over the course of time to hopefully take into account how things are changing on our system. But again, I would just put this out to the board. This is a pretty important piece as it relates to direction to management and staff on what we're expecting to produce relative to cost of service and rate design.
You have it's kind of separate question. I have mentioned in the past the value expressed of not leaving some people out. Essentially rural electrification, which we know to be more expensive than providing electric service in urban areas. And so I guess, do we have any clarification about how there is kind of one very explicit example where we have looked at a value, not leaving anyone out, not making it too disproportionately expensive for rural customers relative to urban customers, as an understanding of clearly we are expressing a value here which might fall outside of a strict cost of service interpretation. Is there any clarification about how, I guess I don't, is there any additional comment about, there is this one kind of specific example where we have moved outside of strictly economics controlling the way in which we provide rates to, we have made a value judgment that we will not leave some people out, making electricity vastly unaffordable because of their location. There is this, and there is this one very classic example. Any comment or clarification about how we should understand that relative to other ways in which we would like to express values?
Bring up a good point. We do a lot of water work, water system work, and in water system, it's clear. The further out from the city you get, the more expensive it is because you got long pipes and bureaucrat, da-da-da-da-da. On the power system, that's true to an extent, but there's mitigating circumstances. Like on the power system, power can come in from either way. It can come from the rural into the city or the city out to the rural. So, from that standpoint, maybe the difference is not so much. The other is, and I can't remember the line extension policy here, but sometimes if you have a rural customer where you got to put in a bunch of poles and wires, they got to pay for it up front.
That's what I was gonna bring up. We do electrify our rural areas, but they pay for it. You build a house out in the middle of nowhere where there's no lines, you pay for that line extension. So it's not like, they're paying for the electricity cost is the same, but the line extensions to their home or their, whatever, their irrigation well, they pay for that.
And again, that's especially if you're the first one in the subdivision.
Yeah.
And they pay for the transformers, the three-phase, or whatever that they, so.
Yeah, so connecting to the system is separate from use of system, and use of system then falls in those very distinct categories of how they're using our system once they're connected to it.
In the maintenance of it.
Yep, and the third thing is the urban area is mostly underground, and the rural is mostly overhead, and underground is probably.
We got underground out.
Pardon?
We have underground out in the rural area.
Usually there's more overhead than underground, unlike the city.
Yeah, and I think we have a lot of overhead lines in the city yet too. In Eric's district, so.
But to your point, I don't think anybody, I don't know if Jeff maybe or Beth could help, but I don't know if anybody's looked at that in detail to see how those things wash out. But that's an exercise that could be done.
Mike, were you gonna?
No, I disagree with Steve.
I think that to follow up on Director Moloff's comment, it's an important principle that you bring up because what is it? It's cost-based. It's an effort to, perhaps it's a little crude in a way, but it's an effort to equalize to at least some extent the differences in cost so that you don't run afoul of the legal standard that we operate
in. But that's a good issue, good question.
So that's number 5 on our.
Gary, just in terms of your interpretation, again, as we think through cost of service, and then we get into rate principles and ultimately rate design, keeping us in the rate principles area. We're talking about line extensions and the various details of how this would work. We advocate that we stay at the principles level to advance the conversation. Great comments.
Sure.
Well, those are the things I think that'll be specifically what we talk about once the principles have been laid out. Then we start to take these pieces back and say, well, let's talk rate design. What's the problem with our current rate design? What would you like to see? What are we hearing from you from a principal's perspective that potentially may be misaligned with what we're doing today?
So is it okay to throw out another principle? Personal shot, and I'll try again. The principle about benefits, rates should reflect the benefits that the customer receives, not just the cost, and that customers differentially receive benefits from the system, from being connected to the system. Is that, I don't know if that's on our list. Is that on our list?
Yeah, that's been an ongoing debate ever since I was a little boy. And people say sometimes costs should be allocated on benefits, some say they should be allocated on cost. And the consensus to date has been that benefits are difficult to measure. They're almost, and the benefits to a person would vary depending on who was looking at it. And so benefits have typically not been used as the allocator. They've looked at costs because costs are more measurable and more deterministic as to who's causing them. But having said that, we do like cost benefit analysis where you look at both, determine whether a project is feasible. So benefits come into the math once in a while, but not so much in the cost of service or rate design.
Totally agree. In rate cases, when there's an effort to quantify benefits, it usually falls flat. Not to say that it isn't a worthy discussion, but strictly from the standpoint of rate setting principles, it's a challenge.
Okay, 2 for 2.
We get asked that same question about every time we do a session like this. How about benefits? Why don't we use benefits? And it comes out the same way.
So is there anything more on this slide, Gary, that you wanted to walk through before getting to the next slide that kind of?
If you want more discussion about what each of those means, we could, or the weighting factor, we can talk more about that if you think we need to.
We're good on weighting factor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the weighting factor, meaning just the number after each of them, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I think we're good on knowing what each of them means, but I'm looking for, if you guys need to jump in for clarity, go ahead.
We had a question earlier, and we have talked about in the past, simplicity of rates ranks simple and easy to understand, sorry, as it's written, under the customer survey is ranked quite high. We've talked about this one in the past, that perhaps our customers do not fully understand everything as it is written now, and their sensitivity to simplicity may not be as high as they would self-report. I guess I'm not sure if this is something you wanted to talk about now, or, we have talked about it before, but because it ranks highly in the customer survey results, and I assume that means it's going to end up disproportionately out of scale as we get to the very ends.
Yeah.
We know that people may not fully understand, as I pointed out earlier, people don't know they currently have a declining block rate. So simplicity and understanding of rates may not be, is there a self-reported over-interest in this category based on how much knowledge people either have or are willing to go get?
Yeah, I think, Gary, it would be helpful for you to maybe articulate a little bit, like how maybe other utilities are addressing this specific thing, because the most simplistic electric rate would just be, we send you a flat fee rate.
Yeah.
Well, clearly, that's from our last survey data, that is not what people actually want. And so how is simple and easy to understand defined and measured, and what are other utilities doing in this space as it comes to rate setting principles?
Want me to go to the chase on this one and give you the detail?
Yeah.
Getting to the chase, there's no way to make rates simple. People want it, but that's an unrealistic expectation. When you go to cost-based rates, you got time of use rates, you got inverted block rates, common block rates, seasonal rates. People don't get that. They're used to getting a cell bill for $50 a month, and that they get that. You get these bills wintertime, summertime, on peak, off peak, super peak. Only the big box stores that have energy managers get that, and they play it pretty good. But that's it. So thinking your residential customers are gonna understand a new rate design, other than maybe a customer energy charge, is probably not a realistic expectation.
So is it better, or is this still in the same area, to create rate structures that give customers agency over their energy management? I mean, that would include, I would think, being simple and easy to understand, but it also indicates the desire to have more access, autonomy, power on the customer on their decision making.
Yeah, well, we've done survey work about how customers read a bill and how much they understand about it. And the average response is about 85% of the people don't even know who their electric utility is. They don't know if it's the IOU, the muni, the co-op. They don't know if it's just the power company. So that that tells you a lot about how much these people know. You get about 5% that understand the customer energy charge, and you might have the last 5 or 10% know about time of use and seasonal rates. So you're talking, when you talk about a fancy rate design, you're talking about a very small percentage of people that it makes any difference. And
So,
which unfortunately,
so our bills should be like newspapers written for a sixth grader. Is that what I mean,
Fourth grader.
whatever, yeah. But I mean, we have an obligation to serve everybody.
Right.
And do we go to the least common denominator in our principal setting?
the more detailed answer is when utilities want to know what to do about their rates, they go down to customer service and say, okay, we get 1,000 calls a day. Tell us about the calls you get. What are the most common questions? And then say, we don't get the customer charge. We don't get the energy. We don't know what a demand charge is. And they tally that, and that tells you where to focus your information to the customer and do a bill stuff or an ad or whatever. And I think that from a technical standpoint, that's how I would try to figure out where to focus your customer education.
And Gary, would you see that as being part of the customer outreach? So when we come up with these concepts, we come up with designs, and then we take them out to customers, being able to determine at that point in time, if this is a priority, to make it clear and understandable for our clients so that they can be educated. Then I think, is that the point where you'd start to get that information and feedback, again, part of the customer outreach process? If in fact, I mean, I'm assuming if you're looking to impact potential usage, you need to have folks that can interpret their bills and make decisions based upon what's contained on their bill.
Yeah. A good example is I don't want to use California too much because everybody knows about California. But on the power side, they're sort of on the edge of things, and they got everybody on time of use rates down. Everybody. They had default time. They had time of use volunteer for like 5 years ago, and there the last couple of years it's mandatory. And the way the IOUs laid that out, they had just an outreach. They had an outreach program a couple 3 years ago. Went out to the town halls, went out to the Chamber of Commerce, went out to the seniors and said, "Here's what we're going to do. Here's our rate design." And they tried to go that way. And then a year before they launched, they put a test group out. And they took a few hundred customers, put them on time of use, and they got complaints back from them about how it doesn't work. And they kind of got the billing figured out and how to read the meters and all that. So they did that in a pilot, and then they implemented it to everybody. So that's sort of the phased approach. If you want to have big changes in rate design, most of them go through. But even at that, it's not going to be seamless. Anytime you change rates, there's going to be people call up and want to know why.
I want to make a distinction between simple for the end use customer to understand and structuring the rates as a principle, structuring the rates so that there can be a customer response that changes their energy usage. And I don't think it's just utility, electricity provider and consumer. I think there's a third party in there as well, so that the customer never has to think about it or understand it, but that a third party can intervene, like Energy Star suggests when they're down. So what would be the principle that I'm reaching for here?
I think that would be customer choice. Where if a customer, right now, the trend right now is what they call peer-to-peer trading. And that's where you take a subdivision, let's say with 50 houses in it, you hook them all up together and you optimize their power flow. You shut some people off during the day, you crank them up at night, a couple of them have battery storage or solar. You optimize the system, they call it peer-to-peer. That's the latest thing in utility operations and rates, but that's an optional program which customers can pick up. It's not mandatory. And so you'd have it as an option. It might be part of your menu of options for a residential customer. And you have to talk to Steve about where something like that's legal or not.
So that's a particular format. Is there a principle underlying?
I think it's flexibility, customer choice or flexibility.
Do we have that on our list?
Yeah, 6.5 under the board survey.
Oh, the last one?
I'm sorry, I know we talked about the rankings earlier. So the ranking on the customer survey results is the same as one of the two surveys we saw earlier, or this is a separate survey? It's not the same as the earlier surveys that we saw presented?
I think this is the one that had 39 residential and 16 commercial.
No, this is the quantitative. So this is just a different view. This is the weighted average, where the slide we saw before were just the first ranked principals and then the second ranked principals by percentage.
So residential customer survey results here is the same data from the quantitative from earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And then translated, because the questions that we saw framed earlier are slightly different than some of the wording that we see here, right?
So this was from the question where we said, we asked customers to rank their principals from first to last based on importance. So it was.
I mean, okay.
Very similar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very similar result.
Survey. Another section in that same
Yeah, it's a
survey.
question in that same survey.
All right, we're gonna take a little bit of a break, but this is great discussion and we'll come back and have more of it here in 10 minutes. 2:15. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started again. Sorry, we're kind of talking through, maybe Directors Mooney and Howard, I'd love for you to weigh in on this, on process moving forward. So we're here on slide 124. We have board survey results and customer survey results kind of side by side here. Observation's been made that, no, that's one, thank you. The observation's been made that these items here on this table are not necessarily principles, but maybe values. I'm struggling with a process to move us forward to our end goal of what are the principles that we are walking away with today that we're tasking the rate team to use and contemplate going forward. So would you guys like to go one by one through this list, talk through each of those? You know, we've already kind of dissected fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, and so maybe the principle there is following law. But I think the consensus, it sounded like, was that this additional language and detail was important to include as maybe values going, like the principle being follow law, but the value being that it has to be these three categories as one example. And so do we go to the next item here as meet revenue requirements and dissect that a little bit and kind of march through our list that way? Does that sound like a good process?
I mean, Amanda, this is Sarah. That sounds like a fine process, but I would disagree with you in the sense that these are not, so if we go back to the fundamental conversation that we started with, which what's a principle and what is a value? A principle is a fundamental truth or a law. So fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory is actually in 70-655. That's in statute, so that's technically that has to be a principle because that's a law. Meeting a revenue requirement to me is also a fundamental truth. It's not a value. A value is something that veers toward opinion. And so I think those are the differences, is that maybe there was a conversation during the break about these look a lot like values, but I think there's a very easy way to discriminate between a principle and a value if you go back to the original definition that Gary spoke with us about at the beginning of the afternoon. But I think if you want to go through them, that's fine. Or if you'd like to walk through the areas of alignment between customer and board before we walked through each and every one, you could do that as well. And then I would defer to Craig from here.
I agree with everything that Sarah just said. What's helpful for me is to understand when we're done, what do we want in hand?
Yeah, what we want to walk away with today is our list of principles and values. If we're in agreement that principles and values need to be included in SD2, that's what we want to walk away with today.
And is that a prioritized list of principles and values? Is it a limited number of each? I mean, are we whittling away?
I don't know about a number, but prioritized, yes.
Okay.
So that was on one of the kind of objective slides Gary went through, is because we haven't set a number, kind of that's up to you guys on how many we want to move forward with. Prioritization also doesn't necessarily matter. We're going to be following these principles in the next phase in developing those concepts. And so I don't think prioritization or ranking matters. And again, the number that we move forward with is up to you guys.
Okay.
I think we might want to have, just as a piggyback and maybe challenge the prioritization piece, though, in terms of what's going to drive the ultimate design that is forthcoming, because they at times may be at odds with one another. So having that priority really helps us to be able to say, well, this is first, and this needs to, we can then have that conversation about how that impacts the other principle if they are at odds with one another. And so I would maybe also put that out there, that prioritization would be an important piece of this process.
Sarah, to your comment, you are correct that there was some discussion in the room, and I had made a comment to Director Wagner and Director Yoder about the things that are displayed on the list may be principles or may be values or may even be something different like tactics. And so, yes, apologies that you were not here for that portion of the discussion, but I appreciate your recognition that there are some that could be principles or could be values on the list that we should consider. And I'm not certain if comparing the two lists is the next best step, and then moving back to now from the lists of things that were in surveys, how should we translate those into principles and values? If the words that are written on the lists are not principles and values, how do we translate what is on the list into principles and values? I think that might be, maybe, yeah.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that clarity. I felt like I missed something.
Sorry.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
I thought the questions that we were asked to consider as we looked at these, because when I sent the response to the survey, well before this meeting of what's my order here, and then got the homework, like ask yourself, what does this principle mean to you? Why should it be prioritized? How is it consistent with Powering the Future 2050? How is it in agreement with other SDs? Does it overlap with any? I thought those were really helpful questions to ask. And so that might be something that helps us just move a little more quickly through these.
All right, agreed. So we'll keep those 5 questions. Those are on slide 122. And then if we could go forward to slide 126. Okay, so basically the same list, but a little bit of color coding. We're going to move beyond fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory now, because I think we have consensus that 1, that's a law, and 2, it's important. So move on. The next item here, meeting revenue requirements, shows up on the board survey, very high and kind of middle of the pack on customer survey results. So I would love for someone to make some opening comments.
Yeah, and I think, so meeting revenue requirement it's like balancing your budget. And I think that, we're having this discussion in the legislature, and we need to be having that discussion here as well. And if meeting our revenue requirement isn't important to us, we're on the wrong track. And I don't know if the customer survey, if revenue sufficiency, because people think that we're public power and we're not for profit, that revenue isn't as important to us. But it really is more important because we have to balance our budget, basically, with rates. So I guess my feeling is that even though we don't sync with the survey results, that meeting revenue requirement is an important principle because we have to balance our budget.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, any thoughts to the contrary? Let me ask it that way. Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the next item here. On our list, we had monitor affordability. And that's kind of showing up again, middle of the pack on residential survey. Would someone like to speak to that? Go ahead, Director Yoder.
I struggle with the passive nature of just monitoring. That's where I am.
I would agree that affordability is one in the mission of the organization, so that's great. But beyond that, a good way to express what I hope we are reflecting in our principles with the organization, rather than just low cost, that it incorporates a more full understanding of energy burden to people across our community. And as Director Yoder said, the framing here in the current SD is monitor affordability indicators. I would also like to see some additional clarity on the design of the intended outcome toward affordability within the principles or within SD2 in the future, rather than just monitor affordability. Hopefully something that clarifies a little bit more about how we will work to improve affordability if we determine that something is not, if we have disproportionate energy burden within the community. So I do think that the language is good, the term affordability is good, but as far as the way it is written in SD2 now, perhaps the words could be updated to provide more guidance on what we would like to see as the principle and where we are going in the future.
So one of our items.
I would just jump.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I would just jump in there. I think there's the reason why the customers didn't rank monitoring affordability as highly as we did is because monitoring affordability, I feel like, is our role as opposed to their role. And so it doesn't, if I were looking at it from a customer perspective, that wouldn't rank in terms of the things that are important to me, but they're important to us as a board because I think that's part of our duty.
If our mission is to be affordable, then we have to monitor it, but there should be some guidance or principle involved on knowing when we achieve it.
So is there different wording? That's what I was going to ask. Is there different wording that we should contemplate? Because that is one of our check boxes here, is if there's different wording to offer up, we should make those suggestions.
Perhaps and design for. I'm not sure that's accurate, but it implies that we are keeping that in mind and doing what we can to make rates more affordable.
Is it worthwhile to pull up the definition of, or the question as it was posed on how we define monitor affordability? We're able to pull that up. Because there's definitions that went with these, right? And the reason I'm highlighting it is if I was the customer and I'm paying rates, I would think affordability would be an item that would resonate with me as the cost that I'm paying. So I think it's maybe aligned with potentially with what the board's saying. Because that's really the only place where they would have an ability to comment on how affordable their rates are. I just put that out as a question.
It's not in the glossary.
We're able to pull that up. What I'm trying to highlight is I'm not sure if maybe the board is looking at it differently than the customer did, or maybe the customer is looking at it exactly the same way. So I'm just posing that question.
Jeff, just to thought on that, if you define what affordability is, what's the cure if you're not affordable? What if you do your cost of service and your rates are too high? You can't subsidize. It seems like maybe you're getting into a box if you try to find it.
You're basically saying it's difficult for us to impact affordability?
Well, you'd have to reduce costs, is the only thing you could
Reduce
do.
cost or reduce poverty? We can't do that.
Yeah. So I just the thought. You know,
Well, we've done that by having a 5-year rate freeze. I mean, we've done that and we've cut costs and cut costs and cut costs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's our response.
We did that not necessarily to impact affordability. We did it because it was a prudent thing to do at the time. We didn't need to raise the rates. We were able to function without increasing the rates. And so I don't think there's any other motive involved.
So if your question is, if we're not affordable, what can we do? Then, and affordability is our mission. I'm struggling. Are you saying we can't meet our mission?
Well, you've done a good job meeting your mission. I'm suggesting there might be externalities down the road that you don't foresee that make it more difficult than it is now.
Oh, that's daily living.
This is why I was interested in the LPPC study about mechanisms to address affordability earlier, because I do, again, appreciate it in the mission and in SD2. And in my opinion, if the cost of service study leads to rates that we know are going to be unaffordable for some people in our community, I would like to see us take action to correct that, even if that does mean that we knowingly are looking at the cost of service study and saying, we understand this, how can we design rates that will meet the mission of the organization? Which I think we talked about in workshop 1, and we talked about a little bit earlier. And the customer assistance program pilot, I feel, is a good outcome from recognizing that we have disproportionate impacts on some people in the community. And so in writing language related to affordability in principles, I hope that we can include a recognition that when we discover that we are not achieving affordability, we should take action to address that. And knowing that that might be from a technical definition of the way in which the cost of service study is implemented, that this might knowingly tell us, yes, we have discovered an unaffordability in our rate structure, now take action. I hope that that is something that we reflect in the principle as we write it and update SD2.
I might just share an observation of the conversation from this section, if I could, that on the topic of affordability, not being certain what's meant, it's unclear whether the focus is around affordability for all or affordability for some. And I just share that as an observation. It feels like our position would be affordability for all, which almost infers a different, set of activities and a different set of focus versus what seems like a sliding scale of affordability on the other side of the conversation.
So do we mean affordability for all? I think that's a great question. That's what I view as being fair.
I think that leads you, at least under our current legal construct, I think that potentially leads you into some areas that are problematic.
How so?
Because if your view is that rates have to be affordable for all, and the data show that there are some folks who have a difficult time affording the rates, then theoretically there needs to be a mechanism to address that. And if that mechanism is that you charge those folks less because it's in order to be affordable to all, you can't go there. And any rate design that does that would I fear be subject to challenge. Remember, our rates are subject to judicial review. So I think you've got to be very careful in saying that, candidly.
Fair enough. I mean, that's fair. So they have to be, that's within a class, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
but there's going to be a but here, and I know where you're going. If you were to establish a class of residential customers who are low income, I think you'd have the same problem. You can't do indirectly what you're forbidden from doing directly.
Well, sure, fair enough. But I think where I struggle and why I ask about benefit is because I just recently went through the interruption cost estimator from the DOE. And when you put in our SAFE and SAIDI from last year and the number of customers and what came out in the SD4 reliability report, 97% of the cost of an outage is borne by C&I customers. They benefit the most from the reliability. And if we're going to reduce, if we have to reduce our costs somewhere, one of the things, I know it's, can't say this, but one of the things that you might approach, as all things are hard to work together here, is reducing reliability. Or, because, I mean, customers, we just saw it in our response today. Residential customers don't care as much about reliability as they do about affordability.
It's pretty high up.
But I'm saying, if you're
God
gonna,
help us if we ever come out and say,
if
we're
you're
not concerned about
stuck,
reliability.
if you're stuck and have to save some money, and you're scraping pennies out of, I mean, where are you gonna cut? So all I'm saying on this is classes, among classes, the people who benefit the most ought to pay more.
So what if we, for affordability, said that we will systematically review affordability? That means that we look at how we stand with other utilities, we look at energy burden, and we adjust our programs, not our rates, but our program to meet that need. So what if we, instead of just monitoring, that's pretty passive, that we systematically review affordability as a part of our SB2 instead of just monitoring? Because we do that. I mean, we're already kind of doing that as we're looking at where we stand with other utilities and other programs that we're implementing to address energy burden.
Or provide affordable power, be another way of approaching that.
I think if we just systematically review it instead of just monitoring it, does that give a more understandable direction to staff on where we want that to lead?
Does it really change anything, or does it just sound good?
I'll offer as an alternative, deliver affordable energy services.
I think that's a different standard.
Yeah.
I think that's a different SD.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe to the question about this SD and rate setting principles, it's not necessarily the rate being affordable, it's ultimately the bill being affordable, and there's rates that go into that, but then there's also programs that go into that. And so that's how we're helping the affordability piece. We're reviewing and monitoring affordability through the context of both rates and total bill. I don't know, is this helpful?
Well, I'm going to ask a question.
Are we getting there?
Because the way the process typically works is we'll come up with a budget, right? And so the budget will be able to produce, hey, here's the rate impact as a result of this budget being produced. From that, you guys would approve it. Presumably, you'll look at that and say, hey, is this acceptable or not, right? Based upon the rate increase. That then goes over, we've got a revenue requirement established. We push that through our cost of service, through the rate design, you'll see how that impacts customers. But that's really where I would say the affordability component gets determined, is specifically when we bring that rate action to you to say, here's what this is, you'll ask questions, well, what does that mean across the different customer classes, right? And we can run that through the model, show you, hey, here's what that means. And then you'll look and say, yes or no, we feel like that's acceptable or not. And you can also provide better context around how that might be competitive with others. We're obviously always mindful of that. We want to stay as competitive as we can, and we're always conscious of the costs that are going to our customers. The question I have is on the affordability piece, on how that shakes out, and that's not a technical term, I apologize for the use of that, but then you're getting into, I think, back to the concept of fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory, right? Because then it's how you're charging the different customers within the different customer classes. And so I just tee that up as generally how the process works. I'm not putting you on the spot, Gary, but any thoughts around what I've teed up there on how this, again, we talked about this, right? There will be potentially points of inflection and maybe conflict with principles that we put out there, and that's okay, right? That's why we want to have this prioritized. But I put a lot out there. I don't know, Gary, if you have thoughts on what I've said.
Yeah, if we're trying to draw this to conclusion, it seems like let's talk about what we agree on, or it sounds like we agree, and we agree on fair, just, reasonable, non-discriminatory, in compliance with the bill. That's one. We agree with cost-based and pay for what you use. You know, that's another one of the principles you have. Now, I think that's two. We agree you got to meet the revenue requirement. That's three. Did we come to a conclusion on affordability?
I mean, I don't think we have yet, and I appreciate that we are taking time to discuss this. My comment earlier about the evolving definition of fair over time was specifically with more information about affordability and energy burden, was specifically leading to this part of what I hope we would talk about today. Steve, I'm not advocating that we knowingly construct rates that are counter to the statute, but I do advocate that we recognize how affordability is applied through our rate structure and our programs and projects and services to our customers, with the understanding that affordability, with a more comprehensive definition related to energy burden, is part of the principles and values of our organization. We talked in workshop 1 about the implementation of a cost of service study is both a science and an art, and there is some interpretation that is implied into a cost of service study knowingly, and for better or worse, as you pointed out last time. I think that's something we should keep in mind. I think lastly, if we know that we are legally prohibited from exercising creating rates or exercising programs and projects within the organization, in order to achieve that affordability, I would advocate that we investigate a legislative path to improvement. If the law leads to knowingly creating inequity in our community, I advocate that we change the law. And in the principles that we are working toward for affordability now, I hope that we can recognize actions toward achieving affordability in a comprehensive sense, understanding that there are things that we are not allowed to do, but that we use all of the tools at our disposal to achieve that outcome. So I hope that the principle that we arrive at, as we mentioned earlier, affordability for all, I think was the terminology we used. Maybe those aren't the exact words that we will end up with in this principle, but I hope that we can spend some time perhaps between now and workshop 3 to get to something pointed in that direction that does lead to kind of an action-based outcome to achieve affordability.
Can I highlight one item? Great points. We also have our mission. Affordable, reliable, environmentally sensitive, and we're not going to come up with rate design. I think the question would be, is it covered off at the mission level? Because we're not presumably going to move forward with principles and designs that are counter to our mission. Right. So is that covered off within our mission? Again, principles tend to be more elements you can tactically work against, but they need to align directionally with your mission. So I might point that out as something that we should always be asking ourselves, obviously staff, but those as well, as we're moving forward.
As I mentioned earlier, that I appreciate affordability being in our mission. I hope that it is also reflected in SB2, and I hope that we extend that to values and implementation that point in that direction so that we can understand what we mean by affordability, because that word can mean a lot of things. And I hope that this discussion helps us point in a direction that is understood by the board and the organization and the public about what we mean for affordability. I'm not 100% sure that we are going to leave this room today with the final version of that, but I hope that this points us in that direction through the next workshop and the following work that we will do the rest of this year and into next year toward a common understanding of when we say affordable in the mission, and hopefully in a principle in SD2 and in some values, we know how that matches to the state statutes and also instructs that we should develop products and services to achieve the outcome that we're collectively working toward now.
So are you suggesting then, since it's in our mission, that we might live with something like deliver affordability, or rather than monitor, rather than, what was your language, Janice?
Systematic review.
Rather than review, do we want to deliver as a principle? Since it's in the mission?
It's already there because it's in the mission. But I think for the group of people that we're most concerned about, that I like the systematically review, because at this point in time, our options, if I understand very correctly, are we help that group with the programs outside of rate design. We help them with programs. So systematically reviewing it, that means we are monitoring it, we are keeping our awareness of it. And which is not to say that in 3 years, we might say, let's move on to a new version of that. But I like that.
Yeah.
wording.
I think you were asked, I like the way you laid that out. Again, as we think through rate design principles and then ultimately, or rate principles and then rate design itself, this is something that the staff needs to be able to go and say yes or no, we're going to put these pieces into play for you. I'd highlight the process that we go through with you is we'll be giving you affordability at the strategic SD2 level. We'll also be bringing that to you as part of the COP. So you'll see that at a regular frequency. We'll also do the quarterly or the annual updates. As it relates to the mechanics of rate principles and design, I think I would wonder if it still needs to be called out as a separate principle or value because it's already covered at a couple different levels. As we go through and we ultimately figure out how we're going to roll out rate design, we'll be bringing different outcomes. So we'll say, hey, we could adjust, from a declining to a flat or a inclining block. We'll give you what those look like and how that impacts the different rate classes. That's rate design and based on rate principles. But again, we just maybe ask the question if it needs to be in the middle of the principle affordability.
So I have an opinion about that. When OPPD changed the customer charge, there was a lot of discussion about how that would impact, what effect that would have on low-income folks. And so there were adjustments made in the customer charge, and then there was the LULI fund that came out of that. That principle of affordability, I think, had an impact on that rate design. So I think that affordability, that a systematic review of affordability as we make a new rate design does need to be in this. Even though it's in those levels above, I think that it's important that it's explicit in this process.
I'm going to make an observation. So our mission, reliable, affordable, environmentally sensitive. We have a reliability SD. We have an environmental SD. Other than SD related to rates, we don't have an affordability SD. And maybe it needs to be, SD rates is really intended to speak to that statutory requirement to meet revenue and to be fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory. And maybe there's some other things here. But I'm wondering if affordability needs to stand on its own and be more comprehensive to include rates and those programs and actions. Again, I also go back to, we need to define the what. We're trying to sort through that what right now. But a lot of that is accomplished by how. But I think that there could be, if we were to go down that path, there could be goals established with a certain percentage of energy burden that, 99% of our customers should not experience an energy burden over a certain percentage or something like that, that could be directionally pointed that then would encourage additional programs and other actions by the district to address.
And so I'm here.
That's like a workshop.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in really quick, just for historic context? And I think this was Dr. Bogner who was talking. We used to, so SD2 used to be affordable rates. That used to be the title of that directive, if my memory serves me. That when I started at OPPD, and we moved that away. We called it rates, more specifically for a number of reasons. We included affordability within the SD. And we part of it was that it wasn't just rates, right? We wanted to start focusing on rates, on the bill, on the affordability, on how much burden the electrical bill was related to income, et cetera. So there was an evolution, but I just want to for historical context, that these SD used to be called affordable rates, if my memory serves me right.
Thank you, Javier. I did not know that.
Javier, that aligns with maybe a couple observations I was going to share as well. Honoring the nobility of the discussion around affordability and its importance, but also add that as we measure it in energy burden, that incorporates a number of factors that are outside of the district's control. Right? Rates and our cost to serve and our revenue requirements are things that are inside our control. Affordability encompasses employment status, housing efficiency, human behavior. I observe that to hold us with ultimate accountability over affordability when we control only a portion of that deems challenging. Another observation I'd share is the topic of affordability, when it stops at rates, it infers a suggestion that rates is the only way we can control affordability. And it feels like we can set rates that are fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, they're cost-based, that cover revenue requirements. And then there's a separate discussion, closely related, but separate, around who can pay that bill and what assistance is available for those who struggle for a period of time, which gets into the program discussion, separate from a rate discussion. So I'd add those just as observations on a couple of different dimensions of the conversation, if they're helpful.
Being a prolific historian, I just wanted to dive back into what we were calling the policies back in 2015 and 16. I just wanted to acknowledge it was competitive rates rather than affordable rates as an initial title for the policy.
Thank you, Scott.
Nice to have an historian.
All right, have we sufficiently unpacked okay, we haven't.
No,
Go
I'm sorry.
ahead.
I just wanted to ask about next steps from here, and I guess this is Treasurer Yoder and CFO and Board Chair. I mean, from today, do we intend to have a specific, do we need to resolve this today, or is prioritization of a principle related to affordability, does that achieve the outcome of what we were looking for from workshop 2?
In the interest of time, I would say yes. But I don't know when we're going to hash it out otherwise.
I mean, we have workshop 3 coming up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think the hope would be we'd get the listing of principles, hopefully prioritized, a succinct list, and then we can come back and have the conversation workshop 3 to talk about, here's what you've told us. Here's how we now see that bumping up against our current principles that we have in play. Here's some additional things that, what would you like us to take away from that conversation? Again, I'll come back to the focus for workshop 3, Beth.
Yeah,
Did I cover that correctly?
Yeah, so the focus for today is to align on those rate principles. We'll come back next for the 3rd session, talk about those rate principles, talk about shortcomings with those rate principles, constraints, and then get more into the rate design aspect, or what you guys would like to see to support those rate principles and get an idea from that. We're also taking all of the notes from today. My thoughts around affordability is you can keep it in there if there's a consensus around it. We do have the programs that are supporting affordability, and we can take that and those concepts, changing the legislative, all of those things are concepts that we're taking note of that you guys are bringing up. And so again, we can take those concepts out to customers and get customer feedback on that and what they would like to see us move forward with as well. So just kind of keep that in mind.
I guess I'd like to see an interim step because we're at the ideation and rough hewing the tree here. Let's get it come back for a little fine tuning before it goes back up.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yep. Okay, I feel like we've sufficiently unpacked monitor affordability. Maybe that's not the right word, but I don't hear anyone saying our rates or bills should be unaffordable.
So affordability is a concern. It's in there.
Yeah.
To your question, and then we have programs to help address that. Beyond that, we need to work on it.
Yeah.
Is that where we are on this?
I think so. Sarah, Craig, would you like to weigh in on anything more before we move on to the next line?
Nope, I'm good.
Affordability seems to be important both to the board and to our customer owners. Exactly how it shows up, in rate design principles, I'm going to leave that up to the experts.
Yeah, good. Okay, next line item, encourage conservation and efficiency. So 4th on our list, a bit lower on our customers' list. Yeah, who wants to start? Go ahead, Spurgeon.
It was down at number 15 on my list. And the reason it was down there is not because I don't care about it or think it's important, but I think that at this point in time, we are maybe the least effective agency to work on this. I know that people want to lay all the responsibility at the feet of the public power district, but I think building codes in cities and state has, probably a bigger effect on this. And I look also at the general emphasis on efficiency in production of Energy Star appliances, better light bulbs. I think this is moving us on. Not to say that this should not maybe be elevated in a few years, but it's least important right now. That's why I rated it
So
good.
not as important when coming to rate design, still something that is important to the utility, maybe in other SDs, but not here.
Yes, and I'll further say, if my understanding of where we are in the internal technology structure of the business, that, maybe in 2023, 2025, this will be have much more ability to affect this. Thanks.
Any other comments?
What was the issue? I'm sorry.
The energy efficiency and conservation. Go ahead.
I've mentioned this one a number of times in the past. I think I ranked it very highly. Flat out, I do not support a declining block rate, nor does Brattle. And I specifically reference this as a principle or a value within our rate making to encourage rate structures that send an appropriate market signal to our customer owners and our commercial industrial customers that we want you to save money by saving energy in your operations, and we want rate structures that align with that. And I've said this a number of times since I joined the board. That's why I rank it highly. I do think that this is important because while there are factors that are outside of our control within the rate-making realm, building code, Energy Star appliances, there are factors that are inside of our control. Again, specifically the declining block, which I found counter to conservation and efficiency, and I hope that we move forward as quickly as possible with removing it, which is why I continually mention it as part of SD2 related to rates, because that is a mechanism of control that we have over the market. We are the market makers, as Rick has pointed out a number of times when it comes to electricity. And the signal that we send in making that market is it gets cheaper as you consume more. And I do not support that as a principle in our rate making.
I, on principle, agree as well that this is something that's really important to send that market signal. I think though it could put the affordability piece at risk though, and so I think that principle potentially conflicts with the affordability principle, in that if we're saying, okay, we're going to start charging higher rates for individuals or businesses that are using more energy because they haven't implemented efficiency measures or conservation strategies, they potentially can't afford to implement those efficiency strategies either. And so now they can't help themselves and they can't afford their utility bill. And so I feel like there's a middle ground there, and we need to be conscious of where those two potentially conflict.
Yes, I agree that there is a strong environmental and economic justice concern about our rate structure related to who can afford to make the investments in conservation and efficiency. But I don't find the rate structure to be the most effective tool to deliver the outcome of equitable, affordable implementation in homes and businesses. Other programs, assistance to people who can't afford to make energy efficiency upgrades, that's a program that we already have. We could increase that program. Making the cost per kilowatt hour low is not my preferred mechanism of encouraging efficiency. I would prefer us to move to another area to encourage efficiency and achieve that affordability outcome, not through the rate structure. And I only respond not because I want to argue with you, but because I have mentioned this a number of times in the past, and this is very important to me, and I hope that we can recognize the mechanisms we choose to lead to the outcome do not have to be through rate structure. I hope that we move away from a rate structure mechanism to achieve lower energy bills, and then we move to a rate structure that sends the market signal that we want to send.
to achieve the outcomes through various methods, including other programs, projects, and services that we provide.
Others?
Was anyone surprised at how low amongst the customer survey, amongst the customers, both the decarb as well as the energy conservation finished?
No?
I will admit that I was, and I asked about the question about this earlier, about the framing in the prioritization survey. I'm interested in that specifically because decarb is at the bottom, but we saw interest in customer-owned generation, a form of clean energy, and we see both local and national trends in support for clean energy and government and corporate actions on climate change. And so I was surprised. I'm not sure how to draw conclusions from that prioritization other than the survey did rank that at the bottom of the list. I think that is valuable information. I hope that we don't allow that to send a signal that this is not important to our customer owners, because I think we have seen other signals that it is important. But I did notice that one in particular as at the bottom of this prioritization list, and I did have thoughts about it.
Go ahead, Director Yoder.
For the in a principles language, I think it might be useful to think of something like our rates should act as signals for what we want our customers or how we want the market to respond, or even getting both the organization and customers on the right path to 2050, something along that line, which would tie together conservation and efficiency, promoting technologies that support load flexibility, transitions to utility of the future. I mean, from a principles standpoint, rates should serve as a signal to the market. And then values change over time, might be something that's updated as SDs. That might be an approach.
That's interesting. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I feel like, how do we translate rates that help send a market signal into a principle? I don't know, is that your proposed language for the principle specifically?
Yeah, I mean, the board, that we're cognizant of it, that we design around it, that we, it's an understanding that the board has that directs staff. This is a tool we have. Yeah.
Can we ask for some input on that one specifically? Because other utilities also have generally monopoly franchise and functionally make the market for electricity services. How do others address the idea that we have the opportunity to send market signals that clearly no one else can send? How do you incorporate that into principles and values?
Yeah, the theory is marginal cost equals marginal revenue for greater optimality to occur. So you got to charge everybody your marginal cost for production. That's probably 30 or 40% higher than what your end rate is right now. So you basically have an inclining block rate for everybody. And utilities understand that the theoretical appeal to that, and it would encourage conservation. It makes DSM more cost effective. It results in more efficient allocation of resources, no question about any of that. But the rate impacts are such that they find it unacceptable. And that's the primary deterrent. Just take a look at it. You could argue it's cost-based because it's based on your marginal cost rather than your average embedded. So Steve would have to opine on that. But big picture, the rate impacts of that would be pretty rough on the vast majority of your customers. And that's something somebody'd have to do sensitivities and take a look at bill impacts, but that usually deters people from doing that.
And we have in past discussions recognized a few customers, a very small number of customers who are significant outliers on, for example, residential rate 110, few who are, several times higher consumption and fall way outside of the average. So as we talked about earlier, allowing them to move to another rate structure, opt out of rate 110 in order to get to another rate that might not give them such an extreme economic punishment if we remove the declining block. Is that something that others have looked to implement? I mean, again, we know, as an example, rural customers who have multiple buildings on the same residential meter fall significantly outside of the average monthly consumption, but that may not be the right rate table for them initially anyway. So I hope that doesn't guide, don't make a change to the rate structure, which would be more optimal, because we know that a few may be on the wrong rate anyway.
Yeah, by all means, clean the rate application up. There's outliers for every kind of a rate. Some people just get on the wrong rate or they're unusual or whatever. Get them on a different rate. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I think the other thing, oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I was just kind of inventorying some of the discussions that we've had over the last few years. And I was looking at the faces, and some people may not recall this. Not that it's right or wrong or that we should or shouldn't do it. But when we talk about price signals relative to how people are using the system and the importance of doing that, the declining block is effectively telling customers that when you use large amounts of electricity, we've already recovered a bulk majority of the costs that you need to recover in your early consumption. So in those early blocks, they're more expensive because they're trying to properly recover the costs we've borne to serve the customer. And then that final tranche is primarily geared at energy. So I just would, I feel like I'm doing a disservice not keeping that in front of people. Again, that's not the right or wrong thing to do. That's just what we're doing, whether we realize it or not. And I think we've talked a lot about that as we went to rate workshops and other settings. And so I just wanted to keep that in front of me.
So I'm really torn by this one because yes, you want people to be efficient and conserve energy. But we also, at this point in time, are trying to encourage people to electrify everything. And so if we're wanting to encourage electrification, does that conflict with encouraging conservation and efficiency through rate making? There are ways to encourage conservation and efficiency outside of rate making. And so how do we balance that? And so that's why I was really torn on that. And so I could go either way on this, on including this or maybe including it with a lower priority.
Well, just.
So Janice, to your point, I think we do have precedent in that area for encouraging electrification without relying on declining block to be the mechanism of that. Specifically 115, we have energy conservation service for people who have heat pumps. And as we look forward, electric vehicles, electric heat pump hot water heaters, I think there are a number of technologies that it is very conceivable that in the next couple of years, we will have the technology to say, we know that you are beneficially electrifying things that would otherwise be fossil fuels, that is cheaper for you, that is better for everyone. Here is a mechanism for you to do that without relying on you are in rate 110. This rate must accommodate all of these new technologies and what are functionally early outliers relative to where we've been in the past. I think we can come up with rates that will say, if you get an EV charger, move off of 110 to the residential with EV rate. If you also have a heat pump, move to the EV and heat pump rate. Just move away from the default rate structure so we don't punish those who are still there.
Director Moloff, I think, great point, Director Williams and Director Moloff. That'll be the suite of options and different pieces we bring back to you is, hey, here's how you might look at this. Here's what that impact would be to this customer class. If we do it this way, if we do it this other way, here's how it impacts the customer classes. So it's not a one and done. We'll definitely have a chance to come back and provide some different options around what this might look like, how rates might be structured, what other programs might be offered out there. But again,
for your team to structure what rates and bring those back to us, is it important for you that we put this encourage conservation in our rate making principles? Does that help form your decisions on what rates you bring back to us?
From my perspective, I would say yes, it is useful, but I'd open it up to others as well who are more steeped in this.
I'm seeing a lot of head shake, yes. Beth, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say for rate design, but also, the concepts are rate designs, products, services, and solutions. So this is gonna, again, it'll be solutions for customers as well.
So just for the record, I do also support the encourage conservation and efficiency. The language I threw out there, I see a lot of similarities, especially with Eric's example of looking into the future, of promoting technologies that support load flexibility, which is further down the list, and the transition to the utility of the future. I was trying to get all of those kind of in the, when I saw this list originally, I said, look, there's a lot of overlap in some of these because of the way that the survey went out and how the board responded. So answer to your question, yes, encourage conservation and efficiency, but I'd also elevate some of those others because they're so closely aligned.
Do we feel that we can come up with a principle and then perhaps put bullets of specific things that would be attributable to that principle in the language? Because I'm not sure what the principle might say, but is it too complicated to say not only efficiency and conservation, but also beneficial electrification? And I guess I'm looking back your way. That is, I don't feel beneficial electrification is a principle, but I do feel like it is a detail within the principle that we're trying to get to. Time of use, I don't feel is a principle, but I feel is well within the realm of the desired outcome that we're getting toward. I think we talked about this at the end of workshop 1. Time of use is not a principle, but it leads directly into some principle that we don't maybe have on the list.
Yeah, so those are kind of on that list of concepts that we showed at the beginning, that electrification, time of use, all of those things, 3-part rate. So that's kind of the next, after the principles you've identified, that's kind of the next workshop. Talk about shortcomings with those types of rate designs and whatnot.
So then are the words conservation and efficiency enough in the area of a principle to get to the lower level of outcomes that we want? Or do we need something else in the language of a principle that we're talking about in order to help enable those other things?
That's up to you guys.
I would keep it at the principal level because end of the day, time of use may not be the best option that we come up with. So let's keep it at the
I agree, and I guess I'm
conceptual level.
Do we
Is there
have?
a third word
Yes,
that
that's what I'm
needs to be
asking.
added?
Right.
But I don't think so. I think that maybe it's covered in other places.
Rick, I feel like I jumped in front of you a couple times there, did I?
No, I don't think so. I think that's fine.
I want to.
But I'm not sure I agree with conservation and efficiency is good enough. But I don't have an answer.
You don't have an answer. Okay, well, you can think on that. Craig, Sarah, would you like to jump in on this conversation?
No, I've been listening. It's been a really robust conversation, but I don't have anything to add to it.
I would just, I think there's a distinction to be drawn between principles and values here on this one in particular. And probably, to Rick's point, there are several that are kind of in this same realm that feel like values sets rather than principles.
Are you helping us wordsmith what the principle is?
Nope. I don't think it's a principle. I think it's a value.
Can Craig, are you done?
Yeah.
Can I suggest that we maybe consider something related to electrification as part of that? And I don't know if that is fully worthy of being part of a principle, but I guess I would just suggest that that feels like the area that Janice mentioned is desired outcome for our vision of the future. And I feel like conservation and efficiency may not fully cover intentionally encouraging more electric consumption because it replaces some other type of consumption. So I guess I'll just make that comment and let the team respond maybe by next workshop.
Yeah, I might offer that's an outcome. You know, I think maybe that would be the piece where we come back and say, hey, we need to, have additional rates, set aside for that address that need, but we will hear that there's a need for that. But back to a rate principle, I don't know if that would be,
Okay, I felt like we hit our stride and then we kind of floundered a little bit. We're going to take a break and reset ourselves here. So come back at 3:30, please. We'll make it through the rest of the list by 4 o'clock and somehow, some way, and then have closing remarks at that time. Thank you. We're going to get started again. Morning. We're talking a little bit about how to slice and dice the rest of this list. I think that for the moment, if we can skip over cost-based customer pay for what they use, which I kind of fallen on the same level as customer and is clearly a rate principle that we have carried in the past. I think we can move on and talk a little bit about stability of rates. It's falling middle of the pack on our list, but second on the customer list. And so I'd like to unpack that one a little bit. Thinking about our timeline, we wanted to wrap this discussion up by 4 o'clock to talk through next steps and closing comment from 4 to 4:30. So I've had a request to talk also about, tell me again, Yoder,
Customer choice.
customer choice, flexibility, customer choice. So if we can get through those two topics, is there a request for us to get through a third topic prior to us being finished at 4?
I would like to see us talk about transparency a little bit, because I think that, especially from what I hear from people who get also bills from MUD, they don't like all the fees and everything that's tacked on, and they want to know what they're paying for. So I would like us to just unpack transparency just a little bit.
Okay. Sarah, Craig, would you like to throw anything out at us?
Nope, that sounds like a good plan.
Right on.
All right, let's roll then with stability of rates. Who would like to start with that one?
What's that mean?
What does it mean?
My thought it would be is that, one, encourage folks to go online. Secondly, don't raise rates this year by 1.5% and then more next year by 1%, and then next year raise it by 3%. Have somewhat stability as far as the roller coaster, if you will. And I think we do a good job of that. We also do a good job, I believe, of encouraging the people both being on the level plan. So I think we do a good job of that, and I don't think it's very controversial to you. Do you guys see anything more to it than that, than those two things? Don't be roller coaster on the rates, and encourage folks to be on the level.
So by roller coaster, do you mean reduce rates
Yeah,
at
don't
some
go,
point too?
don't go letting money burn a hole in your pocket. One year, a number of years back, there was some thought about us reducing the rates somewhat a little bit. And I think Fred Pearson talked us out and said, no, guys, don't do that. Because next year, we may have to raise the rates. Frankly, don't. Maybe we can avoid adjusting them either year.
So
And we did.
maybe even the pitch of that increase to a little bit more steady and,
That's what we said.
okay.
I would agree with that. I guess my question was, when I think of rate stability, I think there's a window. I mean, 5 years of no rate increases, that's really, really stable. But I'm not sure we're in that era anymore. So I would think that from what we learned from our last workshop, what we need to avoid is rate shock. And so stable rates means raising it a little bit at a time, kind of thing. So there's a window at which it's stable and a window at which it's not stable.
And we've also kept our restabilization fund, I believe, so that's pretty important as well.
Yeah, I had that fifth or fourth on my list, so I think that's important. And I think maybe it's important for financial, how financial institutions maybe regard us too. So.
Sure.
Yeah, very good. On rate stability, typically there's long-term and short-term stability. Long-term customers want to know whether they should conserve, whether they should use energy, whether they shave peak, whether they don't. You know, they don't care. They don't care what you want to do. Just don't change your tune. You know, don't get into a situation where I want you to use energy and I want you to conserve. You know, they don't like that. That's stability that way. Short-term, to your point, they like to see a 5-year forecast. And if you don't have a down and then an up and then a down and an up, there's enough cash in your budget, you got to be able to smooth that out and have an equal increase every year for the next 5 years. And then finally, for the big customers, they have to budget a year ahead. And for some of them, power is a big deal. And so they like to know at least a year ahead for budget purposes how much the increase is going to be, so they got the right amount of money in the budget. So those are all, that all goes into stability and for rates.
To me, it doesn't mean that it's the same rate every year for a very long period of time. That's, to me, is not what stability of rates means. I think it's more this gradualization, gradual shift. It's not shocking, but it also keeps up with our revenue requirements.
Can I piggyback on that?
Please.
You hinted at gradualism, or I think you basically said, you talked about gradualism, Amanda, and that's kind of what comes to my head. And I think it's both in terms of what I feel like we've been talking about, which is around what people are paying, but I think it's also about the gradualism of how we evolve our structures as well. And maybe that goes back to some of the block rate discussions we've had recently, which created sort of a pretty significant change that would have been acute. So as I think about it, I think it's both of those things.
Yeah, I think folks want to make sure that they have a predictable bill, right? They have some idea about what their bill is going to be over the course of time as well. So, if you went to a fully dynamic pricing model, they could consume exactly the same amount of energy month to month, but depending upon what came through from pricing, they could have a wildly varying bill. And so again, giving them that confidence that they know what they're going to have to pay every month at a reason that's tied back to what they've consumed. So there's some predictability. That's an important part. From a customer perspective.
Yeah, so it's in the middle of our list, but I'm wondering if it actually relates to the affordability component from that perspective, Jeff. Maybe predictability and affordability is the principle that our customers are after.
I think predictability, to me, stability of rates kind of echoes tactic. Is it a principle? Predictability, I think, maybe gets to it.
Yeah, I see them as being different, affordability versus stability.
Different, but
one
related.
is relative to your economic. Yeah, I think we can continue to look through and see how those might impact one another, but I would see them as being different.
We talked earlier about fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory being 3 words pointed at the same target. Perhaps stable, predictable, and gradually changing are 3 words pointed at the same target again, just to clarify what we're looking at. So I've heard all those, and I agree with all of those concepts about how we set our rates and where we're going in the future.
Gary, what have you seen in that space in terms of maybe consolidating one or more of those?
It seemed like, I think that's a good point. We've got fair, non-discriminatory, and equitable, or whatever the 3 words were. We could have something like predictability, affordability, and stability. We could kind of group those all together and come up with a package that would work.
All right, thoughts on that? Are we ready to move on?
Where did we land?
I don't know. Where did we land? I feel like we have landed with this being maybe a higher importance than what our board had originally prioritized it as.
So predictable, stable,
gradual. I mean, those are words that we have all used and have come up several times throughout the day, and we're in the survey and in best practice.
I'm good with that.
Is there a concern about being agile in a time of transformation?
Stable does not mean in concrete. I think it just says that we will avoid rate shock. That is how I'm interpreting that. Which was what, if you go into double digits and your rate increases, people are gonna be unhappy.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say it might be tactics, but I would just offer that gradually, the word in and of itself could be applied to structure and pricing changes. So it may touch a couple of these that we're considering.
To Rick's point, he mentioned agility. I don't know how we balance gradualism and agility. Do we have any guidance on how that works? And I mean, again, utilities are not always intended to be jumping back and forth, but is there a way we can clarify that we don't intend to mean feet in concrete, but that we want to update when appropriate as we move forward? Clarification, or do we feel that that's generally understood?
Brad, you're going to say something?
My sense is that when you make a statement that one of your principles is gradualism, you're telling the customer, I'll do everything I can not to shock you. You're not telling the customer I won't change over time. So I would like to think there's probably a middle ground depending on the subject matter at hand.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Feeling good about that one. We can move on to the next one. Please remind me what we had talked about, transparency, right?
Rick wanted customer choice, I think.
You can go with transparency first.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I think transparency addresses the simple and easy to understand that the customers wanted. So if our rates are transparent and we're telling them exactly what they're paying for, that you're paying for the number of kilowatts you use, or you're paying for your connection to the grid, those two things. So I think that transparency is important, that we're not tacking a bunch of fees on or additional charges that they don't understand or they don't choose, they don't opt into. So I think transparency with rates, and then making sure that our cost-based studies are, the way that we're doing that is also transparent, and the way that we're formulating rates is also transparent. So I think people want to know, okay, what's included in my customer charge, what's included in my kilowatt charge, if they're interested, and that whole process of rate making is transparent. And I think that's really important to include transparency in this principle, because it then addresses the simple and easy to understand that the customers wanted.
So I'm not disagreeing. So I just want to alert Steve to an opportunity to weigh in on transparency of a cost of service study. It's not done, right?
Say that again, please.
Transparency of a cost of service study, that's not.
Oh, I see. Whether the cost of service study is generally available for folks to review. You know, I think in our world, you're correct. In the world where there is a rate case with a public service commission, cost of service studies generally are available. In that case, it's more of an adversary proceeding, so they're available in discovery, generally with some limitations on proprietary information that might be contained within it. So it's a little bit of a different deal, but they could be available, or they could be available in some, for us, again, switching back to us, they could be available, particularly in some summary way.
I think that's
Or maybe just that the process is transparent, not necessarily all the documents related to that process.
I wouldn't yield quite so quick. I'm happy to hear that. And I think there are academics, for example, and public interest groups that would be interested in greater access to our cost of service studies. So I would, being a public agency, I always defer as much as possible to be as transparent as possible. But I don't know what's allowed. So that's where I am on that.
One item I might highlight, even on top of the processes, would be just bill transparency. So again, as we think about one's ability to take actions that impact their bill, they've got to be able to look at their bill, interpret it, and recognize how their consumptive habits impact their bill. And so, again, making that really clear. Maybe there were fines, but as long as those are explicitly known, but the person really understands what's driving my bill is an important part of that transparency piece. I think that's obviously important in terms of their ability to adjust their consumptive patterns and ultimately the bill that they receive.
Yep. Which is a great segue.
Well, so hold on, quick question. How does transparency inform as a principle or a value all of the steps that follow with respect to rate design, et cetera, et cetera?
Can you ask that question a different way?
Yeah, I'll try. I think what I've heard described as transparency is something that happens after we've done a series of things. We've gone through the cost of service. We need to share it. We establish rates. We share kind of how we did that. So I'm trying to figure out how transparency is an input rather than an output at the back end, just from a communication standpoint.
Sure, for me, what I was describing about, especially with the cost of service, is how we determine our rates. If there is some opportunity, and I don't know that we've gotten to that point, but if there is some opportunity by being transparent, getting some public input on that, it's not what was suggested in the language in our discussion so far, but it's where I'm thinking right now.
Yeah,
and that would change or could change, but it could just reinforce where the board lands on rates. Does that make sense?
It does. I think that, I mean, that's different. I think that's just how you engage the public and how you get input. I'm struggling to see the virtue of transparency as an input to all of the reporting.
Director Moody, I'm going to use the customer survey language, which is, I guess maybe that's maybe I'm conflating the two. Simple and easy to understand. That's more on the bill side, right? In terms of people being able to understand their bill and the contents that compose the rates that they pay, and ultimately the charge, the bill that they pay. I guess, Gary, do you see those as coming together? Hopefully you always have a transparent process as part of the public process. Might we be talking more about the bill itself in terms of simple and easy to understand?
I think so. We've been going with trilogy so far on some of these, and it's I think simple and easy to understand and transparent go together. They sort of feed each other. You got to have it simple. It's got to be easy to understand, and people have to be able to see how you do it. So that's a transparency angle. Yeah, but you're right. The transparency, you got to have public input, public process when you're setting rates. You got to have your meetings and make sure the information's out there. People can look at your industrial customers can vet it. And then you need to have some kind of bill stuffer when you change rates and say your rates are going up 5%, you change this, that, and the other. So at least people have a shot at knowing what's going on. That's typically the two transparency issues which we see.
Because I think when you look at this in terms of a rate design, you don't want 15 different charges that you've got to research and you don't understand how those are being driven. Simple and easy is going to be ultimately where they want to land, a benefit. So.
Well, if I understood the survey results earlier, I think a lot of our customers do think that they like elements of the way the bill is prepared and that they know how to interpret that information. So I think we might be hitting this mark, and they have just told us they want us to continue to hit that mark. And there's probably ways we can do better, and we can investigate them. Any other comments before we move on now to flexibility and customer choice?
Well, just to say that it seems like transparency is I mean, do private utilities sit around and have conversations like this with their board of directors that are broadcast for the public to do? I don't know the answer to that question. Oh, he's thinking he said no. So I think this is a process of OPPD being transparent. And that's one of the virtues of public power, I'd say. So, and I endorse what people have said about clarity of our bill. It seems to be good, and so continue on. Thanks.
And tell me, please, is transparency only on our list because it came up during workshop 1? It wasn't part of the customer survey because why?
Yeah, it has an asterisk. It was part of another that we had in the first workshop.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. All right. All right, are we ready to move? So, consensus. I know we're not really ranking these in order of priority, but I'm hoping we have confirmation still that the conversation is helpful?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving on now to flexibility and customer choice. Who would like to open that one up?
I guess if I mentioned it, I'm obligated to speak to it.
Sure.
The customer choice, in my understanding, is that rates, as a principle, customers should have a bundle of rates. I think that was in the presentation at some point, a bundle of rates to choose from that. And the benefit that I think our principle allows them is they can choose that the information they get from the rate informs their actions to be more active in choosing the kind of energy services that they want. I think that's a sound principle. What do you think?
Sarah, Craig, would you like to weigh in?
I don't have anything right now.
Same.
I'll jump in here on a comment. It's a different item, but only because I don't think the other item stands alone. Support for DERs. I don't know how to attribute this back to some other principle. I don't feel like support for DERs is a principle itself, but flexibility and customer choice, I feel like, can cover the idea that we want to allow and empower customers to choose to produce their own energy if they would like to. And so in terms of how Rick has phrased things, inform them in choosing products and services, I agree that something in this area should be a principle that we talk about. Is flexibility and customer choice the exact words that get to that outcome? Perhaps. Are there other ways in which we could frame that? Unclear, but I do feel like making it clear that we want to support our customers in making their own choices, I think was something that came up in the surveys earlier about customers wanting to have choice and feeling control of aspects of their bill toward the overall cost of their energy or to the choices they get. And I feel like there was the slide from the survey earlier that highlighted that after the flat rate, customer-owned generation was the most widely supported type of rate structure. And so making it clear that we hear our customers in saying we are interested in a type of product or service and we would like to be able to participate in that. I feel like incorporating that into a principle would be important. So is flexibility and customer choice the category, the principle, or the category under which other things are covered? Perhaps, but I feel I would support something in this area to indicate we want to encourage and allow you to make choices about your own energy products and services.
So the context and framing is that there's a, there's a provider-providee relationship now. And I think what I'm pushing for is a principle that has more of a collaborative approach to how energy is used. And so the principle is that our rate should support customer decision-making and their agency in their energy use. Pretty simple. And so that would include DER? Oh, go ahead.
You said that really fast. Is that written somewhere, or are you?
Well, mine was for me.
Can you say it again? Because I'm not sure I caught it all.
Support customer decision-making and agency in their energy usage.
And then that goes to the energy conservation and efficiency.
That's what I was thinking, does this fall under that?
Or this is the overarching, and then energy efficiency, DERs, automation, if people want us to help them automate their energy usage, that kind of falls into that category.
Can do.
I think someone looked earlier to Jeff. I'm sorry, do either of you want to chime in on the way that we're describing this now? Does it sound like we have something related to a principle about agency and their energy use? Does that seem?
So broadly as a principle, I would observe in favor of it. That's directionally what we are talking about with customer freedom as part of Power in the Future 2050. So I can't quite, maybe because I don't know pricing and rates as well, I can't quite visualize how that would manifest itself in rates. That said, as a general concept, giving customers options to to help manage their relationship with energy, I think is a good thing.
I'd agree.
Yeah, I don't think we need to unpack how this would show up in rates, but if it is something that would be directionally helpful, we can put it on our principal list.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but as far as specific implementation, I would hope that we continue to support customer-owned generation and you know, as far as how it might get implemented in rate structure. Beyond that, another example would be something like a pay-as-you-save program where we facilitate customers making choices about their energy in ways that we are taking action to help them do that. And so, you know, what does agency and their energy usage mean as a principle? I think there are some examples that we could talk through, and I know that that's not where we're supposed to be today, but I hope that we could translate something like flexibility, choice, agency, and their energy use into some of those outcomes that I feel like we've talked about, and customers have indicated that they would like to see.
I like your umbrella statement. That's.
Thanks.
All right, are we, I know we're a few minutes away from 4 o'clock. Is there anything else that we should talk about right now with regard to this list? So if we didn't talk about it, what does that mean for the items we didn't get to? Are they on the list or are they not on the list of priorities?
I have a question about one item, and that's, we kind of assumed this, cost-based consumer pay for what they use. And I mean, on its surface, that means whatever comes to my place and I use, I pay for. But is that also inclusive of the infrastructure that's required? Is that how we understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good.
And I think that from our earlier conversation, that's falling into that non-discriminatory
Okay,
rate description from
Thank
what
you.
we've already kind of talked.
thank you.
There were two on the list that I feel like if we're looking for where they are, I feel like we talked through support for DERs and agency and decision-making as part of flexibility. So that the three of those feel like they got mashed together into one. So two of them probably do not need to appear on the list, but one that incorporates the three of them together rather than three separate areas.
Right.
That's where we ended up, you're just summarizing.
Yes, because she asked, are there things that we hadn't gotten to? And one of them we hadn't gotten to was, well, we talked about flexibility and then we talked about agency. They got mashed together. So one of them will remove from the list and we'll get a new one. The
And I
only-
know we haven't talked about sustainability, decarbonization. We did talk at length about conservation and efficiency. So,
We didn't really talk about local economic development, but I think that that's covered in other areas, so.
Yes.
We don't really do that through rates, except for one time where we did the
71 in,
the specific.
261 there.
60.
And, yeah.
So I think that means.
Yeah, we have SD11, so
Yeah, obviously that's another SDF, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
I
right.
feel like that is covered sufficiently.
And I feel like the decarbonization is also covered sufficiently in SD7. So I don't know if it needs to be a rate setting principle.
Well, you could make it one, I suppose, if you wanted to include in your cost of service, social cost of carbon.
I've, 359, Rick? Come on, man.
You make a lot of things.
No, in my opinion, the conservation and efficiency coupled with flexibility and agency point in the direction of, we have SD7 that talks about decarbonization and we are doing internal planning. If customers wish to choose that on their own, we want to support them in that. But I feel like perhaps that doesn't need to be standalone principle under rates specifically because we've covered things that lead to that outcome or encourage people to allow people to choose that outcome, even without saying that word.
And then meeting our revenue requirements definitely speaks to what is the utility's responsibility in getting to that. And that we'll use gradualization to make sure that that's not shocking.
Oh my God. That's why you're chair. Good something. Way to weave it all together.
Okay, we got through the list.
Ah,
All right.
All right, I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about next steps here in a moment, but I did want to, Javier, if you're on, if you want any comments, I know he's not feeling well, so again, I'll open it up to you if you are able. If not, I'll finish the closing comments. I'll move forward then. A lot to reflect upon over the past hours that we've been together today. From my perspective, a fantastic day relative to what we were able to cover, exhaustive at the same time. These last few hours, most notably, they're intimate, they're involved discussions where we're going through, discussing, trying to negotiate, what would be great principles that we want to move forward. There's a lot of passion that comes out in the conversation, and you can see that in terms of the board members' feedback. It's to a certain degree gets difficult because you're in a bit of a theoretical space as you're trying to negotiate between mission, strategic direction, rate principles, rate design, and oftentimes the lines can get blurred, and so we try to level set, but I think the group did a fantastic job. These aren't easy conversations. This isn't the last conversation that we'll have on this, but I think we're set up really well to bring something back to the board based upon the feedback that we heard. I think Director Bogner, fantastic job leading this, especially unbelievable we got wrapped up in the last half hour. So again, I really applaud you and I applaud the board for the content of the conversation that we've had. Looking back at specifically what was pulled together by the team, the materials were fantastic. I just can't speak highly enough of the work that went into the 3 different studies. We had MSR, needlepoint, and then the LPPC. So I think it was really helpful for us to get our heads around specifically what that survey information was conveying to us. For a number of us, almost myself, the qualitative was an interesting piece that was new to me, but I found that I got a lot of value out of that. I hope the board did as well. And then I think the quantitative results were very informative, especially as we jumped into this prioritization discussion. And so again, I think overall, just a really beneficial meeting and a lot to get through. The board did a fantastic job from my perspective, getting to some outcomes that we can work with now. And so again, I thank you for your patience, your time, and again, I'm sure you guys are as exhausted as we are. And I really want to make sure to thank the teams who pulled this together. We had, again, Keith from Needlepoint, Don from MSR, Gary, thank you for coming down from Washington to be with us and help us through this process. Your insights are unbelievable as we look to see what others do and what recommendations you have for us as we're working through this. We're excited to continue that conversation. And then again, the internal OPPD team pricing and rates. Thanks for all your help with this as well. And we had Michael, Corey, Sarah, and Laura also helping through the process. So I think we've had a good conversation. We've got what we've needed from the board, and again, we really thank you. We'll look forward to the meeting coming up on the 19th. 29th, sorry, thank you. Gives a couple more days. Beth, do you mind talking through next steps?
Yeah, I'll touch on a little bit. So for the public that are tuning in today or watching the recording maybe in a day or so, I'd encourage you to go out to the OPPD Community Connect page, view the rate design project. You can submit any questions you have there through the OCC page. All right, now on the next step. So August 29th, as we just reminded Jeff, is when we'll be at workshop session 3. So kind of reading the room a little bit in regard to where did we just land, right? We covered the whole list. Thank you very much. We got through it, but it's kind of like some of the items are grouped together. Some of the wording was changed. The group took a lot of good notes. We'll be watching the recording again. We'll try to capture where these items fall to try to group up where we can, to try to hear suggested prioritization where we thought that existed, so we don't kind of end up with, well, hey, there's still 15 there, right? We'll try to do some of that. Where we'll start the next session is kind of a recap. So similar to where this session started with the recap of session 1, session 3 we'll start with recap of session 2. That'll allow the team a chance to, bring up any remaining questions, objections, etc. If there are questions you had from this session today, please submit those to Jeff. we'll distribute to the team as necessary to get any questions answered, or if there's work we need to do in preparation for session 3, we'll get that going. After we, reestablish kind of the GARP, new term there from Gary, when we talk through that list of principles, kind of gain some alignment, get any questions worked out, we'll move on to shortcomings, areas of concern, constraints. This is where we'll tap into Gary's expansive experience with different utilities. What have you seen? What can we learn? And what traps do we look out for? And then we'll move on to what we're kind of calling the straw man here. So there were a few moments today where we kind of traveled away from a value or a principle. We kind of got to the space of, this is a rate design I would like to see. That's perfectly fine. I think that's kind of the exciting part that the group is seeing here. When we get into session 3, that's where we'll start some of that conversation. If you think back to the roadmap where we started today, and Tim, thank you very much for kind of pointing this out early. We're very intentional in regard to gathering information from customers, public, gathering information from the board. We're hearing what concepts are being brought out there. Through the process, we'll kind of work through multiple steps to identify concepts that we believe are lining back up to the principles or that are brought up by you all, right? And we'll go through more iterations with customers, et cetera. But that straw man here in session 3 will kind of be a little bit of a help the group get their bearing. Hey, if we go down this route, is that kind of what we're thinking? Obviously, a lot of analysis and what not to do, but that'll help get us started. So 29 should be really good. Thank you all for your participation today, and turn back to Jeff.
Thank you.
Oh, good grief. Okay, we have half an hour. We'll adjourn. I think that this was a great meeting, and I appreciate everyone's participation and fantastic. Good job.
If I may, Director Bogner, really quick, just before we wrap up, there have been a lot of thank yous around. I want to thank our technology group that allowed us who are participating remotely to participate. We in this age of COVID, we almost take these WebEx and Teams meetings for granted, but of course there's a big team behind the scenes allowing for this format to happen. So thank you to our technology team, and thank you, board, for allowing me to participate here, even though I'm remote. I hope you understand it's that time of our lives where we're trying to keep ourselves healthy and not share any viruses. So thank you for that. I found this a very, very important conversation. I took a lot of notes. So thank you, and I look forward to the next one.
Thank you. I feel our customers are well served today, as always, by this organization. Thank you very much. With that, we'll adjourn.